Alright, cool. Stream health looks fine for now. Let's see if it gets any better, or it's worse even. Alright, let me just make sure everything's good. Alright, let me just make sure everything's good.
Oh, I'm gonna come. Oh, I'm gonna.
Yeah, there you go. I got a stream decks and I've got sound effects on my shit. Yep, stream's healthy there. Alright, let me just double check everything. Stream's looking good. Alright, let's get right into it.
Time for our politics panel with Paul Goldsmith from National and Willie Jackson from Labor. Good morning to you both.
Morning.
Morning. Good to see you back at work.
Oh, yeah, nice to
You
be
don't
back.
get much work around here.
lovely
these
to
days.
be
had a
back
nice
with
long
you.
holiday or something.
Yeah.
did you?
I did actually, yes.
That's good.
Where'd
Quite
you go?
enjoyed
Where'd you
myself. Went over to Europe to the heat wave.
How much did that cost?
Well, I paid with my own money for a start.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I just asked.
Start adding up how many times you've been overseas lately, Willie Jackson.
Get a soundboard along. Yeah, I did.
All right, let's talk about this back down, this Pūtaka business. I mean, silly idea, or just not well explained. Did he kind of let the team down?
Well, look, it's an interesting thing that you journalists. I mean, when we listen to the feedback of the public, it's a
You
back. Well,
journalists.
I thought it's actually just listening. I think what happened was that we're trying to actually just get some practical sort of ways in which we can deal with very small parts of the dock estate.
Sell off the odd national park,
surface
eh?
building in Wellington,
Sell off
things
the-
like that. That we need to be able to deal with in a timely fashion, and then it got turned into this big thing, and we were too loose in our language there, and
Yeah, it was a
Minister
crap
Potts
sales job.
was,
It was a crap
tightened
sales
it
job.
up.
Yeah.
And when you have an issue like this raised, well, we deal with it and we move on.
Fair enough. Willie?
Well, what you're finding out, this is the most untrustworthy government in recent history.
Based.
Tama got caught out, right? Big time.
Hit him with a.
They want to sell. No, let's
Sell Mount Cook.
Yeah, we gotta
well,
sell
hey,
Mount.
once it got pointed out, 60% of the conservation estate, Tama goes, oh, where?
Yeah, but
I mean,
they-
no,
it was
seriously.
it was scaremongering
What
on
an
your part,
absolute
Willie, but,
total shambles.
no.
Him and Jonesy, right? They're having a press conference yesterday, and Tama's going, no, it's all a mistake because Goldie and the Prime Minister are saying, you got an election in 4 months, Tama. We can't tell them where to sell off. No, serious. This is
Yeah, but hang
like,
on.
yes,
Willie-
Minister.
Yeah, like I don't know why this government decided to sell off, or like put this thing about conservation land now, because like this is just such an easy attack that Labour is out doing. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you.
You must have
It's
sat there
nuts.
and go,
I was
it's
laughing.
totally nuts.
It's-
And then
but
you've
yes,
got,
but
you've got Tama
come-
saying, no, we're not going to sell anything. And Jonesy's going, well, we might. There's the odd area of economic development.
Okay, I agree with you.
You
Like
agree?
politically,
It's
a total shambles.
Total shit. No,
but,
can I?
no, you can't.
I can't.
No, you shush now.
No, carry on.
You shush. But seriously,
Come on, let my
you
king
don't
speak.
really believe that they would sell off like Tongariro National Park and Mount Cook?
I
You know what I mean?
and that was the proposition, right? We were getting messages.
But hold on.
No. We were getting.
Willie, you just wait.
We were getting messages from people overseas. Why are you selling Tongariro National Park and so forth? And that was obviously never the intention. But the language was too loose. We made a mistake. We're fixing it, and people can rest assured that the National Party, like all New Zealanders, treasures our conservation.
You are the most untrustworthy. Can I just say, it's like the fisheries, right?
Yeah, well, it is.
Jonesy got caught out on
Yeah.
the fisheries, right?
Is it who from overseas was asking whether we were selling our?
Just friends, you just get all these texts saying, why are you selling?
so
why are you
embarrassing.
selling?
These guys want to hock off this country.
I think people got a little sort of ahead of
Yeah.
themselves.
What
on the
about
issue.
Shane Jones? So now let's look at this seriously. They dumped the Fisheries Amendment Bill.
Yeah.
They because Jonesy gets caught out, right? And all the recreational fishermen want to kill Shane Jones. All the iwi want to kill Shane Jones. He gets caught out. Then Tama gets caught out because he hasn't read his lines. And he goes, no, it's not just the odd.
I fucking love this guy.
You know what the moral of the story is?
And they're
The moral of the story is that they should. The moral of the story is that they should just not touch nature.
No, the
Because
moral
every
of
time
the-
you touch
No,
nature,
the
it
moral
goes
of the
tits
story
up.
is that you've got to keep those two Maoris away from those
I think-
really important portfolios at the moment.
I think-
Bruh.
Okay, right.
That's all right.
I think the big difference, though, is that when we realise we've made a mistake, we change our mind. When they were in government, they made mistakes, but they just kept on ploughing
No,
on.
no, because
And
they just
they
happens
would
to-
never
Okay,
change
we're
just
moving
happens
on,
to be
moving
an
on.
election
They
in
would
4
never
months.
change their
That's right.
We're moving on. Richard Chambers, you got anything to say about that, Willie?
No, no. I mean, you know, these are seriously. This is we can't.
What do you say? Yeah.
Well, just so you just can't say
There's
anything. at the moment.
investigations
There's an
underway,
investigation process.
and you know they have to go through that process. And obviously, it's not. We prefer we weren't in this situation, but
Prefer to
we
talk
are where
about
we
Tama
are.
and Shane.
Yeah, but also like the whole thing of when did Mark Mitchell know? Apparently November last year. You know, surely something like this, would you tell the public there was complaints, or how does that work?
Well, if there's an investigation in place, as there is, then absolutely.
Okay. Hey, opportunity. You're not seeing an opportunity with them.
Well, the reality is that they're masquerading as a centrist party, but we don't think they.
Dude, I do not get this attack point that Nationals got. Like, this is a potential coalition party you could deny Labour. It's just, like, politically stupid. Like, I like it because, like, at least, this means that there's a less chance for National coming in government next time around. But Jesus Christ, like, their team is fucking up massively coalition-wise here.
And drag.
They're coming up with a massive new tax, land tax, and they want
So
a
roll them out.
universal.
You wouldn't work
basic
with them.
income. Well, look, that's something for the leader to decide at an appropriate time. But
He's already decided. He already said fuck off. I think Labour needs to take a strong stance there. Hopefully he brings it up.
What was your gut tell you?
well, my gut tells
right
me
now,
is that
4 months.
they're very similar to the Greens in many of their responses, and
So you wouldn't want to work with them.
if you want to have a strong, stable, centre-right government, you've got to vote for National.
Well, we're 4 months out from an election, right? This is Goldie's view right now. But 4 weeks out from the election, if
He's
the
showing off that he's got
if
some
the
maths.
Opportunities Party goes past 5%, let's see what Goldie says here.
They'll be in like Flynn.
They'll be in like Flynn. They change their principles, their ethics. They are the most he's a nice fella, Goldie.
Hey, so you can talk.
Tremendously
Okay, why don't you rule out Winston Peters then?
Well, Winston's ruled us out, hasn't he?
Yeah, but hang on.
Hey, Winston,
Where's your morals?
Winston will be ruling
where's
Shane
your
Jones
balls?
out soon
Where's
after
your
yesterday's
balls?
press conference.
Yes,
What a
yeah.
shock.
Yes.
The
Well,
mild.
Wait. Wait. I need to look at that's a fucking that's a man who's already admitted defeat. Oh shit.
Conference because he's too he's,
I know. They've pulled.
Hey,
Have you ever seen him doing a press conference?
No, this is-
There's no way that the Labour people would let him have a press conference. Not recently.
And at least at my press conferences, I don't have to rule out
Willie.
the fiscal holes, the billions.
the
that
last-
you
the
can-
last
Shut up,
press-
you're being very loud this morning.
The last press conference he did was when he was announcing a merger of Radio New Zealand and TVNZ, and he spent 20 million and nothing happened.
Yeah,
so I
actually,
mean,
they have-
I'm
We
having to
didn't
clean
spe-
up that
we
mess.
didn't
I have to spend my whole life cleaning up his.
Okay.
Nobody even knows you're the media minister. What are you talking about? What do you?
Willie,
Yes.
Willie, can I talk to you about the candidate vote, the two ticks
What do you
for
think? Māori vote?
Māori electorates? And Labour campaigning fully on 2 ticks.
Absolutely 2 ticks.
Because Te Pāti Māori was. Did you see what they said this week, Debbie?
They're a bit confused at the moment. I don't know what
they're
JT's
all
been
over the
saying to
place.
them lately.
They're all over the
They're a bit confused, my mates in Te Pāti Māori. We're going for both votes.
Yeah.
We've got some outstanding
But what if
candidates.
what if doing a one vote trick could get these guys out of?
I think we're going to get these guys are going to get themselves out. I mean, look at this terrible press conference from Tama Potaka and Shane Jones.
Oh, no one's going to
The
remember
last
that tomorrow.
24 hours.
I
No,
think
no,
they've overdid
the backtracks, the dishonesty.
How did the Maori electorates look for Labour? I don't think they look very good. Obviously Labour lost, like 2023 was just a year of like Labour kind of floundering and losing a lot of people to the Greens and Te Pāti Māori, but I think this time around we're going to get a lot of the Māori seats from what I can see projected. And I think same thing. I think we might claw back some from the Greens, considering Labour decided to put more emphasis on like lower strata people.
unethical behaviour.
So you're full.
I'm saying that we're going full on for the two votes, mainly because if you have a strong candidate, then you'll get that flow on in terms of the party vote. We won the party vote in all 7 seats last time.
Would you welcome, though, if Te Pāti Māori is going to do a strategic thing and say just vote for Te Pāti Māori candidate, give your party vote to Labour or the Greens or whatever?
If they want to run that strategy, thank you very much. We'll take their strategy, but that's not going to be a change of our strategy. And good luck to them. But we've got outstanding candidates. Kingy.
I fucking love this guy. He's so based. I think one of the interviews he had like a month ago about talking about his strategy with like the Modi votes. He basically just said, "Yeah, they can fuck off." Like, I'm doing campaign strategy with Labour, not for Te Pāti Māori. If they want to work with us, fine, whatever. But like, we're gonna take all your shit. Give me that shit, bro. I want your clothes, your boots, your motorcycle.
Kitty on TP
we don't need to hear about all your candidates.
we've got one.
We don't need to hear about your candidates.
You got anything else?
You stand in the Māori
Well, I would have, but they don't want me. They just want me on the side.
he just says-
Kushla
he
Tangaide.
doesn't understand
Fabulous.
anything.
Who else?
All right.
But
Kieran Leone.
Man.
Okay, all right, we get it.
Goldie thought he was cooking with that one. He thought he was cooking.
Willow
Candidates.
Jean Fry.
apparently, it's the Labour Party national conference this weekend. We just wonder, maybe we might have another policy. Who knows? We've got two. I think.
Policies.
Capital-
That we're on
capital
fire.
gains tax
People are
and-
loving our
and something else.
policies.
Who knows?
Hey, good to see you both.
Transport
is that it?
policies.
You've missed me.
the greatest policies. You've never seen something as great as this.
I just started. He
Guys,
spoke the whole
it's been
time.
like
I hardly
7
got a word
minutes.
in.
It's been 7 minutes at least.
Yeah, let's watch that press conference again.
Good
Shane
to see
Jones.
you both.
Oh, hey, brother, how's it going?
Nice to be back.
You drinking once more?
Yeah, kia ora. Yeah, try and do some more work, eh? You go
Billy
on the
Jackson,
taxpayers.
Paul Goldsmith. The taxpayers have never paid for one of my holidays.
I want to watch this before we get back into some more local politics stuff because I'm actually interested in this one.
Go City's trillions in distressed debt and the biggest bankruptcy in Chinese history. Just 5 years ago, the world was obsessed with China's property collapse, but today the headlines have moved on to incredibly advanced electric vehicles, solar dominance, and hyper-advanced robots, leaving a massive question unanswered. What actually happened to China's massive housing crisis? Has it essentially been cancelled by a massive boom in advanced industries, or is it still there in the background, silently dragging down China's economy?
You know, Orange, actually, I never asked you, because you're always straight. Are you US based? Because I remember you brought up that like California election or whatever. Are you in the US? You banning me today? I didn't ban you. I think you sent a message that was a bit poo poo, and I just think that it didn't accept it. And I didn't actually like allow or deny that message. So apparently you were like shadow banned in a sense. But I didn't ban you like last time. I just genuinely didn't like see because you like kept typing, so it kind of moved away. So I didn't really see it in chat because I've got like my OBS multi-channel because I'm dual streaming, so I can't really see the Twitch interface. I'm a Scot. I get you're a Scot, but like there are many Scots in like Appalachia, from what I understand. So like, are you US based or are you actually a bonger?
While the world is distracted by shiny new Chinese technologies. Answering these questions was not easy since China is increasingly restricting the data they share with the world. But there are now two pieces of really exciting research that I just had to share with you today. First,
Absolute fucking Scot. All right, I'm just gonna presume you're a bonger now. All right, that's how I'm gonna continue to act. if you're gonna go down that route. Do you have the funny accent too? Are you like a full fucking Scot? Bagpipe skirt, the funny fucking Shrek accent. You got the whole shebang.
A comprehensive new macroeconomic paper was recently released that maps China's current trajectory directly against Japan's infamous property bust-induced lost decade. But before getting into that paper, we first need to contextualize it with worrying new data from China. Well, we know from the experience of Japan, Europe, and the US that massive housing busts can cause so-called Great Depressions, Great Recessions, and even lost decades. If we look at China's macroeconomic data, it's really weathered the storm
Sorry, 1 second. Okay.
remarkably well. While economic growth has slowed down from around 10% to 5% and more recently 4.5%, that's still something that rivaling economies like Japan and the US can only dream about. However, for China, the main worry is not about low growth, but rather about how sustainable that growth is.
Yeah, the demand.
You see, before 2022, property investment was one of China's main engines of growth.
Man, that shit's that's a bruh moment. Look at that fucking girl. Holy shit.
But as you can see here, not only has that growth turned negative, it's getting worse each year. And so far, 2026 looks like the worst year yet, with property investment falling by a whopping 16.2%. But property investment is part of overall fixed asset investment, which also includes infrastructure and notably
Bro, what the? Did you just go to like Google Translate or something and write something down? What the fuck are these hieroglyphics? what the fuck is this bullshit, dude? Oh, is it Gaelic? Oh, no wonder they look like fucking hieroglyphics. Are you trying to skirt around like Twitch taking down your shit by using hieroglyphics? Is that what you're doing? There you go. This fucking guy. Look, if you're truly a Scot, you wouldn't have had to use Google Translate to put in Gaelic stuff, okay? I'm trying to question your Scottish ancestry.
factory investments. And actually, after a COVID drop and subsequent recovery, growth in fixed asset investments has hovered around 4%. But worryingly,
No. I'm speaking my native tongue. Sure. The fuck? Well, so are you like a Highland Scot then? Because I know a lot of the Lowlanders, they're Anglo cucked out. Not a lot of them could speak Gaelic. You keep trying. Look, it's your liberty as a human being to keep speaking, putting Gaelic in the chat. But like, brother, I am not going to be able to say any of this.
this picture has now flipped. Fixed investments, which include infrastructure, property, and factory investments, are now dragging down growth by 4.1% in 2026. And in my opinion, the bigger picture is even more worrying because total fixed investments now look like they have, after years of
This bread tickles your woman's puss. What does that even mean, brother? On his beard. Okay, got you. Sorry. His beard tickles your woman's puss. So true, man. So true. You fucking got me.
almost exponential growth have genuinely plateaued. But of course, investment is just one of the three major components of economic growth alongside consumption and exports. This brings us to the second piece of worrying data, which is that While Chinese
There he
consumer
goes again.
spending was growing relatively slowly
Gets a rambling
from a
Gaelic.
Chinese perspective at about 3% after the real estate bust, this has now turned negative in May, which only happened
Can't even read English. Brother, I misspoke one word and then I recorrected. Okay.
in the last couple of years during COVID. On the other hand, as most of the world knows all too well, Chinese exports are still absolutely exploding. However, the problem
Oh,
for China is that it
subsidized
is now
industry. I
so
love it.
big that it cannot really export its way out of trouble. Because if we look at the composition of Chinese GDP historically, even though China, we all know, has been an exporting powerhouse, these gray bars at the top, they represent exports. That is just a
You said bread. Yeah, I did say bread and I
fraction of
recorrected to
China's
beard, you fucking chud. And then I recorrected it. Can you grow it? I can grow a beard. It's just very fucking annoying. Because it gets all like scruffy over here. So I got the stash only.
total economy. Instead, local consumption, which has been falling, and investments, they are far more important for the Chinese economy as a whole. So if we see that now both investment in total and consumption is negative, then that's really something to worry about. But what's causing it? Well, we know that Chinese industry is still stronger than ever. And we know from history that massive housing busts can
It's like the thing with my beard. No, because the thing with my beard, it's not like the long like things like the Punjabis can grow or whatever. It's like one of those I can get like a nice good like thick like kind of beard around my chin area. But the problem is because like it's just naturally like shorter hair, it immediately starts curling and then it starts like digging into my skin. It's the most annoying shit. So it's either I have just basically like a long stubble, or I just like go clean shave it off, and I'd rather just not deal with it because I'm a big low maintenance kind of guy.
and suppress economic growth for years, if not decades. So Chinese property investments getting worse and worse, more negative and more negative, is actually a really strong signal that the property crisis is not just still ongoing, but that it may actually be getting worse. That is what it looks like. But is that actually the case? Is China's housing crisis to blame? This gets us to a new detailed paper on the Chinese housing bubble that is called A Tale of Two Countries, the real estate crisis in 1992.
Yeah, excuse the silver armband. Okay. I would say probably, considering your drinking habits, you having a beer probably helps you out quite a bit because you can use it as like a rain collector to grab all the alcohol you missed from your lips.
Japan and contemporary China, where Harvard professor Kenneth Rogoff and IMF economist Yuan-Chan Yang not only present new super detailed city-level data on China's housing crisis, they also compare that to new super detailed data from Japan's property bust. So, how exactly has China's housing crisis been going? As you can see here, it's still ongoing. There is no sign of prices stabilizing or coming back up, and notably,
fucking spreadsheet.
second-tier cities like
Jesus
Xiamen,
Christ.
Guangzhou, Xiangyang, and Zhengzhou have seen an almost 30% drop in house prices since their peak. Meanwhile, top-tier cities like Beijing and Shanghai hidden over there have only seen a 10% reduction in house prices so far. Comparing that to less
That's a Miss Big Lips is a black thing. Yeah, I'm telling you, you have small lips. So all the drink can't fit in your mouth, so you're using your beard as a rain collector.
detailed data on Japan's housing bust, where house prices dropped to
You completely look. I may have misspoke, but you misunderstood. That's even worse.
around 40% of their peak. The authors conclude that if China's adjustment unfolds in a similar way as Japan, it would mean China has not gone halfway through the transition. But by contrast, if China's path is eventually comparable to the United States, it appears to have already covered roughly 2/3 of the adjustment before reaching the bottom. So, what does that mean for China's economy? Is a Japan style decade long stagnation still the most likely scenario, or should we expect a swift bounce back in just a few years, as we saw in the United States? To answer that question, Rogov and Jiang identify 3 channels through which
Yeah, Sanjeet. Okay. All right. Fuck me. But wait, considering you can speak Gaelic, well, are you a Highland Scot? I think I asked this already. Save that dodging shit. So, are you a Highlander? That's the real question. Are you a Lowland scum or are you Highland scum?
housing busts affect the economy if there is no credit crunch. And that's a big if. You see, as various research papers have shown, after the 2007 crisis, Western banks severely restricted borrowing to firms right after 2007, helped turn an asset bust into what we now know as the Great Recession. However, if we look at Chinese bank lending data, we can see that while Chinese state-owned banks did slowly reduce lending to the property sector, they increased lending to the advanced industries that dominate the news cycle today by massive amounts, almost.
I don't know sometimes. Wait, I don't know. Sometimes on the females, I like the. Okay. All right. We get it. You're ashamed of being called a Highlander because, those people, they're backwards. They're still stuck in time with the tribes. We get it. Don't worry. You don't have to explain it to me. I understand that, you're a citizen of the northern wastelands, I understand that you guys live in basically Fallout 4 as a fucking environment, so it's cool, It helps me. No, I get it. You're you proudly live in Inverness, straight and right next to the canine fertility clinic. And I understand you visit there sometimes because you want to just look at dog semen.
40%. And therefore, overall lending growth remained positive around 10%.
All right, the first movie was good, to be fair. Yeah, fair enough.
That's very different than what happened during the Great Recession in the West. So, if unlike the US after 2007, China did not experience a credit crisis, but rather a credit shift from property to manufacturing, then why are both investment and consumption now in so much trouble? This brings us to the 3 non-financial channels described by Rogov and Yang. First, there's the so-called investment channel. And to understand how this works, have a look at this graph. First, the blue lines show residential.
Science here, I volunteer at the local abortion clinic. King! You know what? It's a step up, looking at dog semen. That's already one thing, but you know what? Looking at the product of said dog semen, I can expect that. I can respect that a lot.
Real estate investment over GDP in Japan, which peaked in the 1980s and 1990s at around 6%, after which they dropped to 3%. Meanwhile, the red bars represent Chinese property investment, which shot up much faster from about 2% in 97 to about 10% in 2020. Today, it has already dropped to about 5%. Now, if you follow the logic of the investment channel, then less property investment is really bad for the economy because it means less business for architects, less business for builders, realtors, kitchen sellers, electricians, furniture shops, and so on and so on. And as we have seen, negative property investment was definitely a huge drag on the Chinese economy for the past years. But so far, it has been offset by a massive investment boom in manufacturing, meaning that total investment remained positive until this year, when property investments were worse than ever.
All right, let's see this. Let's see what you've given me. Okay, all right, okay, you fucking. you give me a Nazi funk headache. Okay. Okay.
And at the same time, China's
No gonna lie, man. I vibe with you. I vibe with you. Good and fun. Yeah, no, it's like it's all good, you know. It's all jokes or whatever. Like I've got my shit in my country, and you're a Brit bunga, so it's whatever. You know, we all got our little different things. Like, you know, I'm a bit of an edgelord myself. You know, I grew up on the internet, like most people my age did. So like, words don't really mean that much to me unless you know there's intention behind it. That is a different story. But I was like, it's like fucking whatever. Like, yes, I troll, but for sure. But you're gold in my book. Yeah, like I'm not a fucking like funless chud. I can have fun, you know.
leadership started its so-called anti-involution campaign,
Yeah,
which is
right,
an
yeah.
effort by the government to curb hyper-competition and overcapacity in crowded sectors like solar and EV manufacturing, which meant that local governments had to
Believe it or
reduce
not, yeah.
excessive investments in these
What's that fucking Fuentes thing? That's like the two things. It's like, you know, you, me, against the progressives, total progressive death. Yeah, I hate Fuentes. Yeah, but like, the man is funny. You can't like not say that. You know, the man's fucking hilarious. He's got some really good clips. But, you know, you, me, total progressive death. Oh, yeah, he definitely. Yeah, no, yeah, he's a funny motherfucker. You can't like put that against him. But he's dumb as fuck. Yeah, definitely. Like his daddy definitely did a half nut when he got his mom pregnant because there's a couple chromosomes missing. But you know, it's like fucking whatever.
sectors that they had previously made to hit their GDP growth targets. But it gets worse. The second channel through which housing busts affect the economy is that a lot of households used to save for the future via having a second or third property. And as house prices went up, households felt
I will say, no troll, straight up. You're a good lad. Arigato. Yeah, like as I said, like I think dark humor is pretty fun to like fuck around with because you know, like Mr. Roboto. I said arigato. Dankeschön. Thank you. No, but like yeah, like I don't get people who get really sensitive around like dark humor or like satirical stuff and stuff like that. Obviously, if you like have a big intention around it and like you're really like deep rooted in some of these things, it's a different story. But like I could not give a fuck about just words alone. It's like the most stupid shit ever. But yeah, people are easy to rate. Yeah, like dude, holy shit, it's crazy. Like there's a reason why clip farming even exists. It's because like man, some people just get agitated so easily for no fucking reason.
rich and therefore were confident that they could afford to spend more and more.
Rather than check my channel, just in game lol. Oh, sorry, I can't see the full message. Rather than they check my channel and I just game lol, find it hilarious. Yeah, it's like whatever, you know. It's like yeah, like I'm just doing politics stuff mostly because I want to get people engaged and stuff. But like I don't want to. Because the whole reason I'm streaming too is like I'm just trying to build a community of people who aren't retarded. Like you don't have to share like the exact same opinions and me like copy paste. It's kind of like just the thinking process. I could not give a fuck about like what you exactly think specifically or whatnot. Yeah, my Discord is crazy. Yeah. My stream is vastly different, yeah. Like, funny enough, I'm actually thinking about making a Discord for my shit specifically. Because, like, you know, I'm a politics guy, I like to debate. So I might have, like, a thing where, I have, like, a voice channel where I'm in, like, is, like, drag people into, like, debate certain topics they want to talk about, you know, to do stuff on stream. But, man, I gotta set that up, and that'll take me, like, probably, like, a day, because I've got my job, and then I come back and I stream after that. So it'll take me, like, a day to probably, like, set that whole thing up. You allow everyone, yeah? How long have you been streaming for? Because, like, I think you brought this up before. Oh, you work full time. Work. Oh, nice. Yeah, dude, it's so hard. It's like mentally draining streaming and having like a life outside streaming. I see why you drink. I'll put it like that. I've got these things to keep me occupied. Want to say two? Damn. Oh fuck, you've been doing content for a while now. Do you have like a YouTube channel and a stream, or do you just have your stream and that's it? Not just Twitch? Ah, yeah, fair enough. Fuck, how many like viewers do you have then, or followers or whatever? Have you like actually gotten like a certain like viewer base, or have you just kind of been cruising along? This year, I hope Respawn. Hey, that's sweet. So, do you just do gaming stuff, or is like also do you also already like dabble in politics too? But life shit is very yeah, it's vastly like changed. Yeah, I just started with the PC debates, etc. PC broke, and now just vibing. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. What did your PC like? Did the IDF put like a fucking bomb in your PC and it blew up, or like what happened? I'm more. Oh, so you do like philosophy stuff? Okay. Yeah. They put a pager bomb in your fucking PC, dude. It's over. They must. Yeah. They they got you. So do you have like a was like I don't really do too much philosophy. I just kind of know here or there. Like, do you actually have like a philosophical position, or is it more just like do you just like describe about like how you feel about things and like why you feel about them the way you do? It's hard to explain. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, philosophy is like a. There's a reason why I don't touch philosophy. It's like a whole other thing. You genuinely have to like specifically be like a philosophy guy, or have like 24/7. Like there are some like we've talked about D a couple times, but like yeah, like obviously because he's a full-time streamer, he gets time to like research or whatever. Like I have my life, so like I can only really focus on like one thing. Like I don't believe in good or evil. Yeah, well like that's like moral realism or whatever, right? Or anti-realism. I can't, as I said, like I don't know the fucking terms. It's subjective and objective. Truths is dependent on way too many aspects. Yeah, like for me, I just think that like from politics to morals, everything is perspective based. Like I'm a member of the Labour Party here in New Zealand, which is like a center left party, and I remember I joined a call when they were talking about like door knocking strategies, and what kind of blackpilled me is that there was not a single like moral voter there, if that makes sense. Like in the sense of like when they were asked to like give their stories about why they joined the party or they wanted to get politically engaged, it's because something happened to them in their life. And I was the only one on that call who was like, I'm gonna like join this political movement because I can actually empathize with other people. Like I'm a middle class guy. I've got a stable family situation. I'm running like you know my own business. I actually have like no direct benefits from joining this movement, but I can sympathize with other people, and without something happening to me, I can like use my thought process to get to a conclusion. So it just kind of blackpilled me that like, because like it wasn't just that video call. It kind of just showed me that a lot of people are like what I would term it as like a moral voter, as like they don't vote on their community, they vote based on things that are happening to them, like stuff like that. It's like, yeah, you really need like that come to Jesus moment sometimes. Yeah, I think it's definitely different depending on countries. Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I'm just speaking to my country, but I feel like, man, just in the West, people vote with their wallets a lot. Like I talked about this previously in a stream before, but like, honest to God, if somehow like a fascist dictatorship was like made it so that everybody had like a perfect standard of living, and like everybody was living in like Wakanda basically, people would have no actual like problem with that fascist dictatorship, and that kind of black pills me a lot. Like, not many people are actually like ideologically inclined that much, which is kind of like depressing in a sense. Rather, socialists could be that. Yeah, well, it's the same with the like socialism. Like, if the Soviet Union somehow actually gave a better standard of living for their people than like the U.S. did, it would still be standing today. Because the whole reason remember, like the reason why the Soviet Union collapsed actually wasn't because of like, it wasn't political instability. It was because the economy was just crumbling for decades after the 50s, and then it just slowly went downhill. So yeah, yeah, I know you're a Natsock. You've been very open about. Well, to be fair, like, remember, National Socialism was the ideology of the man we both love and cherish. But yeah, like yeah, obviously because you're a Natsock, you're not exactly a liberal like me. But like, yeah, it just sucks a lot whenever even like my party over here, when I talk to a lot of people, like there had to be something that happened in their life for them to get like involved in the system. It just kind of sucks, which is why, like, as I said, I'm building this platform and trying to get a community off the ground, because like I just need people to think with their brains, basically.
However, now that housing prices are dropping for years, households are
I'm not even gonna click that link because I already know what it is. I know what the Free Arabian Legion is, my brother. I'm a history buff myself. Um, I'll put it like this: just do me a favor, search up the MIFO bills. Like, even if the Nazis won, that whole like state would have collapsed. Like, the economic model they built literally built around them winning the war totally. Like, they needed to like basically like conquer all the lands, pillage all of their economic like output, and then bring it back to the homeland to pay off the MIFO bills, or else everything was going to collapse in real time. Which is what we saw in real life with NC basically. I offer you a Ribbentrop. Okay. So am I Molotov? You can be my Joachim. You can be the Joachim to my Ribbentrop.
actually seeing their wealth
God,
shrink
you're
and
Westworld.
therefore accordingly are spending less. This is called the consumption channel. Finally, the authors show that in Japan, areas where housing prices dropped fastest, households also became increasingly pessimistic, reducing their consumption even more, and they call this the sentiment channel. And using a large language model, they see that the same effect is clearly happening in China as well, especially in second tier cities where the housing crisis has hit the hardest. Consumers are increasingly pessimistic about China's economic future. So, in conclusion, how has China's housing bust been going? Well, it's still very much ongoing.
Yeah, like, remember what China did with Evergrande. They basically showed, because the Chinese people don't actually have like a vector of investment within their country, because private capital technically doesn't exist unless you're like an oligarch or a business owner. Which is ironic for a socialist country, right? But like, the funny thing is that because the state came in and intervened in the market like this, it's dropped any sort of like confidence within investments within China. So that after that one crash, it's just been like a downward fucking spiral to the fucking bottom.
But because China shifted to a massive manufacturing boom in investments and lending via its state-owned banks, we have not seen the effects as strongly yet as Japan in the 1990s or the US after 2007. But now that China's anti-involution campaign is reining in manufacturing lending, We are starting to see the macroeconomic effects of China's property bust more clearly again. But how long will that take? Will China's housing bust be more like the US, Japan, or worse? Given that US private banks cleared their debts much more quickly, I think the answer is that China's housing bust will probably be more like that of Japan. And if China's housing bust will play out like Japan, we can expect another 6 years of lackluster consumption. And if the anti-involution campaign continues, we can now expect much worse investment growth in China as well. China's strategy has been so far to rely on manufacturing investments to compensate for this, but with households suffering from the real estate bust, unable to buy enough solar panels, EVs, and robots, this excess production inevitably was sent overseas.
So I remember the reason why the Japanese economy crashed and like how why it stagnated after, because there were all these like things about, oh, Japan's going to overtake the US or whatever, and now obviously with China it's the same thing. The main reason these economies boomed and then just completely fell flat is because of subsidized industry. Because if you don't foster like domestic demand, what ends up happening is that you have to keep exporting all of your product, and there's never any like internal investment pool or internal generation of capital or demand. So what ends up happening is like inflation is bad, but what's like an absolute economic rape is deflation. Like if you get into deflation, it is so hard to get out of that pit, because deflation basically shows that like your population is completely disengaged with the economy. Like inflation just means that people want to really like get involved, but like because of like the current inflation rates, they just can't. So all you have to do is fix the inflation. Deflation is both like an economical thing and even a societal thing at the same time. So like obviously like there's the meme of like, oh, China's over, guys. In 1 year it's over. It's like, I know that's a meme, but genuinely speaking, give it like 10 years and like you're gonna see their growth rates actively like get flatlined, and you're gonna see deflation starting to become a bigger talking point.
But if we look at China's massive economy, we can clearly see the problem. China is simply too big to rely on exports to get out of this economic crisis. So with the manufacturing investment boom coming to an end, I think it's likely that the world will again have to start worrying about China's continuing housing crisis. But for a more detailed dive into the other side of its economy, its high-tech success and export success, I highly recommend you check out some key follow-up articles from our advertising sponsor, The Economist. Specifically, start with a deep dive on...
All right, I'm gonna get a coffee. I'm gonna be right back, Chooms. back. Time for some more boring ass politics. Actors doing their little thing. Oh, one of my mates pointed this out to me, that there was the whole Naidu affair about him joining the Labour Party even though he was a policeman, but now it's like a sexual scandal in the police force, which is like pretty interesting.
Kia ora, I'm Chelsea Daniels, and this is The Front Page, a daily podcast presented by the New Zealand Herald. The New Zealand Police has been rocked by an investigation into the country's top cop. An inquiry is underway into complaints against Police Commissioner Richard Chambers. He is strongly denying those claims. But it comes at a time when trust and
Let's go, guys. Politics and sexual scandals, the one thing that's always united.
confidence in police is on shaky ground already. Today on The Front Page, NZ Herald's senior investigative reporter Michael Morra is with us to take us through how we got here and what happens next. So, Michael, first off, tell us what led us here.
So what we know is that the Police Minister, Mark Mitchell, received information about two complaints relating to two separate women who were
Oh
making
my god, it's not just one?
against our Police Commissioner, Richard Chambers. Now, Mitchell's office has told me that the first complaint was received on the 21st of November last year, and then there was another complaint, and that was received on the 1st of February this year. Now, both those complaints, Mitchell says, were then referred to the IPCA and the Police Integrity Unit. Now, it's unclear precisely when the IPCA or the National Integrity Unit at Police began their investigations proper into each of these complaints, how far along they are or when they might reach a conclusion. But given these complaints are still being investigated, it would be safe to assume that they have not been substantiated at this time. And so what we now have is a situation where the various public agencies who are overseeing this investigation, and including the Minister's office, are essentially shutting down. They're not wanting to talk about this. They've essentially sort of issued holding statements to press and saying we're not going to be commenting anymore while this process plays out. And to an extent, that's fair, because these are allegations, and there is a natural justice process to follow here to let all of this play out. Another point I would make is that, just to help you understand and our viewers understand how the IPCA and the National Integrity Unit might work. So they often work together, right? And what you have here is some allegations which the IPCA has received, and then it's said to police, hey, look, you guys are going to need to investigate this. And the key reason for this is because the Independent Police Conduct Authority, they are not made up of sworn officers. So if you want to carry out a evidential process or an interviewing process where you may be laying criminal charges, that is not the legal role of the IPCA. Their role is strictly to investigate matters, but to write reports and make recommendations and findings on those investigations. So when you have allegations of a potentially criminal nature, and when it involves police officers, it's often then that the Integrity Unit gets involved.
What do we know so far about the allegations, or what can we say about them?
Well, I understand that one of the complaints relates to a woman who made historic sexual allegations against Chambers. This has prompted two detectives from the National Integrity Unit to fly to Australia to her home to conduct interviews with her. They went over there earlier this month on the 4th and 5th of June, and they were planning to return this week to Australia to continue interviews with her. Now, it's understood this woman has made claims in relation to Chambers when they were in a relationship more than 20 years ago, and they were living at Red Beach, north of Auckland. So detectives are still working on this. They're still gathering evidence and conducting interviews. And like I said, we expect that they will be there in Australia over the weekend, potentially continuing to talk to one of these complainants. Now, in terms of the other complainant, there's not much information I know for sure about that case. TVNZ has reported that it related to an apparent incident in a lift. I've seen no evidence of that. Of course, the police are not confirming whether that is the case or not.
Now, with the National Integrity Unit involved and them going to those lengths to interview that woman, it kind of gives you the seriousness of how they're taking these allegations, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, they would not fly over twice to Australia unless they were taking this matter very seriously. There is no doubt that they are. But I think it's also important to emphasise Commissioner Richard Chambers' perspective on this. He has come out and said he strongly rejects the claims that have been made. He says he will fully...
No, what? The guy's got allegations against him, refutes them? No fucking way. Or he must be telling the truth then. Why are we talking about this?
cooperate with inquiries, and he looks forward to having the matter dealt with. Now, we have asked Richard Chambers, you know, when he became aware of the allegations, what he makes of them, and whether he's been given a sort of timeline of when things will be wrapped up. And we haven't had an answer to those questions yet. I suspect it's probably highly unlikely, given that there is an internal process to be followed, that Chambers will be offering commentary on every aspect of the investigation while it's still yet to play out. That would be a fairly risky thing to do and pretty problematic.
And he's not stepping down at this stage?
No, so given Chambers is the police commissioner and also the chief executive of a public agency, the police, the Public Service Commission has oversight of employment matters when it comes to public service bosses. Now, I've asked specifically the public service, on what basis have you made that decision not to stand the commissioner down? Now, they are basically being very tight-lipped, and all I have had to a whole lot of answers is a response from a spokesman at the Public Service Commission who said, based on the information available, the Commissioner, Brian Roche, does not think that, i.e. Richard Chambers to stand down, is required at this time. I think the point there at this time is an important one. One would assume that the Public Service Commission will be watching and wanting any updates as this matter drags on.
What's Police Minister Mark Mitchell said about this so far? So he's known about this, since late November?
Exactly. So he's known about the first complaint since late November, and he's known about the second complaint since February. So we know that the IPCA was across these issues at least by that time, but possibly earlier than that. For example, the first complainant who was being interviewed in Australia, I understand she went to the IPCA around December last year. So these complaints have been in for some time. We don't know if the Minister, Mark Mitchell, has been inquiring into where things are at or what involvement, if any, he would have in this. One would assume that, as a Minister of the Crown, he is just completely hands-off at this stage. I mean, it is not his area of expertise, and certainly any sort of political pressure around this would be really, really risky. And, it's important to point out that Police Minister Mark Mitchell is saying he still has absolute confidence in Police Commissioner Richard Chambers. He said that he thinks the Commissioner is an outstanding police commissioner, that he's doing a very good job, and that police officers, in his words, attract complaints. He talked about the IPCA and said, look, that is the proper place for such complaints to go, and he's kind of left it at that. I'd be very surprised if you find that Minister Mitchell is making any further comment on this matter at the moment.
Well, it would be surprising for a minister to get involved in what is essentially an employment matter.
Absolutely. It is not his jurisdiction at all. So that will be something for the PSC to have oversight of.
I try to really pay attention to the rhetoric around the Naidu case, because like if the rhetoric was like this, then I would be fine with it. But if it was way more overblown, this would be deplorable. But I didn't look too much into it, so.
But more importantly, like I mentioned at the beginning of this interview, there are natural justice processes to play out here. You have two agencies, the IPCA, the National Integrity Unit. They are actively investigating, and so essentially everyone needs to leave them to do their work.
What are you thinking when you're reading about this?
It came very close to the last senior officer, which is, I think, public trust would be something that is at question here. Emotion moves faster than information. And so we've got two incidents that are happening, but we have to separate each one from what's happening. So right now, there's an investigation into a person, two allegations have been made, and we really do have to make sure that there's transparency with it, but the process goes all the way through to the end.
Well, all of this follows a pretty troubling time for police anyway, to say the absolute least, hey?
Yeah, look, this has been an incredibly bruising few months or year for police. We had the scathing IPCA report into the allegations made about Jevon McSkimming, and that found serious misconduct at the highest levels, including former Commissioner Andrew Costa. It's interesting when that all happened, because Mark Mitchell, the Minister, and Commissioner Richard Chambers came out really strongly in terms of their criticism. Mitchell essentially initially said that this was as a result of a corrupt police executive. He essentially alleged corruption of the former police executive for their inaction over that investigation before walking those comments back and saying he misspoke.
And I remember Judith Collins as well. She was quite harsh on them. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck.
Yes, that's exactly the words that she used. So she also insinuated the same claims. And of course, we know the Commissioner, Richard Chambers, said on multiple occasions that this amounted to a cover-up. So it's interesting from my perspective as a journalist to hear these comments and think about the sort of political implications, because those statements, all of them, in fact, went well beyond what the IPCA report actually found. In fact, the IPCA report found that there was no evidence of collusion between police officers. And of course, that sort of perpetuated things in terms of the story. I spoke exclusively to former Deputy Commissioner Tanya Kuta, who was very upset with the way in which she and her other colleagues had been characterised, and essentially said, look, Mitchell and Chambers have thrown us under the bus for their own, political motivations, and to, try and white knight themselves in the eyes of the public. And so, yeah, she was pretty annoyed about that. Absolutely. Pretty annoyed about that. And I think to some extent that's probably fair.
So tell me about the Public Service Commission's performance review of police. I understand that was, April?
Yeah, it was published in April. So this essentially came out, it was ordered by the Commissioner, Richard Chambers, and it was essentially a bit more of a deep dive into, what's going on at police at the moment. And it found issues that were wider than what the IPCA found in relation to police and the investigation into the claims made against Jevon McSkimming. And it said there was a perceived culture that holds seniors to a lesser standard than juniors. It spoke about what it termed tribalism at senior level.
In the woke spaces, we call this rape culture.
levels and a complaint system which wasn't effective for staff. So what it means by tribalism, what it explained in the report on tribalism, essentially this means that there is division at the top of police. It depends on who you are, your rank, the alliances you formed, and the connections you've managed to build. And that's obviously, PSC is alluding to that's pretty unhelpful in an organisation like police. It also talked about the insider threat within police at the moment, which is obviously another issue in terms of culture and integrity. And this was talking about instances of staff, misusing information, leaking operational details, or exploiting their position to get personal gain. And the concern from the Public Service Commission is that all of these factors disproportionately damage public confidence in police. So this is particularly important, I think, when we look back to 2004. And of course, we had the Dame Margaret Baisley report into police culture. And this, of course, was sparked in 2004 by the high-profile historic rape allegations made by Louise Nicholas against high-ranking police officers. So that report came out. It was it was very, very damning, exposed, a culture of sort of skepticism over people complaining of, assault, sexual assault victims, and revealed sort of pretty disgraceful conduct within police. Now, there was a set of recommendations from that. They've all been implemented and they're, all still being, worked on. But there's obvious still lingering issues within police. And, the PSC's report, as I said before, it came out in April this year, says that further work is necessary to resolve current integrity failings and set a clear course for long-term cultural reform. So this is the problem. There is still quite a lot of integrity and culture issues within police that continues to plague the organisation, and it has done for years. Now we are in a situation where we have allegations from two women about the country's top cop. Is that damaging? Well, absolutely it is. I emphasise again that nothing has been substantiated and that the Commissioner, Richard Chambers, says he absolutely rejects these claims. But in my opinion, the problem here is the public perception. It is not a great look for police, especially.
Yeah, like they really need to get this case done with soon, because like the longer you drag it out, the less innocent this guy will be. So even if he is innocent, it won't matter. But I'm pretty sure he's not, because like this is two women coming out is like already one thing. And I'll put it like this too. If he was innocent and there was like a lot of evidence leaning towards that, the rhetoric here would be less neutral. Because whenever people have neutral language like this, it usually means they're hedging because they really aren't sure. So I'm pretty sure this guy is fucked.
Especially when you consider all those historic reports and the culture and integrity issues that we've seen have been so pervasive within New Zealand police.
How do you think New Zealand police will be able to turn around that public perception after so many years of, well, decades as well, of one scandal kind of after another?
Oh, look, I mean, I think they are just continually working on it, right? I mean, you have all these recommendations from the report. You have, the PSC's report. That has a whole lot of ideas. I mean, there's people within police, the organisation itself, who are dedicated to this sort of thing. Cultural change can take time, and I can't say with any certainty when exactly that might happen. But look, I know that police have made incredibly strong strides towards better culture. There is no doubt. I mean, if you look back at the 2004 with the Louise Nicholas rape allegations, I mean, police have absolutely moved way, way beyond that. But as we know, that there are still some lingering issues. So I think it's just a work in progress.
Thanks for joining us, Michael.
Yeah, pleasure.
Right. So was that? I think we've already watched this. Yeah. This is gonna be retardations. I'm not gonna touch it. Ooh, Trump stuff. Ooh.
Hey guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Thursday, June 25th, 2026, and today we have some breaking news from the Washington Post, an exclusive here in which they find that Secretary RFK Jr., acting as what he deemed to be a White House liaison, likely in many ways a liaison for the president, urged Iowa candidates to drop out of the race to help Republicans win House control in the 2026 midterm elections. Recordings obtained by the Washington Post, as well as a number of key screenshots and pieces of evidence, show that RFK Jr. called up key screenshots and pieces of evidence
Okay,
show
thought he
that
misspoke.
RFK Jr. called up congressional candidates, not Republicans, not Democrats, but libertarians, and asked them the question, will you drop out of the race? The 2026 midterms have been moving in a direction that has been very negative for the Republican Party for quite some time now. From the very beginning, we've known that the 2026 House elections were in jeopardy for the GOP for a multitude of reasons, but in no small part due to the president's very, very low approval rating, even lower than Donald Trump's first.
Like, Trump truly is a historical person. Like, how are you so bad at your job that your unpopularity has beaten the last most unpopular president, which was you in your first term? That's it. That's like that's monumental.
Term in office and lower than at this point in time in 2018 and in 2020. But RFK Jr. acting as this White House liaison, calling these candidates, has raised real legal questions around the Hatch Act, using your official role and close proximity to the official side of American political business to do political favors, to make political questions, and ask these candidates to do different things that have to do with the American political system. Now, that is an entirely separate conversation. I am not a legal scholar. I don't have the answer for you as to whether or not RFK Jr. has broken the law or not. But the contents of this, I think, are far more alarming, and something that suggests that Republicans are really desperate, that their key cabinet official, RFK Jr., probably no more visible, maybe Marco Rubio, but that's up for debate here, calling candidates and making that ask shows how worried they are about the 2026 midterms. Broken down in this article are two key House races that RFK Jr. and the Republicans are targeting in terms of getting candidates out of the races: Iowa's 3rd District and Iowa's 2nd District. The question comes first to candidate here, the Libertarian candidate, Rick Stewart, who, when he was asked by RFK Jr., was asked whether or not he would drop out of the race. Now, the reason why Rick Stewart matters is because he's running in Iowa's 2nd Congressional District, a district that went to Ashley Hinson by 15.6%. And you might be thinking, well, if this race went to Hinson by 15.6, why are Republicans worried? Why would you need a libertarian out of the race? Well, honestly, that answer can be had because Ashley Hinson is running for Senate. She's not running for House. And Donald Trump only won the district by roughly 10 points. And all of the race ratings in this 2nd district right now consider this race to be quite a competitive one. The Cook Political Report, Larry Sabato's crystal ball, and Race to the White House all
White horse.
characterize this race
Misspeak.
as either tilt or lean Republican. Only Inside Elections has it as likely are, but they haven't updated their characterizations since March of last year. My anticipation, this race will be far more competitive than people realize. But with a libertarian candidate on the ballot, it runs the risk that candidates in this race and in this election, namely Joe Mitchell, the Republican nominee for Congress in this election, would end up seeing some vote siphoning away from him in favor of the libertarian, and in a very competitive House election, this district could flip blue, because it did. In 2016, Iowa's 2nd District, the previous 2nd District, which is in many parts portions of the 1st now, was a Republican district. But after 2018, Democrats flipped 2 out of the 4 House seats in Iowa, locked down the 2nd District, and the 4th District was 3.5 points away from a clean sweep for the Democrats in this state. a radical transformation of what was 75% Republican control to 75% Democratic control. After 2024, there was anticipation that it would be a guarantee that Marionette Miller Meeks would lose her election in 2026. Chances are that is going to happen. The 2nd District and the 3rd District are a bit more up in the air. Now, RFK Jr. didn't just go after the candidate in the 2nd District. The 3rd District also, we saw, got a call, a candidate there got a call from many people in the admin, but in this case, RFK Jr., who called up the Libertarian candidate in this election, who right now is not set to appear on the ballot. So it looks like that will be something avoided by Zach Nunn. But the point is that he was called back in early June and was made the request from RFK Jr. drop out of the race. Why? It's a district that Zach Nunn won by 3.5 points. The 2nd District is a bit more solid. But this 3rd District, in terms of anticipation, is a total toss-up. Inside Elections, which was the more Republican, in favor of the 2nd District, now says this race is tilt R. But in totality, it is extraordinarily competitive. And we know that makes for a very tough race. A tough race to win for the GOP. Zach Nunn actually was rejected from running for governor, which would have been an easier lift for him, I think, than running for the House here, but was rejected from running for governor by the president, who said, you need to run for House because this district is too important, and without you, we will probably lose it. It again reveals a broader insecurity, a broader set of issues for the GOP that the president himself had to call up Zach Nunn and say, you need to stay in this race, and then his cabinet secretary...
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure the Republicans are cooked this midterms. Because, like, yeah, the polling is dog shit. And also, I think just, like, yeah, as I said, people vote for their wallets. With their wallets. So, like, yeah. I just think because of the economic condition, the Democrats are going to sweep. Because I think the House was going to flip no matter what, but the Senate flipping is kind of crazy from what I've seen in the polling.
Needs to call the Libertarian, says you need to drop out of this race. It shows desperation. And I think it reveals far more about what some of the internal Republican numbers are saying. Why worry about a district that you just won by 16 and the president won by 10 unless you know this race might be lost? You might be thinking, is it real that libertarians spoil Republican candidates in this race? There's one thing for elected officials and for people in the Trump administration to go into electoral psychosis, where they fear so desperately that they're going to lose that they try to cover all their bases and end up getting themselves implicated in situations like these. But I actually am someone who believes that without libertarians in a number of key races, Republicans probably would have won. Split Ticket did this great analysis back in 2023, where they asked the question, which key races outcomes might libertarians have actually changed? And they have a whole list here. A number of races that if you were to assume that the unspoiled batch was that the majority of libertarian votes was going to the Republicans, I think they modeled here about 65% would have gone to the GOP, 20% to the Democrats, and the remainder would not have voted in a two-way race. You see here that a lot of these races end up flipping in favor of the Republicans. Numerous House seats, numerous Senate seats, numerous governor seats. That's something that could make a pretty big difference. But here's the thing. When you take a look at something that I think really will help you understand exactly what a spoiler effect might actually look like, we don't have to look that too far in the past. A lot of these examples are 2008, 2012, 2014. But one that really rings in my mind is the 2020 Senate election here in the state of Georgia. Now, this was a race where David Perdue got 49.7% of the vote. Jon Ossoff got 47.9% of the vote. Shane Hazel, the Libertarian, got about 2.3%. Now, if David Perdue had just gotten 50.1%, it would have avoided a runoff, and Democrats would have never won this eventual Senate seat against David Perdue. Jon Ossoff was only able to take him on because they headed to a runoff. In the first round of voting, Jon Ossoff did underperform Joe Biden in the state, as did as did Raphael Warnock. We would see Herschel Walker end up underperforming Trump 2 years later, but again, that also went to a runoff. And when you look at the data in 2020, the reason why Democrats were able to win Senate control was, yes, because Jon Ossoff was able to get to roughly 48%, but because Shane Hazel had 2.3%, if you were to apply the standard modeling practice you would to any libertarian vote share, David Perdue would have cleared the runoff and would have easily been able to win this election outright without Shane Hazel in the race. And that's the big story here, which is that the entirety of Senate control was defined by a libertarian candidate who kept this race more competitive and allowed more campaign time for Jon Ossoff, where he eventually slam dunked on David Perdue. But again, without Shane Hazel, that would have never come to pass. It's crazy to think about, but that is something that rings through my head when we think about libertarian candidates in races like these, and why people like RFK Jr. are getting even caught. And I'm sure this has happened without voice recordings. I'm sure this has happened without text messages, without evidence, without people like the Washington Post picking up on it. But these favors are made and they're asked because they've seen the effects of it in real time. If Jon Ossoff was never in the Senate, out goes every single major provision the Biden administration passed in the first 2 years of office. Throw out all of those key landmark pieces of legislation and all of those officials appointed through the cabinet, judges that were confirmed, Supreme Court vacancies that were filled. Throw all of that away if Jon Ossoff was never in the Senate. And Shane Hazel played a non-insignificant role in making that happen. But also, Iowa has seen it. Yes, this Georgia Senate race is the one that, to me, is the most notable. But back in 2020, Iowa's 3rd district stayed with the Democrats. The 2 other districts actually flipped to the GOP, but the 3rd district went to Sidney Axt. A big reason why she was able to defeat David Young was because in the eventual election, there was a libertarian who received about 3.4% of the vote. Again, break it down as you typically would, libertarian vote share. The Republicans could have won this race. The modeled unspoiled effect would be that Iowa's 3rd district went through the Republicans by 0.2%. It would have given Republicans 2 more years of lead time of having an entire Republican delegation. But now taking a look at 2026, it is clear here that Democrats are near guaranteed a flip in the 1st district and have real chances in the 3rd and an even, also a good chance in the 2nd district. That's why RFK Jr. is making this ask. In a year where Republicans can't afford to lose any ground, can't afford to lose any seats, these favors are being made because they know they can make a difference. If RFK Jr. could successfully lobby a libertarian to get out of the race, that would only increase the Republican Party's chances of winning. Like I said, there are libertarians all across the states, all across the country even. You take a look at a lot of these competitive elections and you'll see that maybe, just maybe, if these calls had been made and been successful, maybe some results could look different by the end of 2026. Maybe you could end up with a House advantage that Republicans might not have had before. Because if candidates like these are in fact pulling away 2, 3, 4% of the vote, it could jeopardize Republicans in a lot of key elections. And it also really does provide a viable alternative for Republicans who might feel disaffected by the candidates that are up before them in this year's midterms. For instance, when you take a look at races on the Senate side, one that also comes to mind when it comes down to Libertarian Party influence is the Texas Senate race. Right now, Ken Paxton is facing James Tallarico, but the Libertarians have a nominee, Ted Brown, who's running for Senate. And in the data, we see that although the Republicans hold the advantage, the data also shows that the Libertarian candidates, when you look, some cases are actually getting some notable percentages of the vote. For instance, when you look at the University of Texas and the Texas Politics Project, Ted Brown, the Libertarian, is getting around 3% of the vote. You can't ignore metrics like those. 3% might seem insignificant, but that's the margin that Ted Cruz won by in 2018. Iowa as well, just as one of these states that is just, again, of unique interest, simply because this is where the calls were recorded and leaked. When you go back in time and look at 2024, Iowa's 1st district went to Marionette Miller Meeks by 0.19%. There was no libertarian in this race. There was no other third-party candidate. If there was, it's very good of a chance that Christina Bohannon would have ended up winning this House race by a very narrow amount, because that's the effect that the Libertarian candidates have, that in the fact that they are a bit more right-leaning, in the fact that they represent a bit more of a libertarian, obviously, as suggested by the name, worldview here, it does sometimes gravitate more conservative voters, and that in and of itself is enough to push things over the finish line for Democrats, as it has before, even in Iowa as recently as 2020. So yes, while RFK Jr., I think, again, you can have any conversation around the Hatch Act, you have any conversation around the morality of this, it reveals something I think far more sinister. That the Republicans, in their fear of losing these elections, are looking to non-traditional outcomes to change the results of the midterms. And we've seen it with mid-decade redraws. We've seen it with the United States Supreme Court's decision around the VRA. They are pulling out every measure because they know that they are going to lose. And whether it's this or a redraw in North Carolina or the VRA's decision that gutted the only majority black district in Tennessee, these things happen for a reason.
Yeah,
And
it's
they
kind of
happen
crazy with the midterms. I just think they're gonna sweep the Dems. I don't see in any future where the Republicans actually somehow dominate these midterms unless the U.S. population is fucking schizo. That's a different ass conversation. Don't care about that. I'm good on that. What is that motherfucking thumbnail? Jesus, there's really nothing going on. Now let's take a look at this one.
Chris Lynch News with Airpark Canterbury. Locals supporting locals.
Both parties in the latest polls of all polls are not polling as well as they should be. Now, don't give me the excuse don't say this is MMP environment. This is exactly what they should be doing. But both parties are.
It's okay. This is not because of what MMP should be doing, but I think right now the reason why both parties are sliding the polls or at least stagnating is mostly because right now we're dealing with intra-party conflict. So like, Greens, Te Pāti Māori and Labour fighting between the same voter base, National Acted First fighting between the same voter base. So it's just intra-party conflict right now.
Down in the polls significantly in some respects. Why is that, do you think?
Oh, look, I think I think we have to acknowledge that people are doing it tough. And in the world, there's a lot of uncertainty. We've seen the Middle East. I think people are feeling just a little bit uncertain about what's going on. And look, when we talk about the polls, I think kind of also we need to mention actually in each of the polls, there's been a large number of people that are unsure or aren't naming a party. And so I think that kind of speaks to the uncertainty. They're just looking to make sure what's going to happen in the future. And I think that's why we really need to kind of outline our visions for the country going forward. And I think, and you'll see the National Party come out with some of our forward-looking policies in the next coming weeks. You've already seen we want to make sure that everybody gets a boost through the KiwiSaver, make
compulsory. We want to make sure that we can have solar panels on everybody's roof, because we think that we are looking to the future, and that's what we have been doing in our education space, in the RMA reform space, is really trying to make sure we can position New Zealand for the future.
Okay, I'll send you the invoice for that party political broadcast, because what I. But, you know, at the end of the day, though, but the parties aren't polling well, though, Hamish. And when you say there is uncertainty, and I don't disagree with you, but Tracy, generally when it comes to uncertainty, people just go for the same thing because it's better the devil you know than not. And I'll give you some examples, and you're probably well aware of this too. Like, I'm just thinking back in the horrible days of the Christchurch earthquakes, when National still won significantly despite all the issues, because it was kind of better the devil you know with that uncertainty that we were facing. So National won that party vote really handsomely across, I think, even the South Island. So shouldn't that uncertainty be better for National?
Well, I mean, they always say there's two types of elections. Time for a change, why put it all at risk? And I think the real problem for National at the moment, and why we're seeing the polls jump around a bit, is that people aren't feeling that turnaround. They're not feeling that turnaround that they were promised. And after, nearly 3 years, we're paying more, we're waiting longer, we're seeing cuts to the services that we all rely on. So I think people are just taking a closer look at the moment, and that's why the polls are sort of jumping around a little bit, because they're making a choice about whether it's time for a change, and whether they want to see, someone else take the reins and make some of those changes.
Hamish, that's a fair point, is it?
Hamish, take you up on that point.
Can I just take you up on the other point, though, when you talk about how the country it could be better off with the likes of KiwiSaver and solar panels? I mean, they're genuine good policies, but I hate to sound like David Seymour, but he said to me yesterday, the policies aren't really sexy. And in an election year, we need sexy policies. I don't genuinely think that the voters are going to go, oh, thank goodness we're going to be able to get solar panels to put on my home, or thank goodness KiwiSaver's changing, I must vote National. They're not sexy policies, and they're not going to make me go, wow, this is good. This is a what do you call it? A cost of, what is it? Cost of life? Thank you. And while those are good, they're not, I don't think they're vote winners, though.
Look, I think the New Zealand voter is actually quite attuned. I think
that's a fucking lie. No one is in tune. Like, no one gives a fuck about policy. Okay, people just want buzzwords and like snappy things. Okay, like no one actually does this. No one, hardly anybody even watches these kind of like how many views does it have? No, no offense to this guy. 362 views. There's 362 people who are like, you know what? Let me tune into this. Out of the millions of people we have in the country, no one gives a fuck about policy, okay? People are not that ideologically inclined.
I think they recognise things as pork barrel politics when it is. Like, you can say things are free. That's great. But the old adage is there's no such thing as a free lunch. You end up paying through your tax. You end up paying through inflation. And so I think the New Zealand voter is actually quite attuned to that. Yes, they may not be the things that are in bright flashing lights, but of course we need to make sure that we have a solid basis. And of course we are on a platform fixing the basics, building the future. And that includes making sure we get people through elective surgeries and things like that. And those are the things that are going to make a difference for people. You mentioned the cost of living. Yes, it has been tough. We have gone through a huge oil shock. I think the economists are pointing that the effects of that are going to be far shorter than actually was initially predicted. But of course, we've also seen mortgage rates fall. So the average mortgage is now $330 a fortnight cheaper, which house prices are one of the biggest cost items on a household's budget.
Okay, Tracy, would you like to respond just briefly?
I mean, look, people aren't feeling any better, are they? They're looking back.
Yeah, this is what I meant. Like, no one actually gives a fuck about the policies. Everybody just wants like a snappy policy to talk about and to like get them to hit home. Like, it's all about messaging. No one actually autistically like dissects every single policy. All right, no one does this. As I said, there's like 362 people who are like interested in this video, which means like that's a very small percentile of people who are actually engaged.
And they're going, are we better off than what we were 3 years ago? And when I talk to people almost every day, people are saying, no, they're worse off National talked a big promise before the last election about fixing cost of living, and we're going backwards. So that's the number one thing on people's minds, certainly when I speak to them, and that's why they're looking more closely at a time for change and someone else could do a better job. And, we're focused on the cost of living, jobs, health, home, and there's a reason for that, and that's because that's
Yeah, and let's look at what happened under the last government. House prices went up 30.
Remember, all right, COVID never existed. Whatever he says now had nothing to do with COVID. Had everything to do with bad government policy.
3%. Rents went up on average $175 a week.
Rents are higher up on this government, by the way.
That has caused a lot of issues, and we're cleaning up the mess.
Want to move on to the cathedral just briefly. So the council's pushing with funding the cathedral. I think despite mass opposition on this one, a Christchurch ratepayer, I don't know if you saw the story, has started a petition. When I published it across all my social media pages, I think it's up to about 7,000 signatures now. Tracy, to you on this, it's a lot of money. I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is a done deal as far as I can see, but does this just go to the heart of what, why councils are not trusted? Because we could do all these consultations and the majority of people say, no, we don't really want our rates going towards the cathedral, but they still do it anyway.
Yeah, and look, I've said on several occasions that we've talked about Christchurch Cathedral. It's dear to many people's heart. It's a heritage project. I think an awful lot of money has already gone into it, including 25 million from the last Labor government. I think when times are tough, and they are tough, and people are doing it too tough at the moment, they start to think, well, is this a good use of money? I think a petition gives people a chance to have a say and to voice those concerns, which has clearly been needed because they haven't felt heard. So, I'm all for people doing petitions. I'm all for differences of opinions about what money should be spent on. I just think it's kind of a sad situation that we can't get past.
I know. I kind of just want the thing to be fixed and built, Hamish, like I suppose many people do. But the trouble that I have with this is that I don't genuinely believe how much, if you put 25 million or 30 million, the cost just for this project seem to escalate. It's like one of those industries where it kind of becomes a sector within its own. And I worry that no matter how much money this thing gets, it's never really going to be finished. What do you say?
Yeah, I think we do need to make sure that the plan to actually finish it is locked in and concrete. I think people are probably a little bit over this project. Lots of people in Christchurch would love to see it fixed. Appreciate it's challenging times, and so maybe $6 extra a week or whatever it's going to cost. At a time when things are tight, maybe timing's not great. I think it's good to have a petition to make sure that people can have their say. I think the council has proposed a solution which would actually kind of get it over and done with, and allow the city to move on. Appreciate that's not the view of everybody.
And Hamish raises a good point. Because we've got to remember this is the capital spend, so it's not necessarily just money added onto your rate. So and it is conditional on other people chipping in as well. So ultimately we're going to find a way forward, and you can't kind of blame the council for at least putting a stake in the ground and saying, well, we're making a first move on this.
Yeah, I agree. One of my bugbears at the moment, though, just on a bit of a side note, is the mayor and the council coming out saying that the stadium was under budget and on time. Talk about moving the goalposts to make it sound all flash. Don't get me wrong, the stadium's a great thing, but man, can we have some honesty in the conversation? It was not on time. It was not on budget. It kept blowing out by millions of dollars, but all the council's done is they've reset the goalposts from one budget to the next. Come on, Tracy, did you think that?
Well, I mean,
or am I being too cynical? Or is it the fact?
Stadium. I am
So do I.
but
is it the fact that I've?
I need to do something. I'm gonna black you guys out for a bit. So just give me a second. Like 5 minutes. I'm back.
watched, the cost escalations over the last, I don't know what it is, nearly 10 years, at ZB, and talking to all the different players involved, and then the stops and the starts, and you think, and under budget and on time. No, it wasn't.
Fuck me, man.
I think that was probably true in terms of the final budget, but you're right. These big project things change. There was, a big change in whether, the number of seats, whether that should be extended. There was all sorts of things happen, but
Hamish,
ultimately,
am I being too cynical, Hamish? Am I just being an old moaner?
Chris, I think you are being overly cynical. Look, there has been challenges. We went through COVID.
So okay, I don't care.
We went through periods of really high inflation. Any project was going to struggle. But look, I think what we've got is an excellent stadium. Look, been there a couple of times to a couple of games already. Taken one of my young daughters there. We stopped off on the way to get a slice of pizza and ice cream before the rugby. And it was just a great atmosphere, and you can do it all in town.
I know, don't get so you've pivoted to the feel-good factor without acknowledging the economic costs involved. Gee, aren't I cynical? Anyway, NRL team, just briefly, I put some calls into the council to say, are you trying to create another NRL team, a rugby league team in Christchurch? All I got was a no comment, which to me suggests they are. But as sports commentator Elliot Smith made a comment on this last night on the radio saying, is it really the council's brief to be getting involved in trying to create new rugby teams or rugby league teams in Christchurch? Part of me says, yes, it is. The other part says, no, it's not. Tracy, what do you say?
Oh, look, I think, on the one hand, council do need to get the basics right, but economic development is one of those basics for a growing city as well. And I think we have to, the council are kind of...
She's reading a teleprompter. Kill me, dude. Like, it should not be that hard to counter retardation. Like, you literally just have to speak from the heart and you'll already be, like, more factually honest in whatever this guy's saying.
Well placed to be able to coordinate some of that. I think, it was amazing to see the Warriors at Takaha on Sunday. I didn't go to the game. I wasn't quick enough to actually get tickets, but I did catch up with some friends afterwards. And, it was a fantastic atmosphere in the city. So I think the key question is not whether council should support big opportunities, because I do think they should. It's about whether that level of support is appropriate. What are the costs? What are the risks? The private investors carrying most of the weight? But I'm looking forward to hearing what council.
Yeah, like the councils will obviously develop on their own. They'll do their own thing. So the central government doesn't really have that much of a fiscal responsibility. But like at the same time, we don't have like local funding. Like our funding comes through rates, which is house owners paying into the system. So I think there should also be a bit of a GST share, so that there's more funding going to the councils.
Going to come up with.
Hamish, what do you say? I was talking to the head of the Addington Rugby League Club last night at a function. He was saying it sounds good in practice, but doesn't believe we've got the population base to have another team here in Christchurch. What do you say?
Also, I just don't give a fuck. Like, sports is like a big nothing burger to me. I could not give a fuck, a flying fuck.
That's an interesting one. Lee, we just need to look at the Warriors, how popular the Warriors game was down here. I think the NRL competition is going very strongly, and there is a lot of followers here in the South Island. Look, I think we probably could have another team in the league. I think it might struggle to kind of to knock off some of the top teams, but I think you have to start somewhere, and I think it'd be great to have another team in the NRL.
Yes,
We're still waiting for that first. We're still waiting for that first win, for the first overall win for the Warriors. But those of us who have been diehard fans since day one, never give up hope.
Never give up hope. It's on its way. Trust me. Tracy and Hamish, thanks so much. Have a lovely weekend.
Excellent. Same to you. Excellent.
My good lad, what's up, brother? How's it going? Am I muted? Can you not hear me? Wait a minute, let me just double check my stream. Am I muted? Now, fuck you, I can hear myself. You might have muted my shit, if there is actually a sound problem. No, I can't hear you. Turn up your volume. Wait. No, you responded to now. You're fucking with me. Can you hear me now? Or you still? Because like my audio is fine. I've tested and everything. I can now, but with headphones for some reason. No. Okay, that's fucked. But yeah, did you watch the VOD of last stream? Because me and my mate. Can you hear me? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, but did you watch last stream's VOD? Because me and my mate did some Terraria. Because yeah, you said you had baseball or whatever, but we did a bit of progression. No, because baseball, and I just finished school. Ah, yeah. Because I'll give you like the TLDR, but you should watch the VOD because a lot of stuff happened there. But basically, we ended up clearing the jungle temple. We found it. We cleared it. I grinded all the life fruits, so me and my mate both have like max health now. We've defeated Duke Fishron. We're basically like edging. We also did like a solar eclipse in the frost moon. So and we're like edging our way. Yeah, we killed Golem. Yeah, multiple times actually. Um, we're just trying to like the cultist is like the benchmark for us, but I think next time we play Terraria, which will be sometime next week, we're planning on doing the Alien Invasion and the Empress of Light. Those are the two things we want to do before we do cultists and get the next phase of the game running. Okay, right now I'm bored. I can play Terraria, but with no one. That sucks. Yeah, I'm just doing politics right now, and I'm gonna play like an Autis game after this. Do you not have friends, brother? They just don't play it. Ah, that sucks. That's tough. Yeah, like I'm not really like a Terraria player. I just played it because A, content, and B, yeah. I'll be later. Okay, sweet. See you soon. All right, what do I want to do? I think I want to do some Ukraine
Well,
stuff and then move on.
Belarus blinked. But if you think that this is over, trust me, it's not. Actually, no, don't trust me. Let me explain. What I'm referring to, of course, is Zelensky's ultimatum to Belarus from last week. Quit assisting Russia with its drone assaults on Ukraine, or we will physically stop you from helping. Ukraine's president was kind enough to offer 7 days for a response, perhaps completely perplexed that it was not a 2-week deadline. Lukashenko was even kinder and answered in only 3 days, though we just learned
I'm back.
Learned about the situation yesterday. The systems that Russia was using are now off, though whether they are off or just off may prolong the drama. And so, what I want to do today is cover some more details of what was happening beforehand, explain the tactical change Russia has made in the last few days, and discuss why the apparent reduction in attacks that Ukraine has enjoyed for those days will not be the long-run effect of the Belarusian blink. Then I will pivot to how Russian compliance will depend on what Ukraine...
I still want an amount, you know, how long is this special operation gone for? It's so cringe, dude.
Ukraine does next, and why we are not out of the woods regarding active hostilities between Ukraine and Belarus. But let me start with the big change. Here was the typical Russian strategy as of a few weeks ago. Russia operates at least 5 standard airfields east of Belarus that regularly launch Shahed drones. Those drones then hug the border between Ukraine and Belarus, both for protection from Ukrainian defenses and for signals guidance. They then make sharp left turns and head for their ultimate targets. Let me rattle off some general numbers to give you an idea of the
He's got no friends, that's why. No, well, no friends who want to play Terraria.
Scale of the overall problem, noting that we do not have public data on the specific problem at hand. In 2025, Russia launched about 55,000 Shahed-style drones at Ukraine.
Yeah, because like, me and my mate have like a Terraria playthrough we're going through every now and then whenever he's free. And the plan is after that, we might chill a bit and then play the Calamity mod, because it's like my first time really playing Terraria, so we're just trying to get through it. And then we're going to see how that goes.
Roughly 32,000 of which were actual strike drones, as opposed to decoys. In the absence of yearly totals specifically for Kyiv, I can tell you that the busiest day of the year saw between 300 and 500 drones aimed at the city. But note that for the current problem, drones can attack from multiple directions, and that Russia also strikes cities other than Kyiv. So it is very hard to put a precise number on how many drones Belarus assists with, and best to just describe it as a problem more generally. Belarus is...
I'll be a group stream Friday PM, Battlefield 6, if you want to join. I don't own Battlefield 6. I don't mind actually joining you guys. Just be there and shit stir, basically. But I'm guessing it's like 6 PM your time, right? Like, what would that be my time? Let me check. 6 PM. Brother, I am not going to be awake. I would have loved to join you, but it's going to be 5 AM my time. Brother, I told you I'm in New Zealand, alright? I'm literally like the first time zone in the world, I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm quite literally going to be like in bed, having the best dreams ever, while you guys are starting your stream up. What is 9 PM EST? That's like American. EST, I'm pretty sure, is, motherfucker, it's like American East Coast. I'm NZT. Or GMT, I think, is like the global term for it. If I remember correctly. Yeah, we'll be on 2 PM for you, boo. 2... Brother, that's still gonna be... Because, what? You said 6 before, right? Or am I tweaking? I'm traveling right now. Oh, shit! Well, I'm guessing not a flight, right? Or is it a flight? Yes. Oh, shit. Oh, no wonder. I was wondering why you, like, cut off chat after a while. It makes sense, actually. Where are you going to? So 9 PM EST will be on. Let's see this. 9 PM EST to 1 p.m. NZ time on Friday. Ha! The real thing is it gonna be Friday for you and and Saturday for me is gonna be, cause what, like no memes. Are you in Europe? Or are you what's up? Cause you are Brit. Cause I need to know for like time's sake. Because if you're in Britain, I'm pretty sure it's the same day. Then it's just like the times are reversed. Oh no, today. Oh shit, today? Gah. That means it's gonna be tomorrow for me then, technically. Technically speaking. That means it's 1 p.m. on Saturday. Oh wait, so 9 p.m. East US. Yeah, so that for me that would be 1 p.m. for me tomorrow. Fuck this shit, dude. um I'm gonna be working on Saturday for a bit, but I should be home by like 3, like 2 hours after you guys start. Do me a favor, just shoot me your Discord. Your shit. I'll join your Discord and see if I can just join in VC whenever I'm like free or whatever. Can you handle it? Brother, I'm fine, trust me. I've been in the trenches before. Right? Nothing surprises me. I mean this genuinely. Alright, I'm in your Discord now. Alright, I don't have permissions to check the memes. It's awesome. Promote your sexy ass. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so I'm liking these perm rules. I don't have permission to view general or memes or music, but I can promote my sexy ass at free will. That's pretty based. I'm not even gonna lie. Read the rules. You don't have perms to do shit. Yeah, I could tell. Let's see what do the rules say. Hello, and welcome. Before you start chatting, please read the rules and make sure you agree and understand with all of them. All views and ideas are welcome here. Feel free to post anything, as long as it's within the legal boundaries. Okay, based. Respect other people's views, even if you disagree with them. We encourage constructive discourse rather than heated debates. This community is primarily focused on gaming and maintenance in a chill atmosphere. Keep discussions and interactions friendly. Do not engage in any form of harassment if you disagree with them. Oh man, I can't just dox people randomly? That's so cringe, dude. Be mindful of others' privacy and do that, yeah, whatever. Use appropriate channels for relevant topics. No spamming or advertising without prior permission. If you stream and want to promote your channel, feel free to post and to promote your sexy ass. Report any issues or concerns. I'm going to add a reaction to this. There you go. I added a only I can based, incredibly based. I added a very relevant React emote to the rules. I think it heavily summarizes how authoritarian your rule set is. But yeah, I don't mind hopping in VC and just shit posting basically while you guys play Battlefield 6. You have roles? Thank you. You've broken my chains. You know what? You know what I'm about to do?
Oh, I'm gonna come.
Yeah, I just came all over my pants. I need to change actually now. Oh, you really are you're a DGG loyalist, I see. You know what? Saluta. Saluta División DGG. I see. But yeah, like deadass, I would be down to just like join VC. As I said, I don't have Battlefield 6. I have no intention of buying Battlefield 6, but yeah, I don't mind coming in that bitch and talking dog shit, you know? It'll be pretty fun, I guess. Red Sec is free. Just saying. What does that mean? Is that a person or is that what's up? Alright, what do you? Battlefield Red Sec official gameplay trial. Oh, I see. If you want, considering you play games like this, do you have Hell Let Loose? Me and Oni are waiting for the rice field. Okay. Yeah, because like I have games like Hell Let Loose and Squad. I much prefer Hell Let Loose because it's it's like a little bit less chaotic. But I have those in my Steam library. I just have to re-download them. Okay, the new Hell Let Loose Vietnam. Yeah, I think I actually have that game, the Vietnam game. Let me just actually check my Steam library for a second because I know I'd have it somewhere here. If I just search up Vietnam. Yeah, I have Rising Storm 2. I got that was one of my mates wanted to play it for a while. I only played it like once or twice, I think. But I know there's also like a Hell Let Loose like version of the Vietnam shit that's coming out or it has come out. I don't actually know. Yeah, because like one of my mainstays is mostly PDX games. I'm a PDX Excel spreadsheet artist. So like you Crusader Kings, EU5, Ahoy 4, Vicky 3 specifically. I love playing Vicky a lot. Want to say July 27th? Oh, it's coming up pretty. Oh, it's coming soon. It's a good month. Yeah, because like around when Black Flag comes out, Black Flag Resynced, I'm gonna be basically playing that to death until I finish it. That's gonna be a lot of stream content once that comes out. Um, so yeah, I actually would be I would be down to play that. If we can coordinate a stream between us in your group or whatever. But yeah, to tomorrow, 9 p.m. we will be on NF6. Did you mistype? Yeah, I was gonna say. I looked at my keyboard. I'm like, and it's right next to B. I'm pretty sure you, pretty sure you mistyped. Yeah, it's no problem. Yeah, you guys can play Battlefield. I'll jump in. I'll shit talk a bit. I can hear your sexy Scottish accent. That'll mean a lot to me. But yeah, because well, for me it's Saturday, But on Saturdays, I like to do this thing called Smirnoff Saturdays, where I just drink and stream. So I do politics until I get inebriated, and then I do other dumb shit. But yeah, just cooking. Yeah, it's fucking fine. Trust me, brother. I've been in the trenches. Okay, I've posted on Reddit. Okay, I know how degenerate and like stupid people can be. Okay, it's fine. But I still, it gets too crazy. Oh, you stop if it gets too crazy. Yeah, nah, that's fine. I understand. I can respect the like a quote unquote like free speech place. That's respectable. It takes actually way more effort than a moderated community technically, because you have to draw the lines. Just be careful of stock. Yeah, trust me, it'll be fine, brother. Like I think you pretty much figured out I have a pretty hard skin for these kind of things. But yeah, I was thinking, considering obviously you're a creator yourself, and you've got your own group, I was actually gonna start playing like setting up like a Minecraft realm eventually, because the 2 week phase is coming. I can feel it in my bones. So if you'd be down, I wouldn't be that averse to like adding you and having like a whole thing going on. Because I also have like a mate in America um who was in part of one of my Minecraft realms ages ago, and he's down to do that too. But it's more like a future thing, like in a month or two. Rather than Terraria. Yeah, no, I'm just saying like what do you call it, content wise? Like I'm not like a big Minecraft guy either. Like I'm a very big like 2 week phase kind of guy. But it'd be chill to have like a bunch of like streamers or like people who want to do something in a Minecraft realm. But that's more like an idea I'm like proposing than anything. It's not like I'm hard set on doing it. But yeah, like as I said, like some of my mainstay games are like PDX games, like Hoy and Vicky, and then like I play some like what are some other games I play? Fuck, I'm like the constant. Obviously Terraria we've got going, something like that. Nah, you're golden. Yeah, it's fucking fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just like putting ideas out there because I genuinely did. I think you did bring it up. I just completely missed it that you were a content creator. But now that's completely in my like my shit in my backlog is literally as based. But yeah, like yeah, because I stream every day. It's kind of like a regimen I've got. I do work. I come home. I do my clips, and then I come on stream. And so I've got like a daily thing going on. So it's like fine as long as look. Hey, if it's content, it's content. I used to, yeah. What's your streaming regimen looking like now? Because you said your PC got blown up by the IDF, so. So what does it look like now? Are you like streaming, or have you stopped completely until your PC gets fixed? Literally from PS5. Goddamn. Cam and all. That's based. Based. Do you have like a timeline on when your PC will become operational again, or are you just like that broke that you can't afford fixing it? Like, what's the situation on your PC? Is the PC situation insane? But none of the fun shit, yeah. I literally just got my Stream Deck today, and I'm having so much fun playing around with the soundboard. It's just so awesome. I have the money. It's a long story. How long is it? Is it as long as John? That would be pretty long. Because it's not exactly like I have 10,000 chatters here. Like, trust me, brother, I'm here to listen to your story. About 10 years wasted in divorce. Oh my god. Holy. Oh man, you're old. 10 years wasted, damn. Oh, it did the marriage last 10 years, or was it a 10-year divorce process? I'm 30, so easy. Jesus. Fuck, damn, you married young then. That's some crazy shit. $18, baby. 20. Holy. Okay. Damn. Was she like your high school sweetheart or whatever? Or like what was the situation? If you don't mind delving into it. Oh. Damn. Yeah, what was the situation between you guys? Was it like a was it like a high school sweetheart thing, or like what was the situation? This looks like this looks like I caught a Pokemon. I did. What does that even mean? Someone leaves now. Look, this is a safe space, okay? You know what? Actually, the real question is, Orange. The real question: did you become a Natsock after or before the divorce? That's the real question. During. You can't make this shit up. I'll give you a second. All right, I'm back. Still in a hotel. You know how early in the stream I brought up the fact that some people like don't change their political leanings until something happens to them? Orange, you are literally the example of this. Who cares? I care. Yeah, I do. Right? My heart goes out to you, okay? Wait, tour in a hotel? I'm guessing you guys are having a conversation between yourselves, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
His own figures indicate that there were 1,400 airspace violations for the year, and 520 drones crashed within Belarusian borders. However, I would treat these statistics as the floor of the true numbers. Higher numbers make the government look weak and unable to regulate their own airspace. Hence, there is an incentive to underreport the actual extent of the problem. As for some more tactical details, Russia
He's right for me. Okay.
attached repeaters to standard cell towers inside of Belarus. These are essentially communication devices that ensure that Russian
I'm in contact with my Mossad peeps while hotel.
mopeds are going in the correct direction. They can also help the drones recover from Ukrainian jamming efforts if it comes to that. Well, the big news from yesterday is that those repeaters were no longer operating. Now, what that precisely means is unclear. It is possible that Russia simply flipped a switch off, and so they are no longer broadcasting. It is also possible that Russia dismantled them or is in the process of doing so. Either way, the short-run effect is transparent. There have been no mass Shahed attacks along the border in recent days. To speculate on what has happened behind the scenes, Belarus and
Man, I'm gonna agree with you. Like anything like. All right, you guys have your conversation because right now I just feel like a schizoid trying to queue in.
internalized the growing threat of Ukraine's mid-range drones and concluded that the likelihood of kinetic action against Belarus was too high. The interesting thing here is that
Let's see this. Oh, okay. I see. Oh,
This
shit.
video is sponsored by...
Well, Belarus blinked. As a problem more generally, internalize the growing threat of Ukraine's mid-range drones, as opposed.
Yeah. How's it going? I'm guessing you brought your entire goon squad over, Orange. Maybe turn on Russian subtitles. Or are you Ruski? Or are you just a Lapa? Every white person looks like the enemy. No, those people are. Yes. Oh, we're from Russia. I'm diabetic. No one asked. No one fucking asked. I mean, Disney. What does that even mean? Are there even Russian subtitles on this bitch? No, it's only English stuff. Want me to say something?
To just mostly unreasonable. All the report itself indicates is that Belarus has increased defense spending and recruitment of soldiers, which are not unsurprising measures when you have a huge war on your border, and Ukraine not too long ago showed that it had the ability to invade Kursk. There is nothing here that is imminent, like what the Biden administration sounded alarm bells over.
Holy audio, wait.
There is nothing here that is too long. Unsurprising.
Oh, that's just his audio
This
fucked up.
remains a possible concern.
Man, no offense to this guy. How did you go through the entire editing process and not pick up that audio fuck up? Come on, brother. It's not even that long of a video. Biden can be real. He is real. He's the realist. Alright? Under Sleepy Joe, we could all sleep.
But the report is not something that ought
We have to work together. True. True.
to much move your that the sudden drop in drone attacks through that northern corridor would not last. Let me
I'm not gonna say it.
Explain what I mean in broad strokes. Suppose that the repeaters are just shut off. Well, the proximate effect, for now, is that the northern attack route just became notably more difficult for Russia to navigate. Okay, if you think about how Ukraine should have allocated its defenses beforehand, the goal is to level its vulnerability on all fronts, lest Russia take advantage of a particular weakness. Thus, if you hold Ukrainian defenses constant and suddenly make one particular pathway more difficult, Russia's response to the situation is to just reallocate its attacks elsewhere.
Can someone inform me, how long has the quote-unquote, like, 3-day, 4-day, like, special operation been going on for now? I think it's... I might be exaggerating, but I think it's been more than 4 days, if I remember correctly.
That, in turn, renders irrelevant all of the Ukrainian defenses up north.
This fucking guy. You know, I'm gonna put this on translate because I want to see what the fuck you put down. Okay. All right. 3 more days and Kiev is on. True. Orange. That was fucking based. Don't worry. Perfect. Just keep believing it. Putin will give you your total victory, okay? You just have to keep going, all right? A few more bombings of Ukrainian houses in Kiev will bring you guys total victory. You guys are gonna live in Wakanda once the war is over, okay?
Not in the sense that they have been destroyed, but rather in the sense that they are not ultimately used. Some of those defenses therefore need to be rerouted to other attack vectors.
I don't think the translator is broken. It translated to English very fine. Very fine.
To make everything even out again. So the long-run baseline equilibrium effect is for Ukraine to feel the relief everywhere else.
We hate everything. Hold on. We don't hate everything. I actually love chocolate cake a lot, okay? You gotta specify what we hate, because we may agree, but I don't hate everything, okay?
Else as well, and for Kyiv to feel the same level of relief as those places. Consequently, if you are living...
I like chocolate. That's not chocolate cake, though. I like chocolate too, but do you like chocolate cake? Because I need to know. That's a bannable offense, not liking chocolate cake. They are usually reaching.
In Kyiv, breathe a bit lighter, but do not believe that suddenly everything will now be easy. What is missing from this conversation, both in the general media and my own thus far, is how Belarus...
Oh, thanks for the follow, brother.
Russian compliance will depend on what Ukraine does next.
No, that's no problem. I just need your eyes and your ears. But following is pretty nice, thanks. I'm surprised that today there are still foreign streamers who are interested in this war. Menace. My brother in Christ, your country is, like, was the original Iran war. You caused, like, fuel prices to skyrocket. Like, you're half the reason why I'm paying an extra $1 at the pump. Not you specifically, but your fucking, like, brain-dead leader. Orange is popping up in chat. He's got the translator on at fucking maximum capacity. And we do here. I pray as a non-religious person. Just for what was this? Just for Azov. Like, I'm sorry, like, we live in a global world, okay? I should be caring about global conflicts, like what's happening in Palestine, what's happening in Sudan, what's happening in Ukraine, what's been happening in the Congo for like a fucking decade now. Like, it affects everything. I'll try to translate that from Russian to English. Oh shit. Oh. That's my shit fucked. Alright, wait. Docs. Custom browser docs. There you go, we got it back online. It's Ukraine. Not Rus. Sub-filth just got shot. Looks like Russian words with no links between them. To be fair, Google Translate can only do so much. Alright. Look, it's not my fault you don't know the superior global language of English. Get with the times, okay? The Russian imperial ambition of global dominance is like a foregone, like, a conclusion. It's already over. It's been over. You failed copy cuts. Okay.
and that also depends on what the exact status of the repeaters is. The easier case is if the repeaters have been dismantled. Then, presumably, Ukraine will also be...
You, instead of 500 cigarettes, can I get another 500 drones to Moscow? Can I get that, please, for my birthday? I've been a very good boy, okay? Can I get 500 drones in Moscow?
be able to notice if Russia tries to reconstruct them. If so, Ukraine can more or less ignore them in developing its new defensive posture, just needing to remain cognizant that there may need to be rapid changes if intelligence detects Russia reverting the repeaters. The harder case is if Belarus flipped a literal switch to turn them off. Then the next time that Russia plans an attack, it
Wait.
flipped a...
Isn't it funny? Like, Lukashenko is like Putin's bitch. But like, he hype mugs him like crazy. Like, look at this fucking rotund fuck. Both countries use Cyrillics. Damn. Yeah. Both Ukraine and Russia use them. It's crazy, even though they're very separate countries, you know? And they should stay that way. You know?
Literal switch to turn them off. Then the next time that Russia plans an attack, it broadly has three options. 1. Attack elsewhere. 2. Attack the northern route without the repeaters. And 3. Attack the northern route with the repeaters turned back on. The deterrent to the third option is that Russia will pay some sort of cost by upsetting Belarus if it does that. Now, it is possible that upsetting Belarus would not be worth it regardless of Ukraine's defensive allocation. Better to attack along the northern route without the repeaters if that is the direction that Russia wants to go. In that case, the dilemma returns to the standard defensive allocation problem. Calculating whether that is indeed the case is no simple task. None of us on this side of the fog of war have a good feel for it, and I am sure that this is a topic of discussion inside of Ukraine right now. In contrast, if Russia would consider attacking the northern route, then Ukraine intuitively needs to keep more protection in that area compared to the previous case. However, Ukraine ought to allocate less effort to the region the costlier it is for Russia to anger Belarus. This is because Russia finds the other targets look comparatively more attractive, thereby necessitating Ukraine to protect those areas. Where we ultimately see the attack, and whether the repeaters ultimately stay silent, depends on whether the northern area is particularly vulnerable on a given night. Obviously, this second case is worse for Ukraine, because it now must factor in the possibility that Russia could use the stronger...
It is crazy, though. Like, this past year has been insane when it comes to the war. Because, like, this is probably the first war where, like, a major power has attacked a minor power. And the minor power had to hold itself back because of, like, aid conditions. And now that they're letting the dog loose, like, there's just, like, drones going to, like, the most interior part of Russia. And, like, the Russians have no capabilities of stopping the Ukrainians. Like, it is genuinely surprising.
...offensive capability. And that takes us to the final point for today. The drama with the repeaters is not yet over. To be clear, I am not just talking about how Ukraine may reallocate its defenses to the point that Russia may want to switch them back on, though that would indeed cause further drama. Rather, the problem is that Ukraine still might not find the current situation acceptable if the repeaters have indeed been turned off rather than destroyed. Bear in mind that Zelensky's initial statement on the subject was rather coy, so I suspect that this is presently the topic of conversation inside of the strategy room. Same thing for the folks in intelligence. To get ahead of the topic, think about the difference in quality of outcomes for Kyiv when it knows that the repeaters are gone, versus when it has to keep Russia honest and not simply turn them back on. Well, there is another option here. Ukraine could deny Russia the
As in New Zealand. What? What are you talking about? Are you talking about me? Yeah, I'm based in New Zealand. The island down under.
opportunity to flip a switch by simply destroying the infrastructure associated with the repeaters. The cost is that doing so requires striking Belarusian soil, raising concerns that Lukashenko might respond by doubling down on his support to Russia. You can see how the framing of this would work. Belarus was being the reasonable actor, hearing Ukraine's concern, and convincing Moscow to shut them off. Yet Kyiv decided to attack anyway. And note that the strikes were...
Oh no, Orange is gonna cook again. He's gonna cook. He's got something in the stove. There's my fields right now. Okay.
on Belarusian cell
Your
towers,
files.
conceivably also used as civilian infrastructure. So despite Minsk's best efforts to stay out of the war, Kyiv has left its neighbor with no other alternative.
Let him cook now.
Of course, that is just one direction that this can go. Only a few days ago,
I should have that on
we
my
were
soundboard.
discussing the possibility that Lukashenko is much more worried about the situation and would not want to fight back if Ukraine limited its strikes to military targets. You will remember that Zelensky had also threatened to strike Belarusian refineries, something that we have appeared to move on from for now. If this is the case, then the coercion campaign has only changed slightly compared to where we were last week. Ukraine is likely to make another threat to Belarus, repeating that the repeaters need to be removed, not simply turned off. Belarus will then have to make a fateful decision. The only difference is that we now know that Lukashenko was willing to propose the current situation as a compromise. In case it was not abundantly clear already, this entire war is a mess, and it does not seem like it will be getting any better anytime soon. So, what are our takeaway lines for today? Belarus blinked, taking the repeater stations that guide Russian drones offline. The folks in Kyiv have felt immediate relief from drone attacks, though the long...
I'm Francis Dernley, and this is Ukraine, the latest. Today, as the clock ticks down on President Zelensky's ultimatum to Belarus, we examine reports that the drone relay stations Kyiv accused Minsk of hosting have suddenly stopped working, and ask whether Lukashenko may be edging away from Putin. We also bring you the latest on Ukraine's long-range strikes deep inside Russia as France seizes another Shadow Fleet tanker and Kyiv presses its campaign to raise the cost of war for the Kremlin. And later, we take you to Gdansk, Poland, for the Ukraine Recovery Conference, where the first tranche of the EU's €90 billion loan is formally handed over to Kyiv. It's Thursday, June 5th.
Oh, thanks for the follow. Nice to have another Russian in chat. I had a Russian previously from, I think he said Yakutsk, from like the east. It's nice to have another one. Shit, the file too big. I don't even know what you wanted to post, man. But if it's that big, I don't even want to see it. I don't know what you got cooking.
Of June. 4 years and 121 days since the full-scale...
I don't want to pay for Nitro.
Today, I'm joined by my co-host Dominic Nichols and later Arisia Lutsevich, OBE.
This guy claims to have money, by the way. He's fucking broke ass.
Head of the Ukraine Forum at Chatham House. But first, as ever, over to Dom for the latest military updates. Dom, where are you dialing in from and where do you want to start?
Hi, Francis. Everyone. I'm dialing in from my broom cupboard. But I'm going to start on the border between Belarus and Ukraine, because President Zelensky says the communications equipment that he said Russia has been using there to extend the range of drones flying into Ukraine has suddenly stopped working. This has been the long-running issue that we've been talking about all this week. He put an ultimatum over to Alexander Lukashenko saying that if they weren't...
That's just unfortunate. This picture right here. This is just unfortunate.
Gone by Friday, tomorrow, then he would do it for him. Anyway, he's now said, he spoke last night and he said actually the signals have stopped. He doesn't know quite what's happened, but those relay stations are no longer working. He said, according to the information I received, the equipment stopped operating on the Belarusian territory as of June 22nd. That's Monday. Whether it's been...
Up on the form, I would send it to you on Discord. Yeah, no problem. Just send it over, I'll see what it is.
Dismantled or not, I honestly don't know yet. The fact is,
post the link. Okay, got you.
Equipment is no longer operating. Now, this had been, well, it still is a very tricky position for Alexander Lukashenko. We know that that Russia basically treats Belarus as a de facto part of the country and wants Belarus to take a more active role in the war.
Do you think there's a specific link I could donate to help Ukrainian drone efforts? Because I would like to be a part of that. Can I get my name put on a drone that goes straight to Moscow? Not Yakutsk, not so far from Ukrainian border. Holy! How close are you to the front line, brother? That's the real question. If you're not, are you in Rostov? Yeah, Anna. Yeah, dude. I'm gonna donate to. I want my name on one of those drones. That goes straight into the country. Wait, Puffik. So are you not so far from Irkutsk, near Moscow. So not far from Irkutsk, near Moscow. Are you near the Urals? Or Ural, I think is in Russian. You are west down by it. Close to Moscow. So if you're not in Moscow, you're close to Moscow. East? Are you east of Moscow? Are you in a different oblast? Because I know Like, are you away from the Moscow oblast? How's the river geography? Because if you're east of Moscow and you have internet access as a Russian, where would you be? Fuck, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. You're not in the Ural, I think. That's what you confirmed. I'm trying to guess. I want to see if I can guess it. I don't know how to pronounce it. Are you in Nishinsky Novgorod? I think that's how you say it. Fuck, I can't pronounce that first part. I know there's like a city east of Moscow that's pretty populous.
Earlier this week, Wall Street Journal was reporting on the latest Russian moves to try and get Belarus more involved.
Orange, I'm just doing some stream stuff right now. Could you be a favor? Could you actually like link me that Cause I don't know if you're memeing or not, but could you link me that donation thing about the drones or whatever? Because I would dead ass I want to dead ass send some money tonight if you link it.
They were citing a Russian intelligence officer saying that the Kremlin's threatening to withdraw financial support from Belarus if they don't sort of pony up a bit more support. So quite where this leaves Lukashenko, we don't know. It's a very interesting point. Has he decided to be a little closer to Ukraine? I'm sure we'll find out in the coming days. Now, elsewhere, a fuel distribution site in Krasnodar Krai in Russia that was hit last week got hit again last night. That's about 300-400 kilometers ish southeast of Ukraine. So too were two oil refineries in Ufa, about 1,500 kilometers east of Ukraine. There were also more strikes in Crimea last night. The
Jesus
unmanned
Christ,
forces.
they're striking Ufa, bro. That's all the way in the Ural Mountains. Jesus Christ. I thought Moscow was bad enough. Nah, I'm sorry, Ruski bros. You got a whole lot of L. God damn. Holy fuck.
Kilometers east of Ukraine. There were also more strikes in Crimea last night. The unmanned systems forces say there were 38 across the peninsula. There's still very long queues for petrol stations, well, in Crimea and across Russia actually as a whole. Very long queues reported at the Kerch Bridge as well. Mostly on the getting out of Crimea side, but a few trying to get in. It's highly likely that if there are hundreds of people there, it's highly likely that any perceived or any potential strike by Ukraine will be postponed. I can't imagine they would try and do something against the bridge if there were thousands of civilians nearby. Now, the Crimean Wind Telegram channel said explosions were heard in Crimea near the Balaklava power station in Sevastopol, and strikes in and around Yalta and Simferopol led to power outages there as well. Sergei Aksionov, the Russia-appointed governor of occupied Crimea, said that 2 people, including 1 child, have been killed in those strikes. The Russian-installed authorities said the power outages on Tuesday left approximately half the peninsula without electricity. Now, President Zelensky, speaking again yesterday, said Russia's...
I'm sorry, like, Russia does not have the moral right to complain about power outages and whatever. Like, they've been doing this to Ukraine for like a solid 3 years now.
now pulling more air defense assets back from Ukraine and from across Russia to protect Moscow, but also to protect his estate at Valdai. It's about 100 km northwest of Moscow. That's where his longtime mistress, the former Olympic gymnast Alina Kabeva, and his rumoured two sons, or their rumoured two sons, is living. And also air defence being pulled back for the Kerch Bridge. Now, this is obviously leaving gaps elsewhere. So Ukraine will, I'm sure, be trying to work out where they are and route their drones accordingly. President Zelensky said nearly 90 launchers have been redeployed to Valdai and Moscow region from other parts of Russia. He said a special air defense division is being formed at Valdai, quote, to safeguard the peace and quiet of the Russian chief. Now, this all adds up to what NATO's Deputy Supreme Allied Commander Europe, Air Chief Marshal Sir Johnny Stringer from the RAF, he said yesterday, is a dire situation for Putin. He was speaking to the Telegraph's Tom Cottrell, our defence editor, during RUSI, the Royal United Service Institute, RUSI's Land Warfare Conference in London yesterday. And he said, if I were him, this is Putin, I'd be looking at my options because they do not look good. Now, into Ukraine, across the rest of Ukraine, 6 people were killed yesterday, 70 wounded. The state oil and gas company Naftogaz said Russian drones.
I will sleep until I find the link. Yeah, thank you, because I'm gonna send like a solid $50 straight to that if you can actually give me the link.
Seems to have been targeting multiple.
I have the VOD saved. Okay, cool, perfect.
For fuel station gas production facilities across the country, Poltava and Sumy in particular were heavily hit. 60 drones and 1 Iskander-M ballistic missile got through air defences. The latter thought to be responsible for the death of 2 employees of a Norwegian humanitarian organisation, Norwegian People's Aid. It also injured another 4 people there. Now, this was a demining team from Norwegian People's Aid. In the Kherson region, the Oslo-based charity, it's been in the country since 2023, employs well over 400 people in demining teams and mine detection dog teams, mostly in the Mykolaiv and Kherson region. They've got offices elsewhere across the south mainly. Secretary General Raymond Johansson said this attack shows how dangerous it is to be a humanitarian worker in war and conflict. It is unfortunately part of a deeply worrying trend. Humanitarian organisations like ours are protected under international law, yet are being targeted more and more frequently. Now, no move at the front, but I do note with interest Ukraine's Southern Defence Forces have said that troops have raised the Ukrainian flag on the Kinburn Spit. So that's that narrow, sandy peninsula in southern Ukraine. It's actually part of Mykolaiv Oblast. It sort of loops around, runs to about 5 or 6 k's south of Orikhiv, south of the coast. And Russia's been using the Kinburn Spit to fire mainly artillery shells as well as drones into southern Ukraine. Well, we think Russia's been withdrawing from that area as these fuel strikes have meant that logistics just aren't getting through. So they are struggling for fuel, water, and all the rest of it. So we think they're pulling their forces out of there. Now, I don't know, and it's not been confirmed whether or not there were Ukrainian boots on the ground that put this flag there. I doubt that. I think it was probably drone delivered. So we'll wait to see if it leads to anything else. But I don't think this.
All right, I'm gonna make myself another coffee. Get me the link. I'll be back. All right, I'm back.
Heralds a large operation by Ukraine to try and take back more land. I think it was probably a flag raising activity, but we will see. Now then, what else have we got? Denmark has agreed to provide Ukraine with 15,000 long-range artillery rounds. Ukrainian officials say that the long-range artillery is increasingly important because of the kill zone, the drone zone between the, if you want to say, front lines, although there's no real such thing as front lines anymore, but that zone where nothing can really move is so big now that regular tubed artillery just can't really get close enough to be effective, or they are put in harm's way. So hence these longer range artillery is required. Defence analyst Michael Kaufman says one of the long-standing issues is that too much of the Western artillery supply has been the 14-kilometre rounds, when artillery often has to pull back to over 12 kilometres from the forward line of own troops, the flot, as you'll see.
Okay, you cannot find it.
Due to the danger from drones. Even then, it's risky for artillery. Ukraine needs a lot more 23-kilometre plus range munitions. Ukrainian Defence Minister Mikhailo Fedorov said Ukraine's priorities remain air defence, but also long-range artillery, as well as domestically produced drones. Now,
you found the opposite. Fucking kill me, dude.
long-range artillery, as the name suggests, it goes further, but there is a
But I have the VOD on my phone. Okay.
consequent increase in barrel wear, so you go through your barrels quicker.
Like, I could just send like money to like Ukrainian Fund for aid or whatever, but I want to be specifically part of the war effort, because if I can, then
I'm gonna come. You're literally burning out the rifling on the inside of the barrel. It wears out quicker because you're putting a much bigger bang through it, basically. So as long as they've got a good supply of these barrels from either they're domestically produced or from gifted from other partners in Europe, that's fine. But I mean, there will be a consequent, I say, knock-on effect onto the equipment as a whole. Now, that news comes as a senior U.S. State Department official, Deputy Secretary of State Jeremy Levin, said Ukraine is currently winning the war, and said the battlefield momentum is currently with Kyiv.
are you the guy? Well, yeah. My socials are above me, and obviously it's my Twitch name. Yeah, I am the guy.
Speaking ahead of the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Gdansk that we'll come to shortly, Mr. Levin said Ukrainian forces have seized the initiative while Russian troops are increasingly on the defensive. He credited Ukraine's strikes on Russian oil and gas infrastructure as raising the cost of the war for Moscow and forcing them to shift their resources, as we've already seen today with these air defense assets. He also hinted the US may consider tightening sanctions on Russian oil and coordinating new measures with European partners, but I think that might be a bit of a fanciful hope. And then just finally for me, it was announced this morning French forces boarded a suspected Shadow Fleet tanker in the Mediterranean off the coast of Sicily. It was announced today, but the operation happened on Tuesday. French forces landed on the cargo ship Deliver that was flying a Cameroonian flag coming from Primorsk in Russia. But after boarding, they said...
Wait, did Macron post this to his ex? That's so based if he did.
Deliver that was flying
That's so based.
Cameroonian flag coming from Primorsk in Russia. But after boarding, they say an examination of the documents confirmed doubts regarding the validity of the flag being flown. The ship is currently being escorted by the French Navy to an anchorage point for further checks, we are told. Emmanuel Macron has commented on this. He said this latest action against the Shadow Fleet, conducted just days after a similar operation by the United Kingdom.
Do you know a Ukrainian song? I think Anarchia Mama. That's one I know. Boyishka Boye. There's another one. Oh, I think is Boyishka Boye Russia? I think it's just a Cossack thing. It's the main thing. I just don't know the song. I think I can't play it obviously on stream, but it's TOS or whatever. But if you just search Anarchia Mama was like an anarchist song. And I think Boyishka Boye, from what I understand, it's a Cossack song, which is basically Ukrainian. Those Cossacks mostly was the hosts, were Ukrainian based. And then on is Hey Sakoi. No, it's Hey Sakoi. It's da 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 da. It goes like that. Bum da. What bum ba da bum 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 bum. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you just do Hey Sakoi, That's another popular one. And the three popular ones are Anarchia, Mama, Heisakoi, and Poishka Poye. Fuck, I wish, man. I don't want to break TOS, man.
Illustrates the resolve of the Europeans.
But I'm a massive Slavophile when it comes to music. I have like a whole. What if I play like by Paradox games? I'm playing like Russia, or I'm playing like a Hop in VC. Sure, let me see. I don't see you. Do I not have like perms to see some of the VCs or whatever? Because I don't see you in there. Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Yo, yo, yo.
So, I can. Fuck. God damn it. I can't find out. I can't find the VOD. I'm telling you right now, it's saved on my phone.
Yeah.
It's saved on my goddamn phone. No, I'm paying fucking $20 for fucking bullshit? Ain't no fucking way, boyo. Like, let's fucking come on now.
Yeah.
But no, the song with the background is boom, ba-da-da-dum dum, boom, ba-da-da-dum dum.
Oh fuck. No. Fuck. I know what you're talking about. Wait, maybe if I just go through my. If I go through my Spotify, I'll find it.
Yeah, that you know the song.
I know exactly what you're talking
don't
about.
know what the fuck it is.
Fuck.
No, yeah,
it's not an.
I know marching in the finest line more than anything else.
I'm trying to. Fuck, because the three ones I listed are the ones I know the most. Fuck, I swear I have it here somewhere. The moment I see it, I'm gonna tell you. I'll immediately get it. But I'm gonna.
No, yeah, that's kind of how I am too.
Fuck, come on.
That's why. This is why it's pissed me off so much.
Where is it? Because like, yeah, I'm a massive like whenever I play my little autistic ass history games, I always like put on some playlist depending on like what nation I'm playing. So like, I've got a whole Slavic one.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. But I don't know.
I definitely know what you're talking about. Though I've heard it. It's not the Cossack song. It's not that. It's not the Brave Dawn Cossacks. That's a Russian one.
I have it here, right here. Here.
Oh yeah.
My phone. Well, I don't know what. Is this picking this up?
I can't hear shit.
It's not.
No, just send me the link to it on Discord or like whatever the song title is.
I can't. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you can't? Oh fuck! Can you screen record or whatever, or is that
No,
not possible?
because I need the fucking whatever it is, the fucking nitro bullshit.
No, because I think if you screen record it, you should be able to send it because it won't be the file won't be that long if you screen record.
It is a 3-minute file of the Azov battalion destroying Russians. So yes.
Paste. Fuck me, dude. No, but I definitely know what you're talking about because I've heard it so many times.
God, it's got to be a German marching song.
No, it wouldn't be.
I don't even know the point of me showing you this anymore. What the hell? It's been so long for me trying to find this goddamn video.
Look, I'm just happy you voice doxed
I
yourself, and I know you're an American now. That's the one. That's the one thing that's made me the happiest.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, boyo. What are you
Really,
talking about?
really.
I'm
Trust
just
me,
over here for FIFA.
I've heard many Scottish voices. This is the least Scottish Scottish person I've ever had in my
Oh,
life.
I don't know. Yeah, fuck out of here, cuz. Goddamn right, I'm American. Are you kidding
Yeah, that's
me?
what I thought.
The things I fucking say, you're goddamn right. We have freedom of speech.
Yeah, I'm guessing you're in Appalachia, right?
Okay. Well, whoa. Absolutely not. That's
Okay.
fucking insane.
You're East Coast definitely though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. South or north?
Way north. Actually, way north. You probably don't even know where I'm from.
Is it a small state?
With the added part to it, no.
With the added part to it. Massachusetts? There's no way.
Massachusetts is not. Oh man, you aren't thinking north enough, baby.
Holy shit, Maine? No fucking way.
No, nope, way north, way north.
Motherfucker, what's north of Maine?
Holy shit.
Wait.
You
Are
don't
you
know how
wait?
big
Are
the
you
East
no,
Coast
wait?
is.
Are you combining the Midwest and the East Coast? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, I am in
Oh, you
the
are.
Midwest.
Oh, Michigan. Because it added parts.
No.
I'm guessing it's a little penis or whatever. No.
I'm in the Copper Isle. We'll just say that.
All right, I'm not that familiar with like localized terms. Is that what? That's not like the what
So
the
do you
Rust
know what a
Belt used to be.
peninsula is?
I know what a
You know what a
peninsula is.
peninsula
Yeah.
is? Yeah, like a landmass that is only connected
Yeah.
by a bridge. That's where I'm at.
Is that is it one of the smaller states of like Connecticut and Rhode Island or whatever?
Technically, we're probably one of the bigger states. Well, I don't know. What do you consider big?
Like if I was gonna talk about state-wise, big, like huge would be like Cali and Texas, obviously, and like New York, and then like medium would be like
I think we would take up 3/4 of Texas.
you would take up three. Oh fuck! There's no way. Are you talking Alaska?
I didn't.
Because that's not east, but it's definitely north, and it's a huge fucking state.
Well, depends on what part you're in, I guess, eh? Okay, hey, boy.
This is. I'm so fucking confused. So wait.
Why are you confused?
But you said East Coast, though.
Yes.
I don't get. Oh hey, what's up, good? What's up, Simon? You guessing Minnesota?
No, fuck
No.
Minnesota. Holy shit. God damn. I spent 1 year there.
1 year.
Holy fucking
damn. I feel bad for you.
God damn, what a terrible experience that was.
Okay, so you're in a big state, a huge state allegedly. You're in the
Huge,
East Coast.
huge. But you would consider us 2 states by the size.
2 states. It's not New York, is it?
No.
No.
I don't live around those people. Are you kidding me?
I guess it's wrong, yeah. Is it south of New York?
No, it's way north of New York. What the fuck?
Brother.
If anything, it's more west.
It's not Pennsylvania, is it?
I don't even know.
I'm saying, like, because, like, I'm thinking.
I'm drunk right now. Sorry, I'm drunk.
No, I can hear it in your voice. I just feel like you're fucking with me constantly, because, like, I've said there's no real other big states in the East Coast, in the North, other than, like, New York, Pennsylvania, and Maine.
I told you. I'm in a peninsula.
You're in a peninsula.
Yeah.
Your state is big. And allegedly, from me trusting you, you are in the East Coast and in the northern part of it.
Yes.
Simon, I don't think South or North Dakota are peninsulas.
No. What? Who the fuck is Simon? Simon,
Yeah, he's
how
in YouTube.
retarded are you?
He's in YouTube
You
chat.
clearly didn't come over here.
It wouldn't be, because like Maryland would technically be another state that's like not huge, but it's
Man,
in the east.
let me tell you, when I go swimming, I
Uh-huh.
sometimes make money.
When you go swimming, you sometimes make money. Delaware?
Oh, Is there a peninsula there? I don't even. Where's Delaware at?
Delaware is like, it's already got some islands off it. It's like near Maryland. New Jersey, that's another guess. I've only gotten through half of the conversation. Yeah,
No,
true, fair enough.
no. It's 3:30 right now for me.
All right, wait. 3:30 a.m. I'm guessing.
No, PM.
PM.
Yeah, it's obviously
All right, you're
fucking AM, dumb cunt.
Yeah. All right.
Fucking twat.
I was just motherfucking clarifying. Okay, damn. This
All right,
guy.
I know. It's all right.
Fuck.
Where could I be? Where could I be?
There are peninsulas. The state is big. You talked about a bridge. The only like states that come to mind genuinely are like New York, Maryland, and like the two small shitter states, like Rhode Island and Connecticut
I guess.
or whatever.
No, I will say you did get close to one. I guess I don't view it the same way.
I got close to one. Okay, wait. Okay, is your state a coastal state? It should be, right?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Maybe coastal between countries, but overall.
No. Okay, so you are in the Midwest then?
Yes.
Wisconsin?
No.
It's not Michigan. You already said it's not Michigan.
I didn't say that.
It is Michigan. I fucking knew it because you said on the added part of it, it would be big state. I fucking knew it.
But you what aspect of it though?
Well, that little shitter part of Michigan that like touches like Wisconsin or whatever.
No. We don't touch anything. That's the thing. During COVID, they lifted the bridge and didn't let anyone over. People.
Wait, do you border Canada?
Absolutely.
Border Canada, but you said you're not a coastal state. And there was a border bridge. Are you
Now you're trying to pinpoint me.
Are you in the are you in the Rust Belt or no?
Rust Belt. I don't know what the fuck that.
It's like all the Midwest states, so like Ohio, fucking Michigan, Wisconsin, like that whole area.
Oh, I'm in Michigan. Absolutely.
Fuck you, man! Fuck you! I fucking said Michigan like 3 times.
No, I know, but what part? There's a difference. Trust me.
I know. I get what you're talking about. Is it literally like?
I am so far north. I would smell the air. It could lick a Canadian's taint.
Wait, okay. So you are in Michigan, but you're not in that little penis that touches Wisconsin.
I'm so far up, bud.
Is there like Is there like a shitty island north of like the tip of like the northern part of Michigan that's in the Great Lakes? Is that where you are?
Northern. It's an island. I don't.
Wait, I'm gonna go to Google Maps so I can give you like a better picture of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're asking at this point. Jesus Christ. I'll dox myself. I mean, shit, dude. We in the UP, baby. We in the Keweenaw.
So you're looking at stream, right?
Yep.
Does he border
go all the way
Manitoba
up,
or Alberta?
up.
Well, like, This thing here? No way, dude. That's fucking national.
Left, right there, right there. Cute. Nope, down a little bit.
This thing.
Nope. No, look at the weird finger-looking thing.
This thing.
Where's your? Yes.
Oh,
right
it's okay.
in there.
All right, so you're like in the northern tips of it. Wait, is that part of Michigan?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
so
it
fucking
is,
weird,
buddy.
dude. Sometimes your guys' borders just do not make sense. What the fuck?
Well, because we don't accept borders here. Okay, we accept
True.
everyone.
Libertarian pill.
Goddamn right.
Because I would have assumed like this little like sliver here would have been Wisconsin, and like I know that this is part of Michigan. I know that much.
No, so no, the mitten part, that's like
Yeah.
what everyone thinks, right? But
Yeah.
then there's a bridge that connects. All right, go up to the weird finger thing I told you.
Yeah.
Zoom in. I wonder if we could. I wonder if we could see my town. I wonder if it pops up. All right, what do we got? We got.
We're over here. Where do you want me to go now?
North.
North. Sorry that.
Yep. You going north?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Go up further to the right. To the right.
Like here.
Nope. Like in the whole state. Scroll up.
So like over here.
Yeah, go. Yep. Okay. Zoom in. What's that say? That Torch Lake?
Not to see a Torch Lake.
Calumet? Okay, Calumet. I'm 2 hours north of that.
You got Voodoo Mountain. You near Voodoo Mountain.
Brackway Mountain. Nope, I'm right in there.
Right and where?
Wait, go to the left a little bit.
I see my previous question is irrelevant now. Yeah, we basically we're doxing this guy live on stream.
Oh yeah, no, I'll help you. I'll help you.
So, what, are you near Copper Harbor or no?
No, Copper Harbor is probably 20 minutes away from me.
All right, east or west?
Go west.
Go west. Okay. So we got Eagle Harbor.
Nope, Eagle Harbor has a great fucking waterfall you can jump into, though.
Oh yeah.
Devil's Bathtub is around there. I'm looking for Lake Linden, to be honest with you.
It was a lake. I probably have to zoom in a bit more. Lake Bailey.
Nope, Lake Linden.
Lake
Go left.
Medora.
Left.
Go
Left.
Yeah.
Left. No, I know where I am. Go left. You're going right. But I'm saying left. God damn it. Dox me right if you're gonna do it.
I think that because the stream's like opposite or whatever, so I think that's going in different directions.
Nope, now you're going the wrong way. Jesus Christ, this guy. Right there.
Wait.
Right there. Right. Zoom in.
Yeah. I'm just saying nothing.
Yep, right there. Right there.
Right here.
Keep zooming.
I can't see the lake's name, it's not bringing it up.
Yep.
Got like farm roads over here.
No. You fucked it up. What the fuck's in Michigan? Alright, chat.
Oh wait, I'm back. Oh. So what was that?
Alright. So Calumet. Look for Calumet.
We got Voshville over here. Near Voshville.
Vosh? Are you kidding me? You think I fuck horses? No way. Fuck off. Nope. Go to the left. Go to the left.
Oh, you got these rivers over here. Chariot River.
No, no. I'm looking for town names. That's where I can gauge where I'm at. Not these fucking little rivers. I'm not fucking Pocahontas.
I got a mine over there. Fansville Bar.
We got alright. Cliff.
Oh, I'm getting a call. I'm getting this
Where
call.
where is look up Northern Michigan University.
Northern Michigan University. All right. I'm here. What do I do now?
Nope, nope. Fuck. What's that university, guys? Come on. Come on.
Oh wait. So wait, where's the little finger thing again? Wasn't this?
Oh no, it's something tech. It's something tech.
Oh, okay,
It's
a Polytechnic or whatever.
Michigan Tech University.
Michigan Technological. Oh, here we go.
No, not Northern.
No, I got the Northern.
Not,
no, it's not Northern. There's
no,
no
that's
Northern
it
here.
though. That's it.
Yeah.
No, that's it.
Is
Right,
the bridge
the
we're
bridge
talking
right
about?
there.
Yeah. All right, cool. That's we
Yeah.
finally fucking got it.
All right, so go to the right.
Yep.
Go to the right. I gotta follow this. It's 10 miles past. Keep following that road. Keep going. Follow the road. Follow the road.
Yep.
Yep. Follow the main road. That main gray strip. It's 10 miles.
Oh, so it's quite a
All
way
I know.
away. So is it around here or keep going?
Keep right there. Ooh,
Right here?
that's gotta be like London. No.
No,
that
Torch
might
Lake is here.
be- that is Torch Lake, eh?
Yep.
Hubble? Alright, nope, keep going, keep going,
Keep going? I'd have to keep following. I have to follow the main road, right?
Lake London right there, baby. Oh man.
Wait, like Wait,
No,
where
you
is
just
it?
had it. You just had it.
Oh my god. James Service. Wait, so this is like Torch. If I follow this, am I just not seeing
Yes,
something? Because I think Helmet Lake
You
right there
literally just had it.
is south of Helmet Lake,
I have no idea.
rather. Because there's Lake Torch right here. There's no other lake in the between.
Calumet's north. Lake London's right there. It's right there.
This thing here.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, it's just
It's
I,
right there. Oh, no, you
Wait.
fucking retard. Go
Wait.
down. Go down. Go back to the other city to the right.
to the right. Wait, it's not this thing, is it?
Right there. That's
This.
my. Oh man, that's my.
Oh wait,
I
so
see what you're doing.
it's just north of Lake Torch. Is that what it is?
That's my hometown right there.
Oh, Lake
Fucking
London.
A.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Oh, I thought you were unironically talking about an actual lake. That's why I was wondering why I couldn't find it. I didn't know it was a fucking the name
No,
of a town.
that's Torch Lake right there.
Yeah, and then Lake Linden's a town name. Okay. Because I was looking for a fucking lake called Linden.
Shit, you see Lindo's right there? My grandparents met there.
Damn. Very, very creative street names, by the way. I like this 4th Street, 5th Street, 3rd Street, 2nd Street. You got some names here.
Shit, you know.
Go Front
That's what you
Street,
gotta do
Sword
when
Street.
you're hunting for copper, man.
Yeah. That's crazy. All right, the
All right,
real
well,
question.
cool.
The real question before you leave, before
Yeah.
I leave, the real question is how many Arabs did you convince that Kamala Harris would have genocided the Palestinians too?
I have no idea. I don't vote. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, true. Because okay, if you're a proud Michigander, you should have denied Kamala Harris the election. All right.
Well, it depends on where you live in Michigan, right? So
Yeah,
you
true.
would think most Arabs would be what is that?
Not stupid. They're in Flint, right? I think
No,
Flint.
no,
Is it
no,
Flint
no,
or?
no, 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 nope, nope. There's Dearborn.
Oh,
I
Dearborn,
think is
Michigan.
pretty.
Yeah, that's the big one. Yeah.
There's Dearborn. They
Yeah.
definitely voted for Trump.
Yep. Because intelligence is something they have a big affinity for.
Kalamazoo's pretty hippie, so I doubt even anyone in Kalamazoo voted.
Yeah.
Grand Rapids is probably too drunk to even vote, so probably the same route.
Yeah.
Flint, I don't know. They got their own issues with the local government. Not
Yeah, the only thing I know about Flint, Michigan is that their fucking public water is dog shit. That's the only thing I know about Flint, Michigan.
Well,
I remember
I mean, just think about it. Because where you from?
I'm from New Zealand, obviously, from Auckland.
Isn't that Australia?
Yes, it's Australia. Actually, I lied. I'm an Australian.
Is there actually a difference between New
Yes.
Zealand and Australia?
Yep. We don't sound like retards.
What's the
they
difference?
Do. They speak through their fucking mucus generator, okay? We don't.
So, like, the Britons held power over you longer then?
No. We're technically like part of the crown, but like it's like we've got like our own thing. Just give me a second. I gotta do something.
Okay, so you were part of the crown. Okay, thank you.
All right, wait, I'm back.
Holy
I just got some
shit.
din.
Got some din.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, I need.
See, isn't it so fun to talk to some foreign cunts every once in a while?
Oh, it is. Actually, as I said, like I actually have a friend who's in Jersey. We played Wizards 101 together. Like we were literally. So I was playing it by myself,
What the
and then
fuck is Jersey?
New Jersey, the state. Come on, brother, you should know your own
I don't
geography
even.
at least.
I don't even know what state that is.
All right, you have the power.
Is that
Google.
the thing? Is that the thing in fucking Sopranos?
Yeah. Is this state right here?
Give me the,
It's next to Philly.
give me the gabagool.
Give me the gabagoo. Yeah, but it's like I was playing.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
the state over here. It's just
Yeah.
halfway across the continent.
Yeah. But because I was playing Wizards 101 by myself. I think I was drunk that day too, and I was playing like a healing
what is
character.
it?
What's up?
All right, so now it's my question.
Yeah,
Why
what's
the
up?
fuck are you in a hotel?
I'm not in a hotel.
That's not what your chat said.
I don't know what that guy was on about. He was unironically just schizo posting. I cannot like tell you how much like I thought you guys were having a conversation. I think Dearborn is somewhere near Michigan.
I'm not gonna
New Zealand
lie,
before
it
in
does
China,
look
Australia,
like
yeah.
a hotel.
It's literally my fucking bedroom. Like my bed is right there, and I've got like a massive fucking mirror there.
Yo, come on. Where's the cuck chair? We know you got one. Yep, right there.
I don't have a cuck chair. Like this room, I'm gonna be honest with you, like where I'm sitting, there is quite literally probably like 2 square foot of space, like away from this chair, give or take. It's such a small like actual area of operation I have past my bed. Like I can literally only go up to like back here, and that's it.
Another question.
Yeah.
What's up with the pencil stash?
What pencil stash you talking about?
Your your pencil stash. What is up with that? What's going on, bud?
I genuinely do not know what you're referring to.
Your mustache.
Oh
Why
shit!
is it so thin and pedophile-ish?
Nah, it's just like as I said, for me, grooming is like I could genuinely just be clean shaven, but I just like keeping a bit of a mustache on so I don't look like a fucking minor. That's like the
So
big thing.
I don't know, man. You
What do
look a
you?
little.
Uh-huh.
It looks a little weird.
Well, it looks a bit weird. The stash I've got on.
Your fucking pencil stash. It's a pencil stash.
Well, look.
I mean, you got the fuck.
Look, I'm not the one
Teach
who's.
their own, baby.
I'm not the one who. Look, once I get divorced, then you can. You can criticize my stash. Until then, I think we're fine.
Well, man, I can tell you right now, I'm doing better than a goddamn hotel room.
Just good on you, buddy. Look, one day.
You know what? I will say, at least you have room service. I will say that. Is that a nice, hot, cheesy burrito?
Oh, dude, it's so awesome. So it's not a burrito. I actually don't know what the fuck. It's just like it's like some meat and stuff and what you call it, like pita bread. It's like a pita bread taco, basically.
Pita bread taco? Yeah, in America we call that a burrito.
Really? I'm pretty sure a burrito is supposed to be like a closed thing, isn't it?
No, depends on how you eat it. If you go to Taco Bell or if you talk to Jose down the street at Home Depot, it all depends.
Oh yeah. Fuck me, dude. But one thing I should do want to ask you, because obviously, like, whatever you guys do and whichever retard you guys elect, as a people, tends to affect the entire world.
Elect? I don't vote, so you know.
I'm saying America. Look, you're the closest thing I'm gonna get to so far, to an actual like.
Oh shit.
Politically involved American. I just need to know.
I'm not even politically involved. I love Ireland up the raw.
I'm not politically involved. Says he loves what was a terrorist group at the time.
wait, whoa. Who did I say I loved?
The IRA, the Irish Republican Army, no?
Oh, sorry. I thought you said something else.
What do you think? What do you think I said?
I thought you said Mosley.
Mosley. Why did you think? Why would you think I said Mosley?
Because I thought you think I like Mosley.
I know, like, look, I understand you're like on several thousand different layers of irony, but like I can pretty much fish out an actual like proper fasci, because I've talked to so many of those retards.
I know, dude. Tell me about it.
Wait, so like I'm being like dead ass. So like, because the fascism and like National Socialism are like two different things. Are you actually like a Nazi, or was that a meme too?
Depends. I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out.
One of these days.
I can tell you right. I can tell you right now. If anything more like Rotherham goes down, yeah, they got my vote.
Okay, I see. This is one question I want to ask them. Your previous voting history, what did it look like?
Nothing.
Well,
I don't
nothing.
vote.
So no matter what, so the moment you got the power,
Literally,
to vote, you decided not to.
nothing.
Okay. So then,
No,
this
because
is
I prefer I like chaos in a way.
you like chaos. Then you should have voted. You should have voted for the Orange Man. Then that you like everybody knew that was the chaotic option.
Why would I do that? He wasn't the chaotic option. He was
Brother.
the Jewish puppet.
Brother, that is the chaotic option to keep the world order collapsing.
I don't know. I disagree.
Really? You think if our goat black woman, Kamala, was president, she would be doing Israel's bidding currently?
I think there would be a different form of entertainment. Yes.
Yes, it would be Repubtard's shitposting about how she wore like a different color suit or something.
And again, all I want is chaos and entertainment. Entertain me. I will slurp up your goy slop any day of the week.
True.
Just fucking make it entertaining. Jesus.
Yeah, like that's the one thing right now. I think I brought this in stream. Like, honest to God, a lot of people are ideological. They just don't want to be connected to losers. Like the whole reason that people are like
I think for me personally, I'm just too philosophical, and it's just
you're above
it's
us all.
so fucking retarded.
Yeah.
No, not above you. It's like people are too religious, especially the Abrahamic religions. It's tiresome.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. That's mostly like an America thing. Your evangelicals are so brain dead. It is actually like disgusting to
Oh,
watch them operate.
absolutely.
Because like we
Yeah,
have,
it's fucking.
because we
Whoa,
have
whoa,
something like that
whoa,
in New
whoa!
Zealand.
I don't even know if I agree with that. Because look how many retards went around some fucking dude who's the Pope? That's Italy, right? Fucking stupid.
Look, I think having this current pope, he's so far been based as fuck.
Yeah, it's just morals. It's just morals. I mean, it's basic morals. But then morals is decided by the society you're living in. There's too many subjective and objective
Well, that's what I
truths.
was saying is that like a lot of people aren't actually like they haven't actually thought out their political beliefs or their moral beliefs. It's just like they're kind of just going with the flow. Like a lot of people are just like it's more to do with their environment. That like for example, like these are the same people. If you were to take these people and put them in like Iran, they would be jihadis. It's nothing to do with like nothing to do with their actual like disposition.
Absolutely.
Yeah, not many people actually think to these things. I think Brian Tamaki is just as brave. Yeah, no. I was literally about to bring this up. Is like in America, you guys have the MAGA evangelical guys. Over here in New Zealand, we have this thing called Destiny Church. Funny correlation, but we have this thing called Destiny Church, which is like it's literally the same.
I will say, MAGA is like, how would I describe it? It's like a new thing out of nowhere.
No, without a doubt. Obviously, like I wouldn't even say
like when people think of Republicans or Democrats, MAGA is not that.
Oh,
that
yeah, no.
is something completely new.
Another thing I've been talking about stream. It's actually what got me into streaming. Is because like I started noticing politics like ever since Trump got elected that first time stopped being a right left thing. We're now just dealing with populism versus anti-populism. Like the whole like liberal square in the political compass is no longer existing. It's just whoever can like pander to their own voter base or not.
So I don't know what your political, I guess, dichotomy is right now.
So I'm a center left lib. I'm a big believer.
No, I mean like your whole countries, I guess.
Oh, my
So
country
right now,
currently. Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, so I was going to say right now, currently we have this thing called the National Government Power, which is basically like a center-right party, where they're in coalitions with basically what is our version of MAGA called NZ First, and our Libertarian Party called ACT. So we've got that currently in government, so we're trying to fight that and get the Labour Party in power.
So for us, we have 4 parties right now fighting for each other.
Yep.
We have Nat Sox invading the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have communism invading the Liberal and Democrat Party. But then there's like subsects in at least 2 things or 2 ways I can definitively like name trying to invade each one.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty well aware about what's happening internally in the different parties. Like, obviously, you've got like, currently you've got your moderate Dems, the bastions of like what is supposed to be liberalism, and they're trying to fight these like tankies who are like masquerading in like progressive cloaks, and then the Republican Party,
and they just want to destroy us, like
No,
the West. They hate the West.
No, like D makes a very good point that they are genuinely parasites. Like they whenever they need to like mask on, they'll talk about like identity issues. But the moment you like leave them in the little corners,
who's D, by the way? I can't hear him.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So like whenever Destiny talks about these kind of things, like from what I've basically taken out is like whenever they're in their own spaces, they'll start talking about like Marxism and like class issues. But the moment you put them into media, they start talking about like identity politics and stuff like that.
No, identity politics, that doesn't even matter.
No, that's my point. They use it as like a veil to get progressives to
like a
tankies,
shield.
basically. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's like they use it as a way to like get their own like get voters from who would be traditional Democrats into either not voting for Democrats or voting for retards like Jill Stein. But and then the Republicans, obviously, you've got your old neocons, which I don't even think they're a political force anymore. I think they've been obliterated.
Dude. Democrats and Republicans are fucking gone now.
Yeah, no,
I don't know if you have a thing over there called like the pendulum swings.
Yeah, well, all
every
political
time
parties
someone
have that.
gets
Yeah, it's like
voted in.
yeah.
Yeah. But now it's going like into just horseshoe theory.
Mm. I will say, like, with people like Ossoff and what's the guy in Texas, Talrico. Like, I don't see like these like popular Dems. Like, they're using more populist rhetoric, but like,
Tyrico is never mind.
yeah, because what I was gonna say, like, I don't see the like at least like the like party supported Dems. I don't see them drifting that far into like what like the tankies are. Like, I just see them using more populist rhetoric, like that Mamdani used a lot, but still staying with like moderate Dem policy. Whereas like the Republicans, like moderate Republicans, just do not exist. Like, the moment you're a moderate Republican, you disagree with Trump once, like Massey did, you're fucking thrown into the abyss.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So like,
You're fucking cast out.
yeah, no. So like regardless of whether or not you agree with Democrats or not, like if you do want like a more saner America, like it's the only thing I can see is that getting the Democrats in power, because like holy AIDS,
Well,
the Republican Party is not sane.
I don't know how I would describe it because. So would you consider Trump a fascist or a dictator? I guess.
Trump has the thing is like he's not a okay.
You know, like so for me.
Mhm.
So let me just explain it real quick.
Yeah,
For
go ahead.
me, the way I view it, it's just ego. It's just
I would agree
lining
with
his
you.
pockets.
I would agree with you. Yeah.
He's not actually like fascistic.
That's actually something I wanted to
Or
bring up, is that what the reason why I hesitated is because I think calling him a fascist is a good soundbite, because it basically encompasses most of what he does. But like he's not fascistic. He's like he's just a very good, like, honest to God. If you want
he
to,
just cares about his own wallet.
if you want
That's
to, if you want to give the
all he
best
matters
comparison, if you want to give the best comparison, he's genuinely just an American Saddam Hussein. He's a massively authoritarian, oligarchic supporting guy who uses religion to like shore up his bases. Like, it is basically that. It's more like an oligarchic dictatorship than anything. Potential of authoritarian for Donald Trump, but not a fascist. I don't think he has any particular ideology, but making himself yeah. So he's actually not that ideological. It is mostly just an ego and like an authoritarian.
No,
like,
he's definitely he's not like a like literally he is not like a Hitler where
yeah, like
he has
for example, when
an
George Bush
ideology or
when George Bush wanted to invade Iraq, he like created this whole department and went through Congress to like specifically get that thing passed and go. I think he, like, that's how he skipped Congress.
well, I
from what
mean,
understand.
technically Trump is doing that too, but
no, not really. He
only
literally
to
just
line
he
his own pocket.
he just outright skirts Congress. Like, I don't think Congress has actually come together to basically do anything for the past year or two. No.
No, I know, because Congress are pussies.
Well, like, yeah, but like from what I understand, like I think that was when the whole Iran bill was like being talked about. Like, the Dems would show up to Congress and their Republican counterparts are just nowhere to be seen.
Like, I can tell you right now, if Trump actually was a fascist, he could have control of everything right now. Because there are people in everything that would fucking execute people for him. Like,
well, there's already ISIS is already in the streets, so.
No, I don't even think I think that's only because of his other endeavors. I don't think it has anything to do with like actually being fascistic. Like,
yeah, no, I agree with you. No, I don't think Trump is ideologically inclined at all. Not at all. He's just very concerned about his own power and how he looks at the public.
Yes,
that's it.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
Him and his family. That's all it matters.
Yeah.
It's like
So,
a Kardashian.
Yeah. So like one thing you'll notice about authoritarian leaders around the world throughout history, anytime they do something bad, their supporters and the leader himself will always say, "Oh, it's some minister or some advisor has led him astray." It's never that guy's problem, and Trump is using a lot of that rhetoric I've seen. Like, I think, like, how many fucking like advisors, like Kristi Noem and fucking Pam Bondi, like, how many of these people has he thrown under the bus because of his unpopularity? Like, I've seen quite a bit of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Quite. Sorry, I'm half asleep now.
Yeah, no problem. I understand. It's pretty early for you.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m.
Yeah, but yeah, like there's nothing else I can say. But I pray for your guys' midterms, because like,
I mean, I just entertain me, man. I'm straight up to the point where I'm like, I want some fucking coliseum being built. Like, let's get it going.
We need a golden Trump statue in every state capital.
Like fucking Marxus Aurelius, whatever the fucking third. Like, let's fucking Let's fucking go. Rub some dirt on the hands, baby.
Yeah. Well, look, personally, as a guy who gets affected economically by whatever your retarded country decides to do, I would really like the Dems to sweep so you can stop this stupidity. That's
Oh,
just
they
where I'm coming
will.
from.
But my question is, that's the thing. That's the thing. Dems aren't winning. Like, actual Dems are not winning.
I would disagree with you. Like, for example, as I said, like Ossoff and like Tallarico are perfect examples where they've modified their rhetoric, but like if you look at the policies they're talking about, this is just Obama shit. Like, there's nothing really
Oh
changed
no no
policy
no.
wise.
We're talking about state, like state shit.
Oh, like local
State
stuff,
shit
like
affects federal
districts and
shit.
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I understand. I think what was that fucking commie? I'm not gonna say the word. That's that's just mean. But what was that commie woman who
It's
won in New
not
York or
mean.
whatever?
I mean, if you're a commie, she's a commie.
No,
Is
no,
what
no.
it
There was
is.
another word I was gonna attach to that, but I'm not gonna say it. What was
Cunt?
it? No, it wasn't that harsh. I'm just not gonna say it because it just comes off like a dickish. But what I was gonna say is like, wasn't there like a Mamdani supported like DSA person who got elected to like a district in New York or whatever? I saw
I
that
have
in the
no
news.
idea, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
It's like the DSA, but like to be fair, like it's just a New York thing. Like wherever these like guys are winning, it's always in the most blue states ever. It's never in like a purple state or in like a moderately left like state. So like, that's what I mean. Like I think the Dem Party itself is like good, but like maybe 5% of it is like corrupted or whatever. You there? I think they got him. They got him. Well, anyways, while I wait for him, Simon, you still in chat? Because I was doing some Ukraine stuff before this, but I can go back to some NZ stuff if you want. Yeah, this listing. Yeah, just listing away. Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if he comes back. I'll give him like 3 more minutes. If not, then I'll just continue on what I was doing before. But how you been, brother? I didn't see you last stream, so I was just wondering how you doing. I see every right wing and left wing is attacking opportunity right now. I find it absolutely ridiculous. I haven't seen. Maybe I'm just ill informed, or haven't seen a lot of stuff. But like from what I've seen, national. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't want national to get in government. And I don't want them to strengthen their position. But I don't know who in their right mind advised Luxon to outwardly disavow Top. Because that was a potential partner they could have used and added to the coalition of their basket of retards currently to deny Labour government, even if they were to lose some seats themselves. That was a politically retarded move. And then with Labour, all I've heard is they've just basically said the most like neutral shit ever. Where I think when Top was brought up, Labour keeps saying, oh, we're advocating for the Labour Party and whatever. They haven't said like a strong positive statement. But I think optically, honestly, Labour should say, yeah, we're willing to cooperate with Top if they get seats in Parliament. Because I think just optically that looks really good and makes Labour to the average independent voter and moderate look more sane than the National Party. I'm generally very good. I was just out yesterday. Oh, sweet, nice. Did you do some outdoor activities or do you have like a plan with some friends or whatever? I think Labour will do who their potential coalition partners a month before the election. They're not going to announce it quickly. They will see. Yeah, but like this is what I mean. Labour's position right now is the same one, and National should have taken this. I don't know why. Like, it had to be genuinely a spur of the moment thing. I don't think there was a single National advisor who told Luxon to disavow Top. I think he just fucked up, and now the party needs to salvage it and like say that it was intentional. Because I can believe that retard Luxon did something as stupid as that. Because it's just so like electorally like retarded to disavow a potential coalition partner that you could use to deny Labour a government out the gate. Because like I think I brought this up in stream. I don't know if you heard me talk about this, Simon, but like Top to me is just a less economically retarded version of the Greens. Like they have the same view on green stuff. They have the same view on taxation and generally other things. But when it comes to the economy, they're more conservative in that regard. And by conservative, I just mean they're not stupid. Oh, he did leave VC. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to my other one. A lot of Greens are attacking Top as well, but I do agree National should not have attacked Top because naturally, actually, have very limited coalition partners outside Acton. Yeah, so like how it works, you pretty much know this too because it should be pretty obvious. But like you've got your right block, you've got Act and National, and you got your left block, Greens, Party Maori, and Labour. Now the reason I want to add first to that is because first is, in my opinion, part of the right block, but the problem is Winston Peters is a cockroach and will live any political nightmare. Like he can somehow convince his voters that the radical left are a problem, but if he wants to get in government with Labour, he'll somehow find his way to message that to his voters, and they'll slop it up. I don't know how an ends at first voter works, but they work like this for some reason. Top seems to be willing to work with anybody, so like they were an easy flip for the national government. I don't know why they did what they did. It truly boggles the mind. And I think to add to that, as they brought up, like Top is just a more business-friendly version of the Greens. Business than just the economy. The reason why Greens would be attacking Top is because the Green Party went from an environmentalist party to, I would say, a social democrat to a democratic socialist party when it comes to the economic position. So if a party like Top can offer the progressive change we need for taxes, but not give you that leftist populist slop, is detrimental to the Greens policy platform because the people who just want that tax change, they'll go to Top. Top potentially is the new United Future. Yeah, I definitely agree. So I think the reason why the Greens are attacking them and not Labour is because Labour realizes like Top voters and Labour voters have a lot in common. But when it was, I don't know if you heard when the Greens released a tax policy, there was like a 30-minute interview the Green leaders did. Chloe Schwarbrook and the other woman, I forget her name. But they like it was very Marxist coded language. Like talking about democratically controlling the economy, saying that billionaires are the enemy of like the people. Like it was some scary shit. I'm not gonna lie, because that introduces very toxic stuff to our democracy. So I think if a party like Top comes out, which gives you the progressive taxation change you need, and introduces a more pro-green and pro-welfare stance, most of the Green voters who just for those things in the Greens will abandon that and go to Top, if they're not Labour supporters, that is. Davidson, no. This conversation's been happening actually today. I watched a couple interviews this side of the stream about this. But yeah, I'm pretty bullish in the top party, and not this election. I think they might get 1 or 2 seats, but like the next election cycle, no cycle after that, I'm hoping they actually siphon a lot from the Greens, and Labour and Top can have a strong coalition, because I think they heavily actually agree on a lot of tax and economic policy, and I think we can have a very strong government, because I feel like the Greens, man, they're very. I will even call them political terrorists. Like they basically tank. Like even though they're a really small part of our political system, they create so much political destruction that like their stupid policies get funneled through government, because obviously a coalition agreement has been signed by the two governments, and it just gives national free attacking points, even though Labour doesn't stand by half the things the Greens do or say. So I think if we want a really strong Labour Party, like I think we should be very bullish on Top. I'm kind of open to Top and moderate elements of the Greens. I'm not keen on Tapati Maori. I think they're more likely to attract votes to the right-wing bloc. I think Tapati Maori has a place in our government and a place in our society. I think Labour advocates much for Maori rights, and I think it's just better if Maori realise that it's not just about their individual values, like they're also part of our society, as we need to move forward as one. Because Tapati Maori's entire thing is just about Maori stuff, but we have to move past that. Also, we have to look at that as a broader view for our future. And like the moderate elements of the Greens, like you have to understand, there might be moderate Greens, but like that leadership, they clearly want the party to go in a certain direction, which is why I'm not really keen on the Green Party. I would prefer Tapati Maori smaller. Yeah, not in cabinet. Yeah, like a supply and confidence agreement, definitely. Like, I think it was even I forget last government it was a supply and confidence only. I think it was also I think it was a coalition. But yeah, no, I'm a very big Labour believer. I believe that Labour should have a very strong majority, and I feel like my optimal government is that any party that has to come into government with Labour is always going to be a supply and confidence agreement. Like, I think Labour's agenda should take power and take precedence. Because, as I said, sometimes the Greens will do things in a coalition that Labour people do not agree with. But those things are then used by National and ACT to attack Labour, not the Greens.
We will not allow the Shadow Fleet to evade sanctions and fund Russia's war effort. Europe is determined, he said. It will pursue all necessary efforts to increase the cost of the war for Russia and enable the emergence of a robust and lasting peace in Ukraine. And I better pause there, Francis, because I'm about to melt.
Thanks, Dom. Well, someone else who's feeling the heat is Vladimir Putin. But, as mentioned, let's start with the Ukraine Recovery Conference. It's currently taking place in...
I think you advocating what the Norwegian Labour Party are doing. They're doing a confidence and supply only with their allies, but I think that would be a good arrangement for New Zealand. Yeah, definitely agree with you. As I said, I'm not just a Labour member. I believe it's, again, the reason why I'm streaming this, because I want to make a good media system to support Labour, to try and give them what a lot of media really doesn't. Because Labour's vision for our country, in my belief, is a very good one. It's got a broad vision, and it understands the responsibility government has to the people. I want to put Labour in a position where it has a strong message for the lower strata of society, your working class. It's got a strong, if you really want to summarize what I think about the Labour Party, I want the Labour Party to go back to the times of Helen Clark. Pro-worker stance, pro-economy stance, and decent foreign policy. Like, Michael Cullen was one of the best finance ministers we had in a while. And this new finance minister that's coming in, from what I've seen, she's very intelligent, and she's actually got like unlike Nicola Willis, she's got an actual like degree in the position she's going to take, which is very good, I think, for us, because we've had too much incompetent leadership in this government. But yeah, like I completely agree with you. Like Labour should be strong enough where like if you want to come to government with them, it has to be a supply and confidence, not a coalition.
Gdansk in northern Poland, and we'll shortly be hearing from Arisia about the mood on the ground. President Zelensky was supposed to be there, but following the row discussed several times this week over Kyiv naming a unit after one implicated in war crimes during World War II against Polish civilians, he sent his Prime Minister, Yulia Sviridenko, instead. More on the conference in a moment, but I want to start with some other significant developments. You often hear it argued that Kyiv never stood, or still doesn't, stand a chance because Russia is simply larger and possesses greater reserves of money and manpower. But that misunderstands how limited Russia's room for manoeuvre actually is, so long as the Kremlin continues to insist that the war is not a war at all, but a special military operation that remains contained, and Putin continues trying to shield his people from the cost. For years, Ukraine and its allies have worked to offset Russia's economic power by harnessing the strength of the wider European economy to sustain Kyiv's war effort. With the progress of recent weeks, that strategy has now broadly succeeded. On manpower, though, Kyiv understands Putin is not strong enough to mobilize all men of fighting age. Ukraine therefore needs only to inflict losses at a sufficient monthly rate to force him eventually into one of two choices: either escalate by mobilizing more men at the risk of significantly destabilizing the state, or de-escalate and seek a ceasefire. In tandem with Zelensky's long-range sanctions campaign against oil and gas infrastructure, including on Moscow last week, and slowly strangling crime.
I like the idea you're doing a sort of pro-Labour media, because there is left-wing type media out there, but it's more green. And Chapati Maori, for example, like BHN does, and Mati. But yeah, no, I completely agree. I think we talked about this the first time you really jumped in chat, but like, man, whenever I go on the internet, I can only ever find people who deep throat ACT, deep throat NZ First, deep throat National, deep throat Greens, or deep throat Chapati Maori. Like us center-left liberals, bro, we are completely left in the dust. Like, they do not know how to... Like, I'm going to put it like this. National, with no research backing, just kept saying $20 hidden bill, $20 billion hidden bill, $20 billion hidden bill. Not a single one of Labour's media managers or media people put out a statement saying, hey, this is kind of bullshit. It took me, a guy in his 20s who's streaming, to take 2 hours out of his life. All I did was Google research, and I compiled a document which is like, if you're being good faith, it's only a 1.19 billion hole. And if you're being bad faith, it's a 12.19 billion hole. So, like, yeah, there's just no real, like, backing for Labour, and it's kind of their fault too. They're not on the attack vector when it comes to these kind of things. But yeah, like in our day and age, not many people, like obviously you, Simon, you seem to be very politically like engaged, but like the average Kiwi is not politically engaged. They just need like snappy responses and snappy policy. That sounds good. And a message as well. Not many people are like, you know, reading every document or every policy, what it does and what it means. So that's why I'm trying to be like a media figure who can like take something and then like translate it for normal people. I think Labour have hired Jordan Rivers, from my understanding. What do you mean by that? Sorry. That is very correct. Most news, yeah, no, there was fuck, I forget who it was, but there was like two people that were being interviewed, and like one of the national guys said, "Oh, you know, New Zealand's want to see really good policy." I'm like, no, they don't care. No one cares. Everybody votes with their wallets. At the end of the day, they just want their lives to get better. I think Labour head office have hired John Rivers, like a social media. Yeah. So like, but the problem is like that's institutional media. Like, how to explain? If you ever catch like a RNZ or an NZ Herald live stream, I want you to look at the viewer count. It's like 10 people. So like when you're doing these kind of like legacy media things, the people who only tune in are those people who are going to tune into like the actual proper things. And these people, I brought this up as a complaint. I think whenever we're doing any like news media, or we're doing any coverage, or we're doing any live streams, it should be after 4 p.m. Working class Kiwis need the ability to tune into these things. I personally think this. Because it's only currently like the middle class and the politically engaged who really tap into these things. So like people like me who live stream or do YouTube, like our stuff is always out there, and it's like, and we're just normal people. We're not media trained. We have no financial, real like institutional backing. So like we get to speak our piece, and I think that gives people a more genuine connection. So yeah, I think hiring a filmmaker like Jordan Rivers, like it obviously helps a bit, but they're misunderstanding the point. Messaging is not just these like legacy institutions. It's also alternative media like this.
Mia, one can see how the Ukrainians believe that there is a window with enough support from its allies to compel some sort of decisive shift. Hence this intriguing quote from President Zelensky yesterday.
Наша операція, зокрема щодо Криму, чітко прорахована. І те, як операція триває, абсолютно доводить. Якщо саме те, про що ми говорили з партнерами в рамках G7, у України з'явиться, і це залежить від рішення партнерів. Ми оперативно забезпечимо умови, коли Росія буде змушена обрати мир. Дуже розраховуємо на позитивну відповідь від наших партнерів. Вони чітко знають, про що.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah. But basically what I was trying to say is that what's my train of thought? Yeah, what I was trying to say is that right now, as it goes, Western democracies and our country, we were founded on the core tenets of liberalism, pro-constitution democracy, pro-freedom of speech, pro-capitalism, these kind of things. Yeah. And guaranteed liberties. You know, we had these core tenets, and like national labor, we all agreed on like 95% of things, and it was the 5% we had a death match on. That was how liberal democracy worked. It was just those key differences that made us put us into different political inclinations. Right now, the left-right paradigm doesn't work. It no longer exists. We exist on a populist versus anti-populist paradigm, and people like the Greens and people like ACT and NZ First are working off populism. Like when you listen to them, they're not giving you many policy incentives or any policy fixes. All they'll do is scream about problems. Like just watch anything from ACT or NZ First or Greens. It's always problem, stupid policy, problem, even more stupid policy. Whereas like Labour and to some degree National at least have like this day-to-day issues where they're trying to fix it with a long-term goal. Sorry, let me just read these chats you had from before. The Ukrainian president is basically Winston Churchill. Yeah, I totally agree with you. He's a very brave leader, I would say. Are you saying that old French seating arrangement is no longer working in our modern world? I wouldn't necessarily say that. What I'm trying to say is that it actually has nothing to do with the systems or the people themselves. The problem is like this is going to be out of left field. When Nazi Germany came to power, they didn't come to power because people agreed with the Nazis. They came to power because they realized and knew how to use the new modern form of communication at the time, which was radio. I think what's happening right now is that we have this new modern technology, this new modern form of communication of social media. And if you're referring, left, right, it does work. Like technically speaking, there are differences, but actually what you're talking about right now is actually coming to my point here. The problem right now is that before Like, you know what? Just to cut my speech short, the problem right now is that too many people are engaged in politics. Because being engaged does not mean you actually understand what you're talking about. Like, I want substantive workers' rights reform, wage reform, and regulation body setup. Someone in the Greens is going to tell you that capitalism is evil and needs to be destroyed. Like a Green supporter. Because that's the message that party's giving out. Like, we don't live in the same bubble. Like, it's you're not having the same conversation there. So, like, it's not about the seating arrangement. Right now, it's just about the media environment you live in and what kind of people are introducing you to politics and people's surface level understanding of politics.
Now, we all know about President Zelensky's request from the US to have permission to build Patriot missiles in country. But one wonders what other requests may have been made at the G7. Kyiv will be pleased to have heard President Trump say this in a meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte in the Oval Office yesterday when taking questions.
You like winners. Do you think President Zelensky is winning right now? He famously...
Well, he's doing pretty well. Look, no matter how you look at it, he's doing pretty well. He's holding his own, at least. A lot of people dying on both sides. But I think he's doing
I
pretty
hate
well.
this guy, dude.
Can I ask you...
Look, you have to say he's courageous. He's got great equipment. But he's got great men. He's got fighters.
Tellingly, as Trump is speaking, you can see Rutte nodding along constantly. In the same meeting, in quite an unusual moment, the NATO Sec-Gen actually leaves his chair and goes over to some cardboard charts that he's brought with him, one of which has the Trump trillion embossed in unmissable gold letters.
If you stay here, I go over to these boards here, because I want to show you.
The only thing to ever get, if you want to get anything out of Trump, you just need to glaze him. The man is such an egomaniac. If you just call him like a god or like give him something in golden letters, he loves it. The man is he's such a degenerate dude.
What this president was able to achieve. And I start with this chart.
The head of NATO must be embarrassed because Trump and constantly talked about, yeah, no, I completely agree. It just, you need to understand, this guy is doing a very good job because his position as the NATO chief is not to impose his worldview on NATO members. His job is to keep NATO together and to get people to cooperate within it. I cannot stress to you how much of a shit life this guy must be living right now because of what he has to do with what should be the bastion country of NATO, America. Like, the whole point of NATO was to combat not the Soviet Union, but Russian aggression to the West. It was just the Soviet Union at the time. And this is the key. It's a defensive war. Russia declared war on Ukraine. And like, this is the best and cheapest way for America. Like, even forget all the moralism. To rejuvenate the American arms industry, the job market, and to make its presidency look better morally, supporting Ukraine makes the most sense. It's just, yeah, as I said, I just don't get it. This entire presidency in America is truly like, it's just been a shit show. And it sucks because like he's a representation of the West, which he's really not. Like, yeah.
This chart is about the Trump trillion. The Trump trillion shows you the increase Europeans and Canadians are paying into defense.
Like one of the chatters in Twitch, Orange, I was asking for a link to donate to a Ukrainian thing because I really want to donate to their drone production. I want my name put on one of those drones that is sent straight to Moscow. All right, I want to contribute to the war myself. NATO guy used to be the Prime Minister of Holland, and he had a deal with the 7 or 6 parties in his coalition. I'm guessing he's the right guy for. Yeah, no, definitely. As I said, this guy's doing a very good job. Like it sucks that he has to do it like this, but yeah, if you want to get this current president to agree on anything, you just have to dick suck him. It just sucks so much, man, that we have such an incompetent guy leading the U.S. right now at a time of, like, the funny thing is that everything that's going on around the world right now, you can literally like do a 1-to-1 comparison with how World War II started. Like, the Ukraine war is just the Czechoslovak conflict during World War II. Like, there's an ethnic region of a different minority that another country's claiming as theirs, You know, in that time, it was Germany claiming the Sudetenland where all the Germans were. In our time, it's Luhansk and Donetsk where the Russians are. Now, obviously in our timeline, the war has escalated. Where in that timeline, obviously, the West gave it up. But like right now, Trump is Chamberlain. Like he's sitting on his laurels and watching as the world builds tension and like other powers start militarizing more and more. It just sucks. Like no one learned. Like history it's just gonna repeat itself again. And right now you can say like China's Japan or whatever from World War II, just sitting there like watching what the West does.
Since you took office in 2017, Trump 45 plus Trump 47, a total of extra spent by the Europeans and the Canadians of 1.2 trillion. When you look at the effect of Trump 47, so the
probably like a Roman emperor or Egyptian pharaohs who do all these weird stuff like they used to do. Yeah. Well, we brought this up when I was in VC with Orange, but this guy is not ideologically inclined. There's nothing ideological about what he does. Like, it's the reason why like you could not explain to a Republican 4 years ago that the Republican Party would be for tariffs. This was the Free Trade Party at the time, the party of free trade and liberal economics. That's out the window. Like, there's no ideology come out of Trump. He's just an authoritarian and an egomaniac. That's like the big thing. But yeah, you're definitely right. Like, he basically has like that Roman emperor pharaoh kind of thing. But that's, again, it was the same thing with those guys back then. They were just egomaniac fucking totalitarians.
Isolated effect of the extra defense spending in 2025 and in 2026, you see almost $140 billion extra spent nominal on defense by the Europeans and the Canadians. And also this year you will again see an increase by about 120 billion, which brings a total in 2 years of over $250 billion. I can assure you, this is because of Russia, because of the threat, but I'm also absolutely convinced that you being President of the United States, being consistently pushing for something which since Eisenhower has not been achieved, which is the Europeans equalizing their defense spending with the United States.
This is clearly designed to appeal both.
But the Republican Party was for tariffs back in Well, yeah, I'm talking about like the neoconservatives, like the George Bush era kind of, even like the Ronald Reagan era conservatives. Like, you know, obviously like the Democratic Party was for slavery in 1860, but obviously not now, right? Like the whole point is like parties can evolve, ideologies can evolve. What I'm trying to say is like, what was a conservative during Ronald Reagan's era until Bush? If you were to explain to them that the current Republican Party's for tariffs, they would throw up and probably pass out. It's just, yeah, it's just funny.
To Trump's ego and to his self-image as a businessman. Trump, after all, brandished a series of charts, you'll recall, when he launched his trade war. Here, too, one sees an effort to study Trump's habits and adapt strategy accordingly. But back to the growing conundrum for Putin, what to prioritise defending and whether to escalate further.
Ronald Reagan and George Bush era of the Republican Party was, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like there was a political evolution of the Republican Party during the Reagan era, and from then you had your neoconservatives, you know, free trade, market, liberal economics, all that kind of stuff, which is pretty good, you know. But what I'm trying to say is like this MAGA movement, holy shit, there is no ideology to touch these guys. Like even the MAGA guys, they would have been free trade guys in 2017, but now because Daddy Trump has flipped his opinion, because the whole movement's a cult, they've also flipped their positions.
Zelensky claims that Russia has been forced to redeploy air defense systems to protect Moscow and the Kerch Bridge, weakening coverage in other Russian regions and occupied territories. And there are stirrings that the Kremlin is considering initiating a new round of mobilization, but one that is unlikely to do enough. According to an investigation by the independent Russian outlets Verstka and iStories, sources close to the presidential administration and the security services said a new wave of mobilization could be announced as early as October, after the State Duma elections on the 18th to the 20th of September, to increase both the number and quality of troops sent to Ukraine. Preparations for what one source described as something that will never be called a mobilization have reportedly been underway for several months. But a small-scale, cautious mobilization is unlikely to be enough, which presumably would leave Russia only one option long-term: to de-escalate. More evidence of the increased anxiety of the regime can be found in the sentence of Russian opposition politician and deputy leader of the Liberal Yabloko party, Maxim Kruglov, to 7 years in prison after being convicted of spreading false information about the Russian army through 2 Telegram posts posted in 2022. Kruglov, who opposes the war in Ukraine and supports a ceasefire, denied any wrongdoing and argued that the case criminalised political disagreement. Crucially, that verdict comes shortly before those Duma elections in September, which his party hopes to contest. Kruglov said he remained opposed to the war and believed that Russia would one day be a peaceful country. A country...
Isn't that political party the one Gorbachev later founded, the Yakov Party? I think it is. I'm not too sure on like Russia's democratic history after the fall of the Soviet Union. But it would make sense. Because yeah, I think because it was Boris Yeltsin had the whatever party Putin's leading right now. I know that much. But I think the Yakov Party was actually, well, let's just search this up. We have the internet as a thing. Russian Yakov Party. No, it wasn't founded by Gorbachev. It was made by some other guys. It was made by some like economist or something named like Vasily or whatever. My favorite Russian party is the Liberal Democrats for ironic reasons that they are actually not liberal or Democrats. Actually, yeah. It just, yeah, it's a funny ordeal. Very hard to keep a track of Russian political parties. Is there like even a point, dude? Like, there was like a really good opposition leader who fell down some stairs, as they say. But I feel bad for Russians, dude. Like, ever since the Soviet Union was conceived, they just have not had any choice in any leadership fucking ever. Even during the Kerensky government, when after the Tsar was overthrown, like that was kind of like the educated elite putting themselves in, and then after that was another set of educated communists, and then after the communists it was oligarchs. It's like it's just a never-ending shit show.
That its neighbours respect rather than fear, he said. A country where it is possible to disagree. Domestic pressure will only be expounded by the fact that elites will be able to see that while Russia's economic forum was disrupted by drones a few weeks ago, Kyiv has been able to unlock the first tranche of the pivotal €90 billion loan from the EU. In Gdansk today, Kyiv received €3.2 billion from Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Each tranche...
You know, one thing that doesn't track from World War II, there are actually deals being made in Danzig. I think Russia needs to be broken up into even more smaller countries, in my honest belief. I would agree with you in a principle sense because of how many peoples make up Russia, but like if you want to live in a multicultural liberal society, I think Russia should stay how it is. Unless the different oblasts and the different native populations think otherwise, and you know, obviously self-determination is a different topic to talk about. But it's not that the Russian state needs to be broken up, but like it's just, man, it's the people. Like, remember, autocracies are elected. It's by the people's confidence in that government. Like, yeah, I think the best way I can put it. If the Russian people are willing to, like, tolerate totalitarianism and retardation economically, that's up to them. You know? Like, democracy didn't just, like, manifest itself. It came through the will of the people and them fighting for their rights. And once you establish that, then you have a democratic tradition and norm. But like, I wouldn't fundamentally disagree with you with the whole Russia being broken up kind of thing. But I don't think it'll just make a more unstable world. And I think from what I like from the talks I've had with a few Russians who live in like the more minority oblasts, they seem fine with the current government, which is actually the problem, by the ways. But yeah, there's no need to break up a country that obviously the people themselves don't feel like need to be broken up. See Russia go liberation, then they go back to yeah, no, it sucks. It's just the problem is, like, remember, like when you look at the October Revolution, it was just people being angry. You've heard me talk about this in stream. Like, the difference between being politically engaged and politically conscious. When you're politically engaged, you're just angry. You're just throwing whatever you feel like you can at things because you're angry about what's happening. But when you're politically conscious, you actually have like a fundamental understanding of your ideas and what you would want. And for example, in France, when that revolution happened, the reason why they got a republic and a whole parliamentary system and that democracy eventually survived is because it was like a more middle class kind of movement, and it kind of built up a democratic norm from that. But like in Russia, it was just peasants who weren't being fed and were just angry with the system. Same thing in China. It was the same. It was the same shit. It's like the more educated, the more wealthier people are, the more likely they are to actually hold a democratic tradition. It's the reason why you see these like socialist movements only pop up in the most like illiterate and poor places.
Will be dispersed gradually throughout this year and next year, assuming that the EU's conditions for required domestic reforms in Ukraine are met. So let's take you to that recovery conference now, where several leaders have been speaking.
Since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion.
Remember the UK had a military dictatorship? Yep, under Oliver Cromwell, and then slowly transitioned to, yeah. But that's what I mean, like, there was... Cromwell, although a dictator, the English population at that time was already, like, there was, like, a middle-class building, you know, the tradesmen, the smiths, all these kind of things, plus they were a literate society, and they already had, like, a semi-democratic tradition with the Magna Carta, which restricted the nobility, and then Oliver Cromwell went in, and the Republic was kind of declared. And then after Cromwell died, because he didn't appoint like a successor or whatever, you had this like gradual transition of like the monarchy realizing they need to let go of absolutism. So like, ironically enough, democracy in the UK was actually a concession between the people and the crown to not have another dictatorship from the military, which is funny enough. Like, it's probably the few instances in human history where a monarchy and the people have agreed, let's not go back to a republic. So let's actually concede on some like voting rights, maybe.
The European Union and its member states have provided
Like to put this in perspective for us Kiwis, is probably the same reason why some like educated Māori who actually know how the Treaty of Waitangi goes, right? Why they would be anti-republic, because if we become a republic, the Treaty of Waitangi has no actual hold anymore, because the Treaty of Waitangi was signed between the Crown and New Zealand, and the Māori in New Zealand. So to give a little perspective.
200 billion euros in economic, financial and military support. And with the Ukraine support loan, we will provide a further 90 billion euros over the next 2 years. And indeed, today we are transferring the first tranche under this loan, dear Julia, more than 3.2 billion euros in macro-financial assistance. So you're right, I'm happy and proud to announce this disbursement today.
We still pay enormous price for freedom, for Europeans' freedom and values. Russia is weaker.
But technically, a New Zealand Republic actually would have legal obligations to the international law, to the Treaty of Waitangi, like how the Russian Federation had a legal obligation under the treaty. I'm not going to speak on this too much because of I don't have the legal backing and I haven't actually researched it myself. But from what I understand, if you wanted to be at bad faith and you wanted to contort it a bit, if we became a republic, you could actually make a solid legal argument how the Treaty of Waitangi doesn't actually carry on if we become a republic. But obviously, like, Māori rights would still have to be respected because of like international stuff, because you can't just be inhumane. But yeah, signed under the Soviet Union from what I've read, and according to New Zealand Republican Association, yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, if we do become a republic, there is actually a legal framework to just completely abandon the Treaty of Waitangi. It's actually a possibility from that point. But as long as we're a monarchy under the UK, that argument is a joke. You can't even make that argument. There was an interpretation. Yeah, but it was an interpretation. As I said, if you put this through court, I think some scary... what I'm trying to say is, like, there's a scary possibility. That's what I'm trying to say. And I don't think people won't even entertain that, even a single bit.
But more aggressive against the whole Europe. In Ukraine, we have a national tradition. It's called Toloka, when people gather together and we start repairing home when it's damaged. So this is how we approach to reconstruction and to recovery. Altogether, we do millions of steps. We take in millions of actions, projects that help us to survive, to adopt, and to develop ourselves. Over the next 2 days of this conference, we expect more than 160 agreements that should be signed.
One of the provinces in Canada is not allowed to have a pro-independence referendum because of the treaty obligations with the native people, with the Canadian government through the British Crown. Fuck I'm pretty sure isn't Canada still technically a constitutional monarchy under the UK too, or have they gotten? Because I'm pretty sure they still are. Because the whole Canadian government is still representation government by the UK, or you know what I mean? Like it's a constitutional monarchy also. Yeah, I'm talking about the province of Alberta. One of the provinces in Canada is not allowed to have a pro-independence referendum because of the treaty obligations with the native people with the Canadian government. But yeah, but that's because the Canadian government supersedes obviously the local government of Alberta. Obviously, what I'm trying to say is like there is a legal position you can take on native rights if we become a republic, and I don't think that's a conversation Modi wants to have. Period. And I think it's just scary to even have that because depending on if you have a good faith or a bad faith actor in the Supreme Court at the time, some scary shit can go down. That's what I'm trying to say.
More than 10 billion euros, and they are aimed at aggregating resources and capability across 5 main dimensions: European Union integration, human capital, business, also local and regional development. And for the first time during this year in Gdansk, we are holding and having dimension that focus on defense.
And today's meeting in Gdansk marks a moment of hope. Ukraine is in a new position of strength. It is beginning to dawn on Moscow.
That is a good point, but understanding the point of the official Republican organization New Zealand who are pro-treaty. Yeah, but like that's what I mean. Like just the simple fact that there is a pro-treaty part of that movement should kind of show you that there is a framework to be had if we do become a republic. There are some scary conversations we're going to start having as a society. That's like what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that if we become a republic, it's over for the Modi. What I'm saying is that it's just a conversation I don't think anybody's ready to even start discussing. Which is like completely understandable, by the ways.
Russia will not win this war. And ladies and gentlemen, Europe's support to Kiev is unwavering. We are determined to increase pressure on Russia's already strained economy. Since Evian, the G7, there is a new sense of transatlantic unity. And today, we are conveying a clear message to Russia.
There are very few referendums in New Zealand. Could have right now will go well. Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, as I said, I don't think it's going to be a thing where like if we become a republic, it's over for us. For the Treaty of Waitangi, but like, yeah. I never knew that the German child could speak English. I should be surprised. Yeah. To be fair, if you're German, speaking English is not that hard. It is a Germanic language at the end of the day, at least part of it. So, yeah.
Time has come to enter into negotiations to freeze the front line.
I will say, I don't support colonialism, okay? But I'm so happy that it did happen so that the language I speak has to be universally accepted by these people, because I would not have wanted to listen to this in German with subtitles. I'm happy that my language is my mother tongue is a global language.
And to end the killing.
Well, friend of the podcast, Orysia Lusevich, OBE, head of the Ukraine Forum at Chatham House, is there in Gdansk at the conference. Orysia, welcome back. What is the mood music like there? Does it feel historic or is it business as usual?
Well, first, greetings from Gdansk, and I think it's, of course, the bilateral historic squabble between Ukraine and Poland is overshadowing this conference. President Zelensky cancelled his arrival here despite very high-level European representation, including Chancellor Merz, President von der Leyen, of course, Donald Tusk is here. But I think the key word here is solidarity, because it's the...
Oh, back if it is just going to... Yeah, no problem. Take your time, brother.
Birthplace of Polish solidarity, and the conference is trying to actually, despite tensions between the two countries, say that Polish society, more broadly, Polish government, Polish business stands with Ukraine, and that is more important because Russia is a common enemy.
And what kind of events, forums, meetings are taking place beyond what we've heard on the main stage this morning, Orysia?
There's a lot going on. There are basically two very strong dimensions in addition to a political high level stage. The one is the business forum, and there are a lot of Polish companies, European companies, Ukrainian companies trying to build partnerships around recovery and reconstruction. And then there's local communities, cities of all sizes, big and small, and some Polish cities who are trying to meet each other better, to do twinning, to partner and help on a very horizontal level, very, people to people level, help Ukrainians overcome the destructions, the trauma, and bring back life, economic life, first of all, in communities.
Because some people who are listening to this will ask, well, what good is this to be having a recovery conference when the war isn't over? Isn't this a distraction? I mean, what would...
No, you should be having these kind of things because, these are long-term efforts. Funding that goes in won't really see any fruits or efforts until 5 years. So it's good we're having this conversation now because clearly Ukraine, this should be as bad faith as possible. They're not going to win, but at least they're not losing. So Ukraine's going to exist as a country, at least not not as a Russian puppet regime. So it's good to come in and help these people out because man, they've suffered, and they're basically at the front lines of defending liberal democracy. So it's our obligation to help these people out in some sense.
People who are taking part in this say in answer to that, do you think?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And Ukrainians keep saying recovery must begin now. And actually, recovery has started. Over the last 4.5 years, over 20 billion US dollars have been invested in rebuilding bridges, schools, building bomb shelters. It's something that Ukraine must do to actually have capacity to keep fighting. Its children must go to school. Its bridges must be able to work. Logistics, railways. So these emergency recovery projects are already taking place. But also it's important to think about the future of Ukraine, especially as it will be a member of European Union. And for companies and investors here, it's important to understand what kind of markets Ukraine is building in energy, in logistics, in defense. And this year it's different because Poland has added a defense dimension to the Ukraine Recovery Conference. And there are a lot of defense companies from Ukraine here, and it's quite impressive what they are able to demonstrate on their stands.
Yes, Ukraine becoming that arsenal of democracy that we've spoken about so much of late. But Arissa, you've co-authored a Chatham House paper ahead of the conference titled Why a Whole of Society Model is Essential for Ukraine's Recovery. Can you explain what you mean by a whole of society model?
So this was inspired, of course, by what we are seeing in defense, in civic resistance. And that means that Ukrainian society mobilized to defend Ukraine. These were, private sectors, companies, the civil society, communities. And we're saying that because there's such a
One of the really great things is the war is bad. I should make that very clear from the get-go. One of the really good things that's going to come out of this war, which has already started to come out, is that we have an ally in the West who is good at drone production and drone tactics. I cannot understate this, how much we need this in our militaries. Because obviously what we see with Iran and what will eventually be a coming war with other powers, we really need to start adopting these technologies and using them properly. And it's really good that the Ukrainians have a grasp on this. Because, real-time war experience is a very real thing. So I think this is a very good thing. And it's something America missed out on. If we had a different type of presidency, if the Americans kept giving aid and did intelligence sharing, it would have been very good for the U.S. military. But, the current guy is a bit stupid.
Challenge of veterans, of traumatized children, especially the frontline communities, of people with disabilities, that it's the same approach should be applied where it's not just the government, because no healthcare system in the world will be able especially to handle the scale and the complexity of the problem. So we are saying, let's create this collective approach, collaborative approach, where these different participants suggest best models and work together on finding solutions. And it's already working to a degree, especially, for example, around demining. You have a strong coalition of government and private sector working to demine Ukraine. But for example, around veterans, there is not such a strong collaboration. And we are suggesting that this should be thought well through how this could be organized.
And I'm looking at some of the statistics compiled in the report, which of course we'll link to in the show notes. It says between 2024 and 2026, the proportion of Kyiv-based civil society organizations who felt meaningful involvement in recovery dropped from 57% to 36%. That drop suggests that despite the initial unifying effect of 2022, civil society is still facing barriers to their full participation. Why are those barriers in place, Aricia?
Well, it's interesting. I think partially it comes from the nature of governance, to a degree that martial law is setting up constraints with anxiety around too much openness. Second, I think that President Zelensky and his political party, especially having that strong majority in the parliament, didn't feel that they have to necessarily consult and deliberate too much. So that is the kind of Zelensky effect on this, which is negative to a degree. And the third one, I think it's lack of institutions that make this participation meaningful. So, for example, major public investment projects do not have at this point mandatory stakeholder consultations. And we are arguing to apply some European practices, such as code of conduct for partnerships, where this is actually required by investment agencies to Ukraine because it wants to become a member of the European Union. So why not use what works in the EU?
Now, we've spoken many times, Aricia, about the way in which Kyiv is modernising society and seeking to stamp out corruption. But in the report, you say that 73% of respondents rank the embezzlement of recovery funds as the primary threat to national recovery, narrowly eclipsing concerns over continued hostilities at 68%. That is still a remarkably high figure. How do you explain that, given the amount of work that has gone into and is still going into trying to stop that historic problem in the country?
So just to explain to our listeners that this is a questionnaire we sent to Ukrainian civil society members. So around 680 of them responded. So this is the most active and the most, I would say, concerned part of Ukrainian society, and they fear that unaccountable, allocation of funds may happen, given, of course, Ukrainian history of corruption, but also
like obviously Ukraine has a history of corruption, but like this should not stop us from aiding them. Like just because tax fraud exists doesn't mean you have to stop paying your taxes. It's a very bad example. So we should. But even though Ukraine's been doing a lot of good work ever since 2014, working on their corruption stuff, you can't just evaporate this shit. So it takes time, and it's good. They're on the right path, and I think the closer they get to Western liberal democracy, the better off they'll be. So I'm rooting for these guys.
Most recent scandal around the Ukrainian Ministry of Energy and Atomic Agency, where funds were basically misappropriated through procurement. So this is why it's in the interest of Ukrainian government to build very strong financial oversight institutions, but also to ensure there's civic monitoring. If citizens have full access to which projects are funded, which I'm sure they will through DREAM program, which is the website, this civic oversight could actually help perhaps dispel some of these concerns, because people will be able to track funds, procurement, contractors, and see results on the ground. Because as I say, it's a perception, and the government should not ignore it, but should work with wider society on diminishing those risks.
Thank you. And before you go, Aricia, I know the report makes other recommendations as well. Are there any others that you want to draw out before we have to dash off?
Well, one thing is to actually expand the space around the table for civil society at the Ukraine donor platform, because at this stage, there's just conversation taking place.
How many presidents of Ukraine have had compared to Russia's 24? Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to say is Ukraine seems to be on a very much more different path, civilizationally and politically, and it's good. As I said, corruption doesn't just go away in a day. You got to build up these institutions, and for example, I think the Philippines has a very bad corruption problem, and they basically just copy pasted Switzerland's laws on corruption because their corruption is very low. but it didn't work because these things take time. You need to build in these societal institutions. You have to build a societal trust, and it's a slow march, you know. And then it becomes a democratic norm. But yeah, like I'm very proud of these guys. You know, they've been fighting for their lives literally, and you know, they're a good role model for what liberal democracy should aim for and strive for. Multiple presidents since the 2014 Russia's only one. Yeah, I think there's photos of like Western leaders meeting the leaders of Belarus and Russia, and it's like every single time they meet, it's always a different leader from the West, and like Russia and Belarus have the same leader again and again and again and again.
Between Western donors and government. And we believe that there are areas such as veterans, such as mental health, that require seat at the table for civil society. And such an institution have not been designed. And actually, Ukrainian civil society here.
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
Prepared a common Gdansk message, and they are calling for having a seat at the table to provide, first of all, needs, to communicate what are the needs of Ukrainian people as they see them working with internally displaced people, with children, and with the veterans.
Well, Rissia, thank you very much for your time, and good luck at the rest of the conference.
Thanks for having me, and keep following the news because there will be more pledges.
Well, thanks very much, Arisia, and of course we'll be keeping an eye on any other updates coming out of the recovery conference in the coming 24 hours or so. But let's go to our final thoughts then. Dom, where do you want to leave listeners from your broom cupboard? Is it like Robert De Niro's in Meet the Parents?
What?
Don't worry. You haven't seen Meet the Parents?
I have. I don't remember a broom cupboard being.
Well, isn't he got? He's got all of those. You know, that he presses a button and then all of the special equipment comes out, and he's got satellite imagery and all of this sort of stuff. I don't know. I'm just trying to imagine there's something more to the broom cupboard than meets the eye.
Can we get a nurse to Studio 2, please? Nurse to Studio 2. If the heat's got the Francis or the aircon, one of the two.
Just give us your final
where am I
thought.
gonna leave you? Well, I would like. The reason I'm in my broom cupboard is because I'm literally about to leave and race down to Salisbury for the Chalk History Festival. I'm going to be speaking there tomorrow, Friday.
I see you have the Bradbury group in your YouTube feed. Interesting. I like watching that show. Don't agree with everything. Obviously, like, I don't know these people too much. I've just seen them floating around. The problem is, like, this is the best example, by the way, of, like, no real Labour support. Because they're ideologically, I don't align with them. I'm a center-left lib, okay? I cannot stress to you how much. Like, there's a reason why you don't agree with them on everything. Like, the thing is, like, if I'm saying something to you, there are factual disagreements you and me are having. All right? With these people, it's perspective and ideology. These are two separate discussions. So, like, the reason why, like, I just try to avoid, like, there's another guy called Duncan Garner. I'll never watch his shit. Like, I might watch it to critique it, but, like, I won't, like, watch it to stay informed. Because he's got a very big populist, right-wing populist narrative in his stuff. Like, if you watch him, like, he very much shits on National every now and then. It's because he's a big NZ First guy. Man Barry's Marxist, and I'm not. No. I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you and me, all right. We exist in the liberal. Like, imagine this is the political compass, all right. Within that political compass is another small square. That's a liberal square, all right. Those are liberals. We are liberals, okay. We believe in the Constitution, democracy, voting rights, guaranteed liberties, capitalism. Once you escape that sphere, you're no longer discussing about facts. You're discussing about ideology and perspectives. And that is a totally separate discussion. So yeah, like, there's a reason like this is populist slob. I would never touch this. A liberal populist slob. Like, for me, I'm willing to talk and debate anybody. And I've done it in my past, talking to extremists and the like. But a big thing for me is once someone has established bad faith over a multiple amount of times, I just tune them out. So, like, for example, let's bring in the least contentious topic in the world: Israel Palestine. If a Palestinian guy talks about settler colonialism, I turn my brain off because that word shows me they know nothing about the conflict. They're just going to throw me slop. Or if an Israeli guy talks about terrorism, I just turn off my brain because I know this guy's going to give me slop. There are like certain words and certain like triggers of bad faith I'll just like detect. I'm like, this is going to be a waste of my like time and life. I'd rather unironically read a 300 page PDF on this entire topic's history of like this one minute detail. That would be a more productive use of my time. But yeah.
Just before lunch, I think 11:45. We are on. So if you happen to be anywhere near Salisbury, do drop by and come and say hello. Chalk History Festival is absolutely brilliant, by the way. It's been going on all week. It still carries on over the weekend. So if you do want to stop by, it's a brilliant day out, and we will see you there. Thank you. As long as Francis hasn't been locked up. Straight jacket.
And I should say that we'll also be joined, dialing in live, two frontline soldiers as well from Ukraine. So it should be a very interesting event. Hope to see some of you there. We will have different people here in the studio tomorrow because we'll be.
But another thing to bring up too. So remember, politics in real life and in the media are completely separate things. Like over here in New Zealand, you should know of it. We have the Alliance Party, which is our socialist party. Look at how many views this video got. All right? 2.5K. The online, like, extreme left is very strong because they've got a messaging apparatus and a whole host of creators who connect and talk and do stuff. And it's popular slop a lot of young people like to digest too because there's a lot of young people that are like parasitically online. But when you look at like the votes, the actual turnout, it materially never translates to anything. And in their narrative, it's because the wealthy and the elite want to stop their power or whatever. But it's because to the average Kiwi, people aren't that retarded to vote for the Alliance Party. That's why, like, we are a liberal society and most Kiwis live in that liberal square. But this messaging apparatus is very toxic, which is why, again, as I said, I'm trying to build this network here because, bro, someone's got to be the backbone in the social media space for Labour. Like, I've seen too much slop on Reddit, on online stuff, on YouTube, on my Instagram feed. And I was like, I'm just fed up with it. But yeah. Well, let's see what else is there. There's another video. Where is it? This Brexit video I do want to give a look because obviously it was a very big thing. But I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Let's look at this.
Chris Lynch.
The Alliance Party was actually quite normal in the early 90s. I had family members. Yeah, no, but like that's what I mean. Dynamics can change. Like, the Green Party was just an environmentalist party who wanted some like tax reform here or there. But now they're like, I would actually blatantly say, a little bit more ideologically Marxist. In their rhetoric, at least. Like, from what I heard, bro, that 30-minute interview was cancer. Like, they outwardly use the word democratic control of the economy. I never thought I would hear a mainstream Kiwi politician talk like that. Like, that's outwardly Marxist language. And I'm kind of scared because Chloe Schroebrook is very young. So she's much more inclined to go on that extreme bend, and she's kind of showed propensity for that. I don't have objectivity on Brexit. I have dual citizenship with an EU country. Wait, are you saying you're a dual citizen, or what's up?
News with Williams Corporation invest poll of all polls in the New Zealand Herald this morning saying the coalition's likelihood of being re-elected continues to fall.
Yes, I'm saying I have EU citizenship as well as New Zealand. Are you what's your dual citizenship? Which country do you have it with? Hi, man. Thanks for the follow. Yo, how's it going? Republic of Ireland. And oh shit! Oh, nice. You got a dual citizenship with an amazing tax haven. That's pretty good. Where did I put my video for reacting? Oh, do you want me to look at something? Send it over. We'll finish watching this and then we'll do your video.
So, what are you doing wrong? Because you don't seem to be resonating with.
What I'll do, I'll pull it up, and then Oh shit! Oh, it's pretty short actually. We'll watch this then. What have you sent me? Check the comment. Look at Pink House. The window left side has been smashed through it. Window frame due to it's been around. Sincerely about smashed through. It doesn't make any sound during night. I and my family was fast asleep on my home after moving out Pink House. Chris Lynch, he's actually got a good little niche doing a Christchurch news show. It's quite smart to have that sort of news show. Yeah. What I've seen, he's a bit like, as I said, you know how like Duncan Garner, as I said, is a bit of an NZ first leaning guy. From what I've picked up from Chris Lynch, the videos I've watched a couple now. He seems to have a very big boner for ACT. He seems to be very more like kind of like bottom right leaning, but he's a pretty fair guy relatively. Like I haven't seen any real bad faith from him. So yeah, watching his shit, it's a pretty how you say, he has a decent take when it comes to right wing stuff. I would say, I thought it was a paranormal activity on Pink House. Okay, he does originate from News Talk CB, from my understanding before. Yeah, that makes more sense. But yeah, like as I said, like you know, there's no real backbone for Labour. Yeah, ZB, yeah. Oh, hey, man. How's it going, Slick? You doing good? Good, bro, yeah. All right. Back to politics. Yeah, we were just doing some Ukraine stuff, and now we're moving on to some more polling stuff. I'm gonna agree with you. So I watched one of these videos actually earlier in stream. When people talk about the polling of the parties, the two big parties of National and Labour, I don't think the poll numbers have actually anything to do with their unpopularity. What's happening right now is an intra-party conflict where you have Labour, Greens, and Te Pāti Māori fighting for the same voter base, and you have National, ACT, NZ First all fighting for the same voter base. So it has nothing to do with like cross-pollination. It's just a massive intra-party fight right now. Jacinda was hot. I'm not going to say what I was going to say, because that was rude. Partially agree with you.
The public as much as perhaps you used to, and the likes of the Greens continue their ascent. So what's going wrong?
Well, I read that story, and it says that the coalition has a 70% chance of being re-elected. That means the likes of the Greens and others have a 30% chance of winning. I think if I had to choose between a 70 and a 30, I'd stay where we are. So that's good. I think it's true to say that over the last 2 or 3 years, a lot of sacrifices have been made, and it hurt when we thought we could see the light at the end of the tunnel.
She still is hot, and she was a hot. Are you telling me you vote with your dick? Is that what you're telling me?
Only to have the light shut off again by circumstances beyond our control overseas. And so I can understand that people aren't exactly in a great mood or thrilled with anything at the moment. On the other hand, I think the ACT Party has a good record to point to. If you look at the health and safety at work reforms, helping small businesses get on with the job of serving their customers, growing wealth, creating more jobs, that's not sexy, but it's important. And we can talk about anti-money laundering, regulation of various sectors from here.
Man, I wish I was like a bigger creator, because I actually talked about this whole sexy like thing about policy like a week ago. Because like, I like, one of the things I really like talking about is the fact that like, when a lot of these like, I wouldn't say extreme parties, but like these like really fringe parties talk about like all of New Zealand's problems. The problem is like the solutions to our problems aren't sexy. You literally just have to turn the dial like 1 to 2 degrees left or right, policy wise. So it just sucks, man. If I was a bigger creator, I would have taken claim for the sexy point.
To housing, to hairdressers, getting rid of the earthquake laws, making it easier for licensed firearm owners. You can talk about the Holidays Act, which has been a nightmare. Brooke Van Velden's fixing that. More medicines. I mean, you know, there's a huge amount of work that we've done, none of which.
Bruh. A huge amount of work. Are you joking? These people have done nothing. The first year in government they were just fighting amongst each other to see who was like the king. In the second year, I swear, I don't even know what the fuck they did in their second year. And in the third year, they've just been tripping over themselves to see how much of a PR nightmare they can create for their own parties. I just don't get it.
Is really sexy in itself.
But that's the problem, though, isn't it? I know. And look, that's the problem, though, isn't it? Sometimes you need to be sexy. Can't believe I'm saying this to you, to sell to the voters. And the Greens, I'm not going to say they're sexy for goodness sake, but you know what I mean. They are playing to a base that tends to be resonating. Let me give you an example. When they said they want to come down hard on some of those international conglomerates like Google and Meta and try and charge them, taxes to.
Someone needs to cut that part of him saying he doesn't want to call the Greens sexy, just have the Greens and then are sexy, and then hit them with the.
Actually make them pay for things. I mean, that's not necessarily a hard left policy. I think many people are a bit frustrated at the fact that a lot of money is going overseas and they're not paying their fair share. Now, for want of a better word, I think that's quite sexy.
Well, fair enough.
Do you get what I mean?
Here's your problem. The whole world is working on some sort of digital services tax. And the problem is that the Americans are heavily opposed to it because most of those companies are American. And so.
Remember, tech companies need a consumer base, okay? Specialized data doesn't just replicate itself. You need a consumer base and a data set to get to. If you implement a withholding tax, that's not going to take tech companies away from New Zealand. They'll still stay here, but we at least get like some money from that to fund our shit. And for fuck's sake, if you're going to farm our data, at least let us eat.
You have to decide, given the relationship you have with them and the other pressure that they might put on, do you want to do that for what turns out to be quite a small amount of money in the context of the wider government? Most countries have decided not to pick that fight. And when you look at the cost to the New Zealand economy, say, of the Americans putting up tariffs the way that they have done in the case of many countries, you'd probably say that's going to make New Zealand worse off overall. So, yep, if you want to give them a points decision on sexiness, you can. But if you want the New Zealand government to actually be aware of all of the issues, balance them up and govern wisely, then I'm not sure that they...
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing looking at the bigger picture, and that's I think looking at the bigger picture is important. Hey David, the ACT Party wants to gradually raise super age to 67. Once again, it's not sexy though, is it? How many New Zealanders with this
I should already have a 6-7 audio button. That would have been a perfect time to use it.
Effect, and how much money could this save? And once again, look, I know it's an election year. It's a risky move to come out and say that, isn't it?
Obviously they're talking about super right now, KiwiSaver. There's two ways you can fix our pension system, okay? The first is this, raising the age. Which is like, whatever, it is a way to do it. The second way is to put more funding into KiwiSaver to make it so that the employer legal contribution goes up, which National has done, but it's not part of the policy platform. I don't think anybody who voted National wanted the legal limit to go up. That's very much a Labour policy. But like I think, if I remember correctly, it's either by 2032 or 2027. I can't remember. I might be mixing up the policy dates. But I think by 2032, the legal contribution rate is going to go up to 6%, if I remember correctly. So it's a good thing. Don't be wrong. I'm for this policy, but like I just don't know why National passed this because I don't think their voter base wanted that. I think it's just them like out of reflex trying to get some sort of sympathy out of the people who are going to go to the voting booth this coming year.
Well, we say it every election year, and I know some people don't vote for us because of this policy, but I'm not going to run for office and bankrupt New Zealand, then leave someone else to clean up the mess. You know, we've had people that do that.
That's crazy. Why is he doing self-critique here? I don't get it. It's just crazy that these, like, obviously he doesn't think this, but like he's basically led New Zealand into a state where like if we keep going like this, it's not going to be good. Like country debt is like one thing. If the public debt is huge, obviously like it's a problem. But if like the people just can't afford shit and private debt collapses like the average person's living standard, it won't fucking matter if the nation has like zero debt or all the debt in the world.
Here's some basic facts. When super was introduced in 1975...
Wait. Incoming facts, okay? Incoming facts. You know what? Depending on what he says...
I'm going to come.
Alright, depending on what he says, I might do that. I don't think New Zealand First gonna allow a national act to do the... Yeah, they won't. I think we talked about this slide before, but like people who like support New Zealand First are either old people or young people who are racist. It's only those two groups. I haven't met an NZ First supporter who isn't one of those two things. But let's see these facts Seymour is gonna spit. He's gonna spit straight fire. No, straight fire.
The average New Zealander only lived to 72 years of age. Now
True.
It's 83. So that's an extra 11 years of being eligible for the pension. On average, 11 extra years.
I also do like the fact these people, like, funding to them, like the F word in politics, funding, all right? It's so toxic to these people, they genuinely will, like, neck themselves if they ever have to give funding to fucking anything. Because, like, I like how, in his worldview, the only way to fix our pension problem is to raise the retirement age and not just put more funding into the system. It's just so bullshit, man. And Roger Douglas actually was the cabinet minister in Norman Kirk's government, established the... Yeah. Look, Helen Clark's Labour government is what I want Labour to be. That's where Labour has to go back again. You know, pro-worker, pro-people in general, and pro-business, and good foreign policy. Like, give me those things, and bro, I'll be the happiest child in the world.
The next thing you've got is that
if we make gyms free, we can improve people's health.
It's
not about people's health. Obviously that would be Helen Clark, bro. She's so bad. There was an interview. Oh fuck, you should have been in stream for this. We watched an interview where she gave. She has a book coming out, and she was talking about some stuff. She was spitting fire, dude. Like I had no real position on Helen Clark. I was like, yeah, she was pretty good. But when I watched that interview, bro, she's become my queen. Everything she said in the interview was fucking based. But yeah, with your gym comment, like. I don't think the gym free thing is a big thing. It's not that people like actually ironically making people healthy will make a problem worse because they'll live longer. But yeah, we just need more funding in superannuation because I actually learned this because I had an Italian chatter come in, and from what I understand, their system is a pay as you go system where like pay is directly taken from people's paychecks and then paid to elderly people. We're lucky to have a fund so money you put in it, it'll grow. And we just take the profits out of that fund to pay for the pension system. So putting more funding into the pension system is not like a black hole for money. It does stuff. So not only does it keep young people who are paying the system employed and grows their wages and jobs, it also pays for old people's superannuation. So it's just an all-around good thing. And keep in mind, too, the KiwiSaver we have is a watered-down version of the Australian system, which is what Helen Clark wanted to do, but obviously National at the time had a decent, strong opposition, so we needed some bipartisan support.
The 70s... we're having 2 to 3 children on average. Now the average couple's having 1.5 children. So you've actually got almost twice as long that a person spends on the pension and you've got half as many children paying for it. And the net effect is that, 30 years ago, there were 9 taxpayers for every person on super. Now there's 4. And in another 20 years, there'll be 2 taxpayers for every person on super. This isn't going to work. The Treasury has been sounding the alarm bells. They've said if you keep doing this, you will get to a debt of 200% of GDP.
Again, like anything but funding. Like it's just so toxic to these people. Like it can only be we have to either slash stuff or like deny people certain things. It can never be like, hey, maybe we just put more money into this.
So what are we going to do about it? Well, there's 2 options. They both have the same outcome, right? But we have 2 choices. Number one is we just wait and hope. And what I suspect will happen.
And he's not even representing like the options correctly. Like as I said, the actual real first option, which he hasn't brought up, because he's got some masters to address. It's just to put more money into the system. QE saver can help increase capital. Yeah, no, exactly. Like this is what I mean. Like it is just okay. Again, you need to understand. Politicians never do anything stupid. What Seymour is doing right now is pandering to his voting bloc. Okay, he knows well and truly that Kiwi Saver puts money into our system, gets capital flowing, increases productivity, employment options, and it pays for the system pays for itself. It is a growing fund that pays our pensions. All right, but remember, like he's a politician. He's selling himself to his electorate, which is a politician's job, by the way. So there's nothing technically evil about this. It's just the position he's holding is fucking evil. But like, I've been mulling this over in my head for a while. I think because I think what a lot of the KiwiSaver stuff invests into is actually foreign bonds and foreign companies. I think because how it works is you have your KiwiSaver money that gets put down to KiwiSaver fund managers who have to apply for those funds, and then the fund managers can do whatever they want with it. From my understanding, I may be just fucking wrong, but I think the government, hopefully with Hipkins coming in, hopefully, God bless, they should put some legal requirements that a certain portion of that fund needs to come locally, so that local employment options, local investments start getting bolstered more. Because it should be a system where we put money in, the economy grows into it because our FDI is dog shit, and that will pay for itself, not only giving Kiwis more employment options, but also paying for itself, paying the pension for itself. Making education free will make NZ citizens educated. Yeah, like I don't think for me it's like hey, how's it going, brother? How you doing? But what I was trying to say is that I think with the education thing, there's one of 2 things you can do. I think instead of making the first year free, it should be the last year, so that you can skirt any bad optics of just like people going to uni, skip working and then dropping out. And or you can make it so that student loans are very lucrative. So like basically a 0% loan as long as you stay in New Zealand, which I think is already currently the case. I'm not doing bad. How are y'all? We're doing pretty good. Just doing some NZ politics, and we did some Ukraine stuff before this, but yeah.
Is that there'll be a big crisis, there'll be an earthquake, a virus, a financial crisis, something we haven't even thought about yet. Nobody thought closing a strait in the Middle East could have so much impact on us, but there you go. And all of a sudden, the New Zealand...
Fair enough. New Zealand, despite it being across the ditch from me, I don't really know. Oh, if you don't mind me asking, what country are you from? Other than Chris Luxon's ASMR, that's all I see. Okay. Well, are you an Aussie? Yeah, dude, I fucking wish. You know what, the big problem in New Zealand is we vote in the wrong government at the wrong time. Like, I wish I had a Labour government currently in power. You guys are so lucky, you have no idea. This government came in first year in a time of a recession, slashed public funding, paid money to cancel contracts that were already happening, which killed employment at a time of increasing unemployment, and now we're dealing with whatever the fuck this government's trying to do. Now, it's so AIDS. It is so AIDS. You have no idea. You have no idea how lucky you have it.
government will have a hard time borrowing because people won't believe they can balance their budget. Now, if that happens, then we will be forced to put it up. The Greeks had to do this in the financial crisis.
Yeah, yeah, no, dude. Like in Auckland, where I am, the unemployment rate is like 6.2%. This is like the most dense. Like it's the same. Like imagine if like Melbourne or like Sydney had 6.2% unemployment. Like you guys would be shitting your pants. I'm sure Labour will get. But yeah, no, like Labour's polling is doing very good right now. Because I'm a big Labour supporter. I don't particularly like the Greens too much. I'm hoping that Labour will get back some of their votes that the Greens took last election, and we'll have a stronger like center-left majority. Because we really need a good policy direction for the next 6 years. Because holy fuck, this government has fucked our situation so much in the long run.
New Zealand, ourselves, we had to do this in the early 1990s, put the super age up from 60 to 65.
What's your problem with the Greens, out of curiosity? I think unemployment is, in my part of the Bay, plenty. Yeah, no, dude, it's unemployment in North Island is so ass right now. Yeah, my problem with the Greens, the big problem is like the Greens used to be like an environmentalist party who wanted some tax reform. I cannot be bothered showing it to you because it's 30 minutes long. But there was a 30-minute long interview they did when they released their new set of policies for coming this election, and it used very Marxist-coded language. Like, I do not want to dig my country into a populist brain rot hellhole. Like, we already have parties like NZ First and ACT, which are already brain dead. I don't want like the left-wing coalition and the left-wing parts of my politics being poisoned with this kind of language. Because like, I never thought in my lifetime, as young as I am, that a mainstream politician would use the word democratically controlling the economy. Like that shit is poison to like a liberal democracy. So it's like, it's not like I'm against environmentalism. I'm a woke cuck, okay? I love environmentalism. I love sustainable energy. I love all these things, but I would rather die than vote for the Greens.
That's the hard way. The easy way and the honest way is to say,
fair enough. I am not huge into communism. Yeah, no, dude. I'm a big left-leaning liberal. You know, just the very basic things like, you know, voting rights, guaranteed liberties, constitutional democracy, capitalism. These are like my fundamentals, and then after that we can have policy discussion. So like, I have much more common stuff to a national voter than I do to a Greens voter, even though the Greens are the people who come into government with us. But yeah, I think the rhetoric is poisoned. The policy they put out was pretty good. The wealth tax was a bit retarded, but the tax bracket changes they had, and the bank levy, and the withholding tax, I was actually a fan of. But yeah, no, it's the rhetoric was poison. And those were party leaders too that were having that conference. So it wasn't like some random Green politician. They were both party leaders there talking about that stuff and agreeing with it.
right, this change is going to happen. It's happening in Australia, it's happening in Germany, it's happening in the United States, it's happening basically everywhere. We need to be upfront about making this change as well. And we should start putting it up by 2 months every year for 12 years, maybe 3.
I should ask Hidden Scotty, what part of Australia are you from? Because I had a guy who was from Melbourne, I think like a stream or two ago.
Months every year for 8 years until
Sunshine State. Oh, so what? You're Gold Coast then? Sydney, I'm guessing then. Oh, Brisbane. Oh shit, nice. I was close. That's pretty sick. Free electric cars, dude. You have, yeah. Talking about that, dude. You have no idea how jealous I am, you guys. I was in Melbourne earlier this year. Dude, that tram system, I fell in love. The fact that huge of a city, which would take me like a 20-minute drive to get to and across, the fact that I was just like going on a tram for free within the city the whole time, which like if I wanted to get somewhere in a 15-minute walk, it was like a 5-minute tram ride. It was so awesome. I don't know if Brisbane has the same system, but bro, I fell in love with Melbourne when I saw that free tram. We do not, yeah. Dude, you guys got to learn from Melbourne. They're cooking down there. They are absolutely cooking. We had trams like 100 years ago and got... You know what's funny? The same with Auckland. Auckland Central had a tram system and we scrapped it because of cars and shit. Which is like, remember, like, there's nothing bad about cars and private transport, but like, brother, like, urban transport is a whole different ball game. You either need a subway or a really good tram system, or both, actually. For any of my Auckland chuds, if you've been to Motat, you know. We have a shit system in Brisbane. It's dog ass. Yeah, no, yeah, bro. I'm telling you, like, Australia and New Zealand, we have a lot in common when it comes to like economics, politics, and social stuff. We need to New Zealand, Australia, against the Eurotards and the Americans. Okay, we need to combine because I fucking hate the fact that we have like these like our societies are pretty chill and our people are pretty awesome, but like fuck, dude, our governments they just don't fund shit. Like funding to us, like I call it the big F word in politics, funding. The moment a politician sees funding, he just throws up and passes out. I swear. Whereas like in America, like there was so much debt, but like Biden still spent like $4 trillion on upgrading infrastructure. Like, dude, just like fuck me. The air train is owned privately, so while 50 cents fare is pretty good, a recent policy, the air train, yeah. Disgusting evil privatization, yeah. I think things like transport, because like I bring this up a lot. When you're looking at what the government's doing, you're not trying to look at it as a business in the sense of like trying to balance a book. If like, for example, what you're trying to do with the government is get utility, not like cost efficiency. Cost efficiency is something you want, definitely, but the utility is the main thing. It's like, for example, hospitals is something the government pays for, and it takes up a lot of money. You could probably get us into a budget surplus if you just stop funding hospitals, but that's not the discussion. It's what the hospitals give you. If you were to just like take out funding for hospitals, you would fuck society. Yeah, they'll never make a profit for it. Yeah. Like, for example, there is actually like an argument you can make for privatized public transport. Like in New York, for example, I don't know if it's the case now, but when it started, there was a ferry system that took you throughout the boroughs, and that was privatized, and like the fare was very cheap, but the business guy made money. No, sorry, the fare was actually free, I think, and the business guy made money by selling food and drinks on board. So like, there's an argument you can make for it, but the problem with privatization when it comes to things that are for public good and utility, it really just depends on the owner and their business model. So just for the sake of stability, I think these things need to be under public control. But it's for the greater good. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying, utility.
It gets to 67. And what that means in practice is that if you're
I really need to have like a 6-7 thing on my soundboard, because I don't have that right now.
Sitting there and you're like me, say you're 43, and you were thinking that you would, going to be eligible to retire in 22 years, actually it'll be 24 years. Well, to be honest, I was probably going to keep working anyway.
Well, that's what I was going to pick up on, is many people I know in their 70s are still working because they say to me, I'd rather be working than sitting in a rest home staring at a wall and dying.
Remember, by the way, the people who say this are usually like middle to upper middle class or above. You'll never find a fucking construction worker who's like, yeah, I'm 70 and I want to keep working. Like, come on, bro. We cannot be this brain dead.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. A lot of people I know, friends, that in their 70s, they love to continue to work because they say it powers their brain. I need to quickly move on to this new policy Act, Scott, and it's sort of along that woke thing, professional regulators becoming ideological enforcers.
Also, this what I'm about to bring up, I actually like research. By research, I mean a basic fucking Google search, which should tell you how retarded this thing is. The policy they're about to talk about is just telling doctors and teaching them, hey, don't be a dickhead. Don't harass people, especially on their culture, race, or religion. And just be aware that people aren't you and have different backgrounds. That is literally the policy. You can go read it yourself if you're interested. To search up like Ministry of Health. Just search up Ministry of Health like woke policy. And you'll see a lot of shit articles that should link you to the original source. It is the most stupid complaint.
And a classic example has been raised this week, and I just want to quickly brief you on this. You may know about it already. It was this peer-reviewed paper by a specialised Māori clinical psychologist has been removed from her professional journal on the grounds that keeping access to it could harm Māori. The irony being, it's the people who have decided to remove it is the New Zealand College of Clinical Psychologists themselves, saying it could harm Māori. The irony being, she's a Māori specialist herself. Her PhD was in Indigenous studies to do with health, and she makes the claim that you must have empirical evidence if you're going to put in essentially ideological theme.
Okay. Because these guys are not going to be good faith, so I am. Imagine if there is an American medical journalist, right? And, oh no, not American medical journalist, but like someone who talks about crime and like talks about, like, you know, statistics to help out the police or whatever, who's like a government agent for the police and is like writing on the crime. If they continue to talk about like crime rates in like black communities, just over and over again using that empirical evidence, but like not drawing a conclusion, but just keep talking about it, that's creating a dot. All someone has to do is from the opposite end on a bad faith spectrum be like, you know, these people in these communities aren't good and we should lock them up. You just have to link those two. That's probably the reason why this person got fired, is they were just like talking about this in a very open way, which left a lot of discussion to be had.
Regarding Māori worldviews. She's Māori herself.
And also, like, you can be prejudiced even if you are from a certain background. Like, if you're a Māori person who just shit, like Winston Peters, who just shits on Māori rights and stuff, like, come on.
David, but apparently she's the wrong type of Māori. So the psychological, the clinical psychologists board has removed the article saying could harm Māori. What they're really saying is, oh, this is a bit too close to the truth here. We've got people who perhaps we rely on a bit more. Better get rid of it. I mean, that's dangerous in itself. That's the whole free speech argument right there, isn't it?
Well, look, I'm just trying to follow this along. So the Clinical Psychologist Board publishes the journal.
Yep, a peer-reviewed report by this renowned Māori clinical psychologist, and because it says things along the lines of, well, you know, in order to make sure that the Māori worldview that we can use when it comes to counselling sessions, we've got to make sure we've got empirical evidence to suggest it actually works, and it hasn't really worked, is what she claims. And the board has said, oh, well, that's harming Māori because you've got a different view to, you know, perhaps the liberal worldview. Better get rid of that.
Okay.
This is what I mean, by the way. This is sloppyism in a nutshell. Like, they're not giving you any quotes. They're not giving you the source of this thing, so you can't read it. So they're just regurgitating to you what they think about it. And the fact that he's... You know, never mind. You know what? Maybe I'm just too retarded for this.
So this is so crazy.
I know.
So they basically censored something on the basis that...
Also, there's no way Seymour hasn't heard this, because I've seen ACT official. I think I've even seen Seymour talk about this in a different show before. Like, he's doing this for optics. He knows what the story is. There's no way he doesn't, because people in NZ First and Seymour himself, I think, have talked about this before he got onto the show.
That it might cause emotional harm to Maori, or it might cause clinical harm to Maori. I mean,
they said it was sorry to interrupt, Dave. The council determined that keeping the article available was inconsistent with the college's values. Now, keeping in mind this is a specialised Māori clinical psychologist herself, who has written this. And all she's really done is asked for empirical evidence to suggest that the so-called Māori worldview, or words to that effect, actually can be woven into, you know, hard data and psychology when it comes to probably sitting down with a counsellor and making sure you're okay. And so we're not talking about somebody who's radical. We're just talking about somebody who's Māori themselves and is asking for the evidence.
Yeah, I think I got the picture. So the law that Todd Stevenson proposed last week would apply to the kinds of courses and qualifications that are forced on professions. And it would say those qualifications, those courses, those codes of conduct cannot require people to affirm something that is politically contentious. That's all we're saying.
Yeah.
And so that wouldn't affect the editorial standards of a journal that happens to be run by this board. But that's not to say this isn't crazy. I would have thought that the basic idea of science being about conjecture and refutation, putting forward a theory and allowing others to criticize it, regardless of how it makes people feel or how it rubs up against existing belief structures. That is the point of science. That is what Galileo was about, being able to go out and test, look through the telescope and see Jupiter's moons and say they exist, regardless of how inconvenient that may have been to the doctrine of the Catholic Church at the time. And the idea that you can't have an article challenging the status quo in a medical journal makes you ask, what the hell is the point of a medical journal, and who will be responsible when people who are vulnerable, who require better treatment, don't receive it because these dogmas were not challenged in the exact journals that exist for challenging dogmas. So it's impossible to know where to start with that, except that it shows just how big a problem we have culturally in this country. We have abandoned the values of the Enlightenment, and those of us who understand and value them need to do everything we can to promote the virtues of a free society.
Don't disagree. Just finally, David, what are you going to do to try and get the polls up? Because as I've been hearing many commentators saying, I've got to say I agree with many of them on the left and the right, this election, just quickly, is going to be about the cost of living and what's going to make life easy for New Zealanders. And as we've already discussed just briefly, that, you know, some of the things you've already mentioned aren't sexy, but they are important, and they are. But I think New Zealanders are wanting more, David.
Well, of course, there'll always be political parties that want to take with one hand and give with the other. And there'll always be people that will vote for a free handout. But there's got to be a party that represents people who understand where wealth actually comes from. And that is people saving, investing, having new ideas, working hard, producing products that their customers want at a price they can afford to consume. That means less red tape and stupid rules. That means less
No, it means more funding. Like the National talks about this a lot, like how, you know, our productivity, we need to grow and whatnot. We spend 1.9% of our GDP on R&D. The most, if you want to talk about empirics, the most empirical way to actually increase your productivity is to invest into R&D. Like, say you want the United States economy, it is one of the most productive in the world, and they produce a lot of the most modern technologies. It's because their universities and institutions and their government is invested in that. But the problem is, again, the big F word. These people won't fucking fund anything. Funding to them is like a poison. The more you talk about it, they fucking throw up and pass out.
Government waste sucking all the profit out of successful enterprises. That means less tall poppy syndrome and more celebration of success. So, yep.
And they've been in government for 3 years. The red tape should have been cut by now. The last quarter update, I think we had like a 1% or less than a 1% growth in GDP. Where's the growth? I haven't seen it.
There'll be people who want a handout. And if that's what you want, the ACT Party is not the party for you. But if you want to see this country succeed, the only way that we know it can, and that is by creating the conditions for people to build bigger companies that produce better products that are more affordable for consumers, then that is the kind of person that might want to support ACT.
So I'm guessing if I go through your policies,
Hey there, Pebble. How's it going?
ACT's going to be giving me something free.
You back? Yeah, I'm doing good. I got a couple, actually, as you left, I got a lot of follows. I think I got like 4 follows in a row. I've had a lot of good chatters come in. Simon has been a very good individual from YouTube chat. Give me some good questions. So yeah, it's been a good stream. Damn nice. Also, I finally fucking beat Supreme Witch. That's good on you. What class are you playing in Terraria? And obviously you're playing Calamity mod. You playing Warrior? You playing Mage or Ranger? Or like, what are you doing? Right now it's combined, but I might start with another run, BRB. Alright, no problem.
and it's not going to be sexy. Okay, never mind.
But
Dave,
it will have the huge advantage that it will work.
okay.
Oh, man.
I think the most important thing I've learned today, I didn't realise you're younger than me, 43. Anyway.
Only yesterday.
Bruh. Got Unc over here.
Happy birthday. Nice to see you. Thanks for your time.
Also, like, he's older than him? There's no fucking way, dude. Yeah, some people are just genetically built different, aren't they? I thought this guy was in his 30s. God damn. I would like to watch this, but the problem, I can already tell you what this video is going to be about. Kwele Wong is going to keep talking about, you know, that she's a centrist party, and Duncan Garner, because he needs to back first or whatever, is going to talk about, oh yeah, National and Labour have really big problems, and, you know, there's, you know, Labour is communist, and, you know, National has lost the plot, and yeah, it's just going to be like a circle jerk of, like, centrist moralism, basically. So I don't think I have the mental capacity to actually watch this. What class should I play for another run? What did you play for your first run? Oh, the one you were currently in. Melee ranged. Do magic. I'm a bit of a mage cuck. Do a magic run. The Q and Duncan interview is on my watch list in the later on. Bet. You know what, Simon? Just for you, I'll torture myself. I'll do it. I'll watch it. We can watch it together. You need to hold my hand though, because I'm telling you, brother, this is just gonna be centrist moralism. Like, in my humble opinion, I think there is no moral. I think it's actually immoral to be a centrist nowadays. You should have an opinion and stand 10 toes on it, because there is no both sidesism. All right, one side stands for something, the other side stands for something else. And if you can't find a position to stand on, I feel like that's a bit cowardly. But we'll watch this, Simon. We'll watch it together.
So the top party is close to the crucial 5% threshold to enter Parliament. It's a big deal, and if forced to take sides to be a kingmaker.
Also, Pibble, you missed out. There was another Aussie chatter who had I don't know if he's still here, but he was from Brisbane. So you missed out. You could have talked to a fellow Aussie chud.
You're like, who do they go with? Are they left or are they right? What are they? And do they want to be in government? And what is the first thing that they would push for if they made it? Their leader
fuck yeah.
is with me shortly. Let's go.
This is why you gotta be on my stream 24/7.
Editor-in-Chief with Duncan Garner. He was with me now from the top party, and so much to discuss. They've been at 4.6% in one of the latest polls, 3.3 as well, so they're really on the up. Come from nowhere, basically. Q, g'day, nice to see you. Welcome to the podcast.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Duncan.
Man, Q, you've been busy. You've been,
I've been busy.
But it's good busy, right?
It is good busy. It's very energizing, and it's nice to have this momentum. But we're
If Duncan asks her, "Are you left or right?" and she says no, you know what? We're in the center, and you know we're here to keep both parties accountable. You know what? I'm gonna do.
Oh, I'm gonna come.
That's what I'm gonna do.
very aware that the next 4 months is going to be a real
God,
grind.
4 months. I mean, I've covered lots of campaigns, and some of them have been quite short and sharp, which are usually the best ones. It's a long time. Lots of mistakes can be made, and
Yep.
you know, lots of momentum can be lost, right?
Yep. I mean, I've been doing this since November, so
So how close are you to beating Vanilla Terraria? As I said, we're just about to do the cultist stuff. So I think what my mate wants to do is he wants to do the alien invasion, and then we want to see if we can take on the Empress of Light, because I want to get one of my weapons as a mage from her, and then we plan to do the cultist after that, and you know what comes after that.
7.5 months already into campaigning, and I've still got another 4.5 to go.
What do you think when you look back? Taking on this job, you would have had no idea that you'd be where you are now, I suppose.
Yeah, we hoped we would be here.
Also, Pebble, I'm just letting you know, because you're a loyal chatter and I think you deserve honesty. After Vanilla Terraria, I'm gonna take a bit of a break on Terraria because Black Flag Resynced is coming out, and that's a nostalgia game. I really wanna get into it. So like once it comes out, I think it's July 10th. I'm gonna be playing the fuck out of the game for like a week or two, and then after Black Flag Resynced, then I'm gonna see if we can get to Calamity Terraria.
By now, and if you had told us at the start of the year that this is where we would be at this point, we'd be stoked. So we have to reflect and remember that, but also be conscious that we've probably got the steepest bit of the climb to go.
Well, you have to nudge over 5% to get in or win the seat.
Yeah.
How are you going in the seat?
We've only really just launched the two-tick campaign, so we've had a big kind of weekend of action where we went out to door knocking, had a big event, been speaking to lots of people locally in the community. From what we're hearing, it's really positive, and I think the benefit we have is that we can appeal to people across the political spectrum. So I think we can.
You've got no baggage, eh? I mean, this is. You're not the Greens. You're not Winston.
Yeah.
You haven't done 40 years in Parliament, and because if you did, then you'd probably have the solutions by.
Also, Simon, I wanted to ask you something because it's something I've been thinking about a lot. Because Winston talks about career politicians and like how these people have like captured government or whatever. How do his voters how do they like deal with the fact that Winston is quite literally the definition of a career politician who's like institutionalized himself in New Zealand politics for generations, but is also a guy talking about career. I never got this. Like, what do you think about that?
Now, so do people ask you if you're left or right or who you support?
Yeah, that's the biggest question we're getting now. So the wasted vote thing is actually starting to go away because we're polling close to 5. But now we are getting the far left, accusing us of being a vote for the right, and the far right accusing us of being a vote for the left.
Not even the far right. It's national, the fucking centre right party.
So I think we're about positioned correctly, but that is hard because we really think that it's dangerous, that tribalism.
So what do I know you said that right from the start, but so what do you say to people when they say, are you left or right? Because I don't actually like the terms left or right.
I agree.
I think they're old school terms for some really modern day issues and conflicts.
Again, like no one's gonna get this because, honest to God, if you're not keyed into global politics, specifically U.S. politics, you're not gonna understand what's going on because they're right. They're left and right no longer exists as like a fight because we're no longer just talking about the liberal world order. Right now, we're fighting as liberals against populism. That's the real fight.
And complexities,
There's another stream I was watching. They said they will do viewers Calamity Run with like me and 2 other viewers plus the 2 streamers I got given Mage class. They were beating Poltergeist, and a viewer made a bet if they beat Polter in 3 goes, he will farm my entire pre-hard mode loot for me. They beat Polter on the 3rd go, so dubs. Hey! That was a fat W. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. It's hard to describe what people even mean by left and right these days.
Well, people ask me what I support sometimes, and I say, well, sort of sprinklings of different things of their policies, that's kind of what I suppose where you're at.
And I think most people are like that, that they, part of them likes elements of what ACT offers and part of them likes, and if they didn't know who was pushing those policies, I think they would find themselves a bit more of a mix than they...
Yeah, I've always thought that TOP is a party of ideas from across, also ideas that we haven't completed in New Zealand that we know we probably should.
I'll be quiet and watch. No problem. You can put your input in. So look, my chat's moving at 10 miles per hour.
Some of those big complex issues.
Yeah.
Although you have suggested that you have admired Green Party leadership in the past, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think James Shaw specifically, because I guess he has a similar value set or sort of similar background to me, in that we want to be helping businesses be part of the solution.
And that's your background, right?
And drive, more protection for the environment. And those things, I think.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting question. On the funny side, I actually think how Winston supporters probably have Alzheimer's, but it's easy to be populist about the and be one career. Yeah, like that's what I meant. Like I genuinely it surprises me the skill set Winston has to gaslight his voter base. Because right now, obviously, he's shitting on the left and calling them radical lunatics, but he was in government with these people, and he had no qualms about it. And he's a career politician, and he complained about career politicians. and he has no qualms about it. It's truly surprising how much of a cockroach that man is. Like, I mean this. I'm being very genuine. I actually respect his skill set quite a bit.
Often seen as mutually exclusive, but they more and more.
Like, the best terminology you could use, the best phrase, is like, Winston Peters could piss on your face and convince you it's raining. It's like that level of gaslighting.
More people are seeing that good business is good for the environment.
Well, it has to be.
Yeah.
But the Greens are, if you look at them now, they're more aggressive in their language and their even their tax policy. But they're so.
The tax policy is fine, but I do agree. The rhetoric is fucking poison. Like Simon, honest to God, keep your ears open and watch like a couple the next few Greens interviews when they're with their own people. So whenever like the Greens are giving a press conference or like doing a team meeting, because bro, that rhetoric it scared me. It's a very bad place where New Zealand politics is going, specifically in the Green area. And immigration has always increased when Winston is in government, and then he campaigns against. Yeah, like it's funny. When I was on I think it's on my YouTube channel. It's all really bad audio, so if you are willing to just listen to it as whatever, that is good. But I've got a video on my YouTube channel where I was on a radio show, and it was during when the free trade agreement was being signed and. Oh no, sorry, that was the previous one I was on. It was about like Destiny Church and the polling and the state of the economy and all that. But in the previous one, which I didn't have recorded, sadly, I talked about the fact that like Winston Peters is making immigration claims and saying, "Oh, this is a problem," but I made the critique of like he's the one who signed the bill into Parliament, which created the immigration framework, which the free trade agreement with India works off of. So that's, I just never get it.
Justice warriors, and would you align with them on that, or are you different?
I think we take a much more pragmatic approach to these things. I don't, I think there's always space for activists in the system. You have to have them kind of pushing the boundaries, and there's a role for that. But I think there are a large group of New Zealanders who don't identify with that approach,
I agree.
So that's who we're representing.
It's almost like they've walked away from. Environmental well, they haven't walked away from it. I can't say that, but it feels like it's on the back burner or it's secondary.
Also, this is how you know I'm not insane, by the way. The fact that this guy who definitely disagrees with me fundamentally, he's even noticing this, and you can see these 2 points were coming together on this. This should prove to you at least that like I'm noticing a trend that is probably like very true. Because the Greens' rhetoric it's shifting. They're trying to move their voter base into a different position. I feel like
to the social justice stuff.
Yeah, I guess.
Which is why, oh, by the way, he says social justice stuff because he needs to label the Greens as like a progressive party, but they're fucking not. They're really moving in a different toxic direction. And it's also the reason why the Greens attack Top, because Top is the biggest problem for them, because most Green voters who are a little bit more left-wing than the average Labour voter, which is why they didn't vote for Labour, probably agree with her. We need tax reform, we need fundamental economic reform, and, some pro-business stuff, And, their Top's policy on green stuff is not that bad. So it's a reason why Greens are like deathly scared of her, because she's like an absolute like weapon to their current voter base.
So I think that inequality is their biggest issue that they want to tackle, and they've got their particular ideas on how they do that. I think there's actually, if you look at particularly MMP systems around the world, a lot of them will have multiple sort of green or environmentally focused parties, and some are more socially, more kind of socialist, far left, or some a bit more pragmatic and liberal.
Your policy mix, if you look at it, your tax policies are similar to the Greens?
No, they've got about 4 new taxes that they want to introduce.
Yeah, but some of the tax system and base is similar.
I guess how I would differentiate is theirs is very much focused on taxing wealth and redistributing that. Ours is about switch, so we call it a tax reset. So switching where we get tax from. So it's not just from so much. This is a big moment. It is. They want to redistribute wealth objectively. Like the universal basic income they've proposed is basically that. But I know why she's doing this. She's trying to like praise herself and put herself more of like, hey, we're not as stupid as the Greens. But it is basically wealth redistribution what she's doing. There was a Substack written by Natalia Albert, from the former deputy leader of Top, and she was saying that actually Top support base people who think Labour is too moderate. But I think so what happened in the 2023 election, if you were noticing the polling, people kept
using the why is my camera auto focusing? Fucking just kill me, dude. Let me just quickly work on my camera shit. There we go. Don't autofocus. Fuck off. Is it better? Okay, cool. Basically, one of the big things that was talked about in the 2023 election, was that National and Labour, they were both the same. You couldn't tell them apart. Both Hipkins and Lux at the time were just saying the same shit, just in a different bend. So what happened was a lot of left-wing Labour people, like one of my mates actually, who's on stream, Fergus, he talks about this a lot, where like he was a bit disillusioned with the Labour Party, and I think he voted local Greens and party Labour, but I'm not too sure, so don't take my word for it. But like, yeah, so there's a substantive part of the Labour Party that was more left-wing economically that went to Greens, and that's why Greens had a surge from like the 5-6% they were to now obviously the 10% they are now. So like Top does encompass that like bridge between the Greens and Labour. So like that's what I was saying, is that like I think people who aren't like socialists, who are still liberals, but want, you know, more green policy, more pro-worker stuff, Top is a very big like butter knife to Green in this regard.
Heavily reliant on income tax.
Well, it's reliant to targets property, doesn't it? Land.
Yeah, so, you know, take someone who's on a median income, under our policy, they would be actually about net neutral. So they wouldn't be paying any more or any less tax, but where we collect the tax from would be more from their property and less from their income.
Yeah, so if you own property and you're deemed wealthy, under your policies, probably about 10% of people would be worse off.
Yes, yeah. So we've estimated 10% would be paying more, 20% would be pretty much the same, and that adds up. 70%.
110, is it?
70%. Yeah.
Basically, what the former deputy leader of Top is. Yeah, no, definitely. She's like, I haven't read the Substack, but like from what you've said, and obviously from what you've thought I've said, clearly that's the case. But yeah, Top definitely occupies a space between Labour and Greens. Well, the Greens where they currently are. I just feel like the Greens are trying to like, because obviously the Greens didn't use a lot of this rhetoric in 2023, but they seem to be trying to edge because now they're getting more political. They have currently more political clout. So they're trying to edge their voter base into a certain direction. Because obviously, if the more they drag their voters away, Top will seem like moderates. But right now they're in a transition phase. So this is the best time for Top to like siphon back some of those moderates that went away from Labour, who just wanted more pro-worker stuff.
70% would be better off. So, and it kind of that
by
net.
much? Well, average.
It varies. Like if you're on a much lower sort of $50,000-$60,000 a year, you'd be much better off than $120,000.
It's fair to be almost. Is it tax free to about 50,000? Isn't it?
It is. That's kind of the overall effect. So the way we get there is introducing the citizens' income and changing the income tax brackets, which means effectively, if you're up to 60,000, is essentially tax free, and then you're paying a lot less tax after that because of the 20,000.
So how much more will? What is it? It's $28 billion. Is it $28 billion switch? Is it?
That's what we raise, and then so there's actually $4 billion revenue annually between what we raise in land value tax and what the citizens' income costs.
And so those 10% of people at the top end who are New Zealand's wealthiest people, I suppose. How much more would they pay?
That varies depending on how much property they own.
As a net sum. What have you worked it out to be?
It's not. I mean, it depends if you own one property or 10 properties or the value of that property. So the ones who own really expensive property or huge property portfolios will be paying significantly more. And then
I've got a bit of a look. I don't know what her exact position is, but I've got a very kind of extreme view on property stuff. I think first of all, property should be a commodity, not an asset. Investing into something that has no real productive value and is purely speculation is pretty fucking economically retarded. My big thing, I think you should have a law where it's like you're allowed to have a primary residence, and the moment you have a second house, there should be a land tax on that, and like subsequent taxes. So like for example, like an inheritance tax should not affect your primary residence, but if you own multiple properties, I'm sorry, fuck you. You're putting money into an asset that has no real economic benefit to society. I would rather you put your money into a fund, into into an index fund or something that will actually like, substantively do something with the economy.
if you've just own, I don't know, a couple of $5 million properties, then it might not be as much, but it's still.
So they pay that annually, right?
Yes, they do.
And what if those houses don't earn money? How do they pay?
There's a couple of things here, I guess. When you own a property, you kind of know how much capital gain.
How do you say Christopher Luxon has to pay more taxes on his multiple properties he currently has? Yeah, well, that's what I said. Like, have your one primary residence. So that this would immediately make us their families. So you have to keep in mind, sometimes you have to make policy on optics. So like, make it so that if you put a policy thing of like, primary residences cannot be taxed, they won't be touched. You immediately diffuse the criticism of like, oh, Labour's going to steal your house and they're against working class people owning housing. It's like, no, you can live in a house. There's no problem with that. But if you're a dickhead who's investing in the property market that adds no substantive value to New Zealand, you gotta pay up. You gotta contribute to society. So yeah, like, but again, I don't know if you were on stream for this, but like, the reason why National will never actually substantively fix the housing crisis is because their voter base are the people who are actively invested in extrapolating the housing crisis. Yeah, like politics is a game of incentives. You just got to track what the incentives are.
You are making with valuations increasing over time.
Basically, that is Labour's capital gains tax policy that the family. Yeah, no, this is what I'm saying. Again, this is why I'm a Labour supporter. Okay, because they're not brain dead. That's like the big reason. But yeah, I would love to see more like land tax stuff when it comes to like. I don't think it should be done on farms because farms are productive assets. But like lifestyle properties specifically, bro, fuck those guys. If you have enough money to pay millions to fuck off from the city to have a privileged life in the countryside, you gotta pay up. I don't care. And same thing with like, a lot of overpriced urban housing and stuff like that. I think land taxes should be applied because, as I said, like housing does. Once a construction worker leaves the site, the productive value of a house dies. It's just a speculative asset at that point.
If that looks like it's not going to increase, you can either choose to sell that property and then you're not liable for that tax anymore, or you do improvements to the land, which is the whole point of the policy. So if you're sitting on a $5 million piece of land and you're not doing anything with it, we want to encourage more development of that land so that you could put more houses on it, subdivide it, sell it.
What would the annual tax be on a $5 million property?
What's 1.75 of 5 million?
Okay, so
maths up that quick. It would be if it was a $5 million piece of land. Yeah. So we've got to also remember that it's separating the land value and the total property. Yeah.
Yeah, but if that property's not earning money, how do those people who own that land find $50,000 a year, and which effectively is.
I don't know if she's going to actually say the thing, but this is actually the reason why she's implementing this policy. If something is not making money, like, brother, we live in a capitalist system. What she's trying to do is add an externality, which means if you're not making money off an asset, it's not being productive. Sell, move, and someone else will do something more productive with that asset. That's like the point. That's the incentive Top is trying to like implement. But let's see if she's probably gonna have a more PR friendly answer to this.
Yeah. Right, a tax. Yeah.
So it depends. Yeah, it depends on what situation they're in. So if they are under, essentially they will be receiving citizens' income as well. So that's $20,000 per person per year. Mm-hmm. So that if it's a couple, that's $40,000 a year. That goes a long way towards paying that land tax.
Fee. Yeah. Just for another $10,000.
Then that's the net neutral thing. Is that for most people they're actually better off, but for people who do own property and are on median income, it's not a huge change.
Are you of the view, and are you doing this because
also like I'm not trying to gas myself up. The way I entered politics, I just learned a lot of like basic fundamentals. Like now I'm starting like this year I've actually started to tune into like local Kiwi stuff. Like I genuinely like. I'll put it like this. I didn't even know what RNZ was. I knew what NZ Herald was, whatever. Like I was just a very big guy of like, let me understand the global situation. Let me understand, geography. Let me understand basic fundamentals. I can't wait until I have a couple hundred concurrent viewers. I really wanted to interview some of these politicians because no hate to Duncan Garner. I don't know whether he's not talking about this because he doesn't want to, but I don't think he has a grasp for economics. I would love to ask Kule Wong this very simple question of like, is the policy trying to build an incentive to like get unproductive landowners away from their property so more productive people can come in? Like that's that very basic answer. I want that. I want to answer that question because there are very interesting things Top is bringing up, but either these people aren't economically literate or don't understand the fundamentals. Like I'm not saying I'm like a PhD in economics, but what I'm saying is like I can actually like I understand like the fundamentals of these things, and I want to ask questions based on that. Because obviously Top seems to be more of an economically founded party.
Was land traditionally, property traditionally in New Zealand hasn't been taxed. It's been one of those asset classes that has been left alone.
Yeah.
To get people get massive gains out of it, and it's, you know, but also lately it hasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's
so will you pay us if we don't?
Yeah, no, and I do totally accept that the housing market has been going down lately. I guess our worry is because we've been here before in the cycle where housing prices have gone down. I think it was sort of early 2000s we had that housing bubble burst. But then
a lot of the previous leaders of Top were from economist backgrounds. They were. This is my thing. I think Top is specific, like a more economically their vision is more economically based. So like I would love to ask her like these fundamental questions, like what externalities he's trying to add, or like what incentives, because like just you're gonna track it economically. The reason why they're adding these fees is so that you can get unproductive landowners away from that property to bring in more productive assets. But obviously she might not answer that outright because it's just bad optically. Basically, you're basically saying, hey, this thing is yours, but if you're not like doing anything with it, just fuck off. Like, you know, it's just bad optically. But I would love to ask her these questions, dude. But yeah, like obviously it'll take time for me to make my platform. I've only been streaming for a month, but yeah, I really want to like. It won't be this election cycle, but hopefully next election cycle we have a community, guys. You first chatters. You guys are gonna be moderators in this community. You were the original cult founders. But yeah, like I definitely want to do some more interviews with these people. I've actually got, as I said, I've been on a radio show. I've been on Radio Tirana a couple times, and I've actually got a meeting with someone who's like a Labour member, like a senior Labour member, and someone from National too. But I don't know if I'm going to record that or not. I don't have like a setup for that.
The worry is everyone then piles in and starts buying property again because it's the best investment thing, and we just see the.
I remember watching BHN back in 2022 when I only had 5 or 6 people now, and they're a big channel. Yeah, like these things take time. Like I'm not stupid. I don't like I know like success doesn't happen overnight. You know, like Rome wasn't built in a day. It's the reason why I started now, because like I started to realize, you know, there's no point bitching and moaning on the internet. I need to actually like take action and do these things. And as I said, like I don't want you guys to agree with me 100%. What I need is a community of liberals. That's it. We need to share the same fundamental worldview, and I don't care where we move on from that point. As long as we can like I want a community where we are debating none of these narratives. We are autistically like running through like policy pages and debating every single point. That's like my heaven. Like I'm massively autistic in that regard. Like my mate Fergus, he passed me like the Greens policy in like an hour on stream. I was just reading it, and then he came into VC, and then we just debated that for another hour.
Huge spike, and then it makes it unaffordable again, and it can on and on it goes.
Loaded, but we are so loaded though in terms of asset classes. That's where our money is, right?
Yeah, and we're not investing in businesses, infrastructure. Like I love Sam Stubbs' Infra Kiwi idea. I think it's
but his the housing. You've seen what he's done with his housing.
Yeah.
You know the build to rent.
Yeah,
so
and
good.
we could be putting more of our money into KiwiSaver that could invest in those projects, which is going to create.
He's the only one doing it.
Yeah,
we have all these funds.
Yeah.
Look, so you guys know, okay? It's your democratic obligation to this cult. You need to rope as many of your friends, family, and children into this, okay? We gotta build a movement, alright? That's against the world. But like on some real stuff, like as I said, like media bubbles exist, and we have to like there's gotta be a strong voice, not just for the Labour Party, but just like center left people, because the Greens have kind of captured left leaning media, and like obviously we're not right wing here. I can respect right wing views, especially people who aren't stupid. And I've had debates with them in the past privately, obviously because my channel's only been up for a while. But like I'm open to any discussion and whatever. But like just community building is like the biggest thing, because like once you have that legitimacy, that clout, then I can start interviewing these people and asking for debates and stuff, because obviously like who's going to respond to an email like, hey, I'm a free viewer Andy, please accept my interview. You know, you got to have some sort of like clout on the internet to like have that kind of asking power.
And all this, especially the banks who run all these funds, they're worth billions and billions of dollars now, and they sit on them and they send them to America, or whatever. And New Zealand's not benefiting from them.
Yeah.
Sam lives and breathes. I think he's fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need if we could clone him, 10 of him, and have more of that. That would be awesome.
Yeah, but I don't know how you compel,
Well, I think we've proposed a compulsory KiwiSaver, not dissimilar from what National's advocating for. I think if property comes less attractive to invest in, people see the value of that KiwiSaver investment.
I'm gonna come.
She said the thing. This is exactly what I'm talking about, by the way. She didn't say it outright, but she basically said, hey, if you're on an unproductive thing, not my problem. Leave, someone more productive is going to come in. This is the point. She's trying to create incentives and externalities within the capitalist system to encourage more productivity. This is the government's job to increase productivity this way. No, this is I'm so happy because this is one of the answers I wanted from her.
I think property has become in the last few years less attractive.
Yeah, it has, but I think unless we do something to change that behaviour long term, people will just pile back in.
I agree. Now the universal benefit, which is that the income, the guaranteed income, you'll pay that to multi-millionaires. Why?
Well, part of the beauty of this program is this idea is that is the simplicity of it. As soon as you start.
They need to back away from this. They for optics, and just it saves money too. Just means test the bloody thing. Just make it so if you earn under a certain amount, because the IRD already has the numbers. Just make it so that certain income earners aren't getting it, because it's just an easy attack point for any opposition to top. Anybody who holds any oppositional views at top, it's just such an easy attack position.
To introduce means testing, exemptions, it becomes more complex, and we already have an extremely complex welfare system. Which
but means test super.
Eventually, once we have compulsory KiwiSaver, so we want to get everyone to retire.
Yeah, this is what I mean. It's just so optically bad. I don't think they should really just say we're going to means test it, or they should just go all in and say we won't even means test KiwiSaver, or super or whatever.
Higher with enough of their own, of their savings. They've benefited from compounding interest and all of that.
Do you think down the track and in time, this is in some time, but once people are all in KiwiSaver, because it makes so much sense, that at some stage there will not be a need for national superannuation because we will all have our own super?
I think that there will still be a portion of society that might have been on really low incomes their whole life and so haven't been able to save, or have had illnesses and been out of work.
That's like Australia, Australia's got national super, but only if you don't meet the threshold, and people have saved so much money over there.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately where we would love to get to, but it will take some time. I think this is a long game thing, which is why we need to start now, because the longer we kick it down the road,
well, we need to start yesterday.
then it becomes our kids' problem, which is
and this is I very much see you guys doing well, because the two main parties and Winston have been there a very long time, and we still haven't got compulsory savings, although Winston tried. We still don't have agreement around retirement savings, national super.
Yeah.
Even the tax system's for dispute at the moment. So people are pretty tired of it.
Yeah, they
people
are.
Fed up with.
They've
invested their votes in these guys for decades.
Yeah.
And we're arguably worse off.
Yeah. And we've, that infrastructure report recently said we've lost $11.8 billion in flip-flopping on infrastructure projects. And meanwhile, our productivity is...
Man, I wonder which fiscally responsible government did that.
It's flat. We're not growing this country in the way that we should, because we're spending more time undoing each other's work.
I know, and that has to stop.
Yeah.
As a small party, you've got a massive agenda. If you get in, you'll get a very, very small percentage of it through, because that's how MMP works.
Yeah.
What's the priority? What's the one thing you want to do first?
Well, I do think we have to see what Labour and National come out with, because we'll be responding in part to that in terms of what we set our bottom lines at are. But I mean, we've come out and clearly said this year the 5 things that we want to talk about are oceans, energy, productivity, tax, and citizens' voice. Those are our priority policy areas.
What
I
does,
think,
what does that mean to people listening to this? They have no idea what it means.
Yeah.
What's the policy that you'd like to get through first? If the parties gave you one chance,
I think out of all of those, I think energy is critical for New Zealand right now, and we've seen that with the fuel crisis.
Yeah, definitely. We need to expand our grids. They're under stress and underinvested. That's like the big thing. Like especially with data centers, like as an economic thing, like they're a good thing. It's like a 10-year long construction project, which will give a lot of jobs, and it creates jobs for higher skilled Kiwis later on. My big contention is that if these companies want to come and build a data center, they need to pay for the expansion of the energy grid. Like whatever usage they'll have, especially in their peaks, they need to build up to that peak and expand on the energy grid. I think that's their obligation if they want to build something here like that.
We need abundant renewable energy, not just for emissions, but because it's more affordable and makes us more resilient.
But Luxon's announcement was this year, end of last year, was dreadful. It was so small.
Which one?
Yeah, about renewable energy.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they're
I will say, Simon, the one thing we should be proud for, okay, as Kiwis, that in this country we can actually have a productive dialogue about green energy. Okay? Every other country, like you'll have the left bloc being like, oh, we need green energy. The right bloc will be like, it's cancer, we don't want it, it's gay, it's cringe. Whereas like over here, both the right and the left, we don't treat green energy like it's toxic. That's the one thing we should be proud of as Kiwis, that we actually have like a productive conversation around these things. And I love that about my country.
And doing, inexpensive things because it looks good.
It suits them.
But I genuinely think that what we've put in our energy policy, it would be attractive to both Labour and National, but they do need someone like us to push them there. So we're here and we're ready to play that role.
But I mean, we have an abundance of water and sun.
Mm-hmm. And wind.
Yep. And we import coal.
Yeah.
And I just think that our power prices at the moment are, people are struggling.
Yeah, 12% increase in electricity prices over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and before that there was another 5% too. So people are going cold.
Yeah. And that's why I think this one is so critical.
Yes, that is correct. But I would say a New Zealand First World campaign. Well, yeah, but like they're retards. Okay, we don't talk about that. Obviously they have their own incentives and they're basically copying. Like, you can challenge me in this if you want. Everything NZ First does is just a copy paste of what MAGA does in America. It's just like New Zealand coded. That's it. It's just made to context for New Zealand. There's not a single position that the MAGA movement doesn't have in America that NZ First hasn't just copied. Like, for fuck's sake, like they even have the hats which just says like make New Zealand great again. So like I'm just saying, like in the political spectrum, people who are like sane and not stupid, we can have productive dialogue on green energy. But yeah, like NZ First is like, it's not the political norm.
And
we own these resources.
Yeah. And that's why I think energy is so important, because it not only is a cost of living issue, it will also be what powers our growth coming in the coming decades.
Well, actually, it can kill our growth too, as we've seen with some of the factories. In the mills.
That's the flip side. Yeah.
We're losing jobs because our companies can't afford the power and we own and built these assets.
Yeah, and we have some of the best renewable energy resources in the world.
Throat.
Yeah. But it's really hard, I think, to get this right unless we have a really clear plan for where we're going and we give certainty to the market so that the generation can invest and not. I mean, we've got ideas around how we propose something called a capacity investment scheme, which is like a government guarantee for the price of new generation, stuff like that. We need to just do that and get on with it. Again, like the super thing, if we don't do it now, it's going to be harder in 10 years' time.
Do you think Winston's become a real barrier to progress?
I'll answer for a fucking yes. I think Kwele Wong had the best quote on this. He's the handbrake to progress. This motherfucker needs to go. Okay? He needs to. Okay? He needs to. Like genuinely, like again, we already brought this up. Like he's a career politician who's convinced his voters that he's not a career politician. Like the man will do anything to get voted in. I am like well sure he's already sold his soul. I don't know what else he has to sell himself to. I don't know what else of his body or mind or whatever he can sell, because he's already sold everything.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's a politician of his time, and I don't think that the idea.
What time was that? Fucking 1860.
ideas that New Zealand First is bringing to the table are going to take New Zealand forward where it needs to go. And I do think he has accentuated the flip-flop pendulum politics problem by not by using his leverage. He could have used the leverage of being in the centre.
I presume he will sell Shane Jones. True. You know what? I was wondering, whenever I look at Shane Jones to give an interview, I was wondering why he sounded so monotone and dead. I think Willy Boy has already sold his soul. I think it's already gone. I think ever since he landed from that mining conference, he's just been a husk of a man.
to bring them closer together, but instead I think it's pushed us further apart.
Yeah.
That's why his budget went over from the 30K he was given, because they had to spend on materials to summon Satan himself and then do the deal right then and there.
If you were to have the opportunity of being a kingmaker, because it's entirely possible that you could be in that position. When you look at those two options and their policy prescriptions and who they are, do you favour one or the other?
I honestly, I get this question a lot, and I'm not really not giving a politician answer, but I genuinely don't. Like, I even sit at home with my husband and go, I don't know who I would rather. It's going to come down to what they're putting on the table for this election. You know, and we've not had formal discussions with them, so I guess once maybe we have some of those, we might get a better sense of.
I think you brought this up, Simon, but like, I think you're right on it. I don't think Top or Labour are going to come out in a position on each other until like a month off the election, because I think everybody's trying to see where the polling is going, and I think Top is like, they don't, because they're a very small party, so they can't take a gamble like the bigger parties can. So I think they're trying to stay open. Like, Luxon is fucking stupid. Okay, I don't know. I genuinely believe he just had an outburst. I don't think it was the party platform to say we won't work with Top. I think he was just a guy who was lashing out basically on the party's popularity and people's opinion of him. But I think both Labour and Top are going to save their support for each other until like very close to the election, when the polling is more precise.
Of who
you
we
say you
can
haven't
work
had
with.
formal discussions. Have you had informal chats to them?
I've had chats with them, like at events and things like that. But it's always pretty
With who?
with both Chris's, Luxon and Hipkins, and the leadership from the other parties, and so we talk about how's things going, and
it's all generic,
it's all
isn't
a
it?
bit it's chit chat. So we've not talked about anything of substance.
How do you find do you find them to be quite different men, or to be similar in terms of, because a lot of people say they're both bland, sort of.
Oh, they've
men,
both been very like open and chatty when I've met with them.
And they are.
Have a nice conversation. It will be
First boss done. Master mode. Revengeance calamity based. My king. Good on you.
be interesting when we really get to sit down and press them on some of these issues that we actually want to make progress on.
Yeah. Do you think that if you're at sort of 4.7, 4.8, 4.9 in the last couple of weeks of the campaign, would you be open to an electoral deal with, say, Labour would come to you and say,
Where the fuck do you now have sat? I finally got my Stream Deck. I bought one a couple of days ago, okay? And I'm playing around with it because it's very fun. I've got so many new toys. You have no idea, Pebble. Got so many new toys to play around with.
Originally a Labour seat that you're in. Although Melissa's done well there at times, but would you be open to a cup of tea?
No, I don't think we really can't, because it's different from the whole ACT national thing.
They're aligned, right?
Yeah, and that they were picking a side, and they knew they weren't going to, that's where they wanted to go. The whole point, well, one of the kind of key reasons for us existing is to hold both sides accountable, and so to pick.
Oh, I'm gonna come.
She said the thing. Oh man, I just blew my load.
One side over the other.
Well,
we lose our leverage.
You as soon as you have a cup of tea with one of them, you're in their pocket, because then you're obliged to do a deal with them.
Exactly.
Right?
And we can't offer them that. So I don't think they'll even come to us, because they know that we can't accept a deal.
No, you'd have to do your own push in those last 2 weeks if you're sitting in that crucial sort of 4.8, 4.9.
Oh, it's not going to happen, Duncan. If we continue this trajectory, we got. I mean, I'm not counting my chickens, but
what's your target?
Man, you weren't here last stream, Simon, but one of the big things I'm scared of is that Kweli Wong is going for Mount Albert. Mount Albert, Labour currently holds it, but last election it was very tight between Labour and National, and my fear is that because top party will attract Labour supporters, and my fear is that the vote will be split between these two, and the national MP will win Mount Albert. That's kind of my biggest fear. That's something I'm scared of because it's also the top leader too, that's going for Mount Albert. So yeah, I'm like when the election night happens, I'm gonna be streaming it, hopefully. I'm really scared about I hope it either goes to top or Labour, but I feel like the split vote stuff is gonna happen, and it's gonna get National the electorate.
I think. I don't know. Oh, well,
You
over
must
five.
see-
Over five.
You're human. You're human. So your first target is over 5. Yeah.
Over 5. I mean, I think if you kind of take the whole shoot for the moon, aim among the stars,
Yes,
aim
sir.
for 7 or 8, and clear 5 easily. You know, like I think that's a smart thing for us to do. But we're in uncharted territory as a party. We've never.
And Ricardo from the Green Party is running there, and I think it'll help National overall. And I think Melissa Lee win a seat. Don't want to. Yeah, I don't think the Green Party is as much of a problem. Because we already had that split vote thing going on. My problem is that now with the top party also coming in with their leader, who seems to be pretty charismatic and she has like her own like kind of aura around her, it's going to split the vote even more. That's my problem. It's an addition to the Green Party split, and it was already a tight race in 2023. So like my biggest fear is a National getting it, not because of a voter increase or whatever, was obviously with National's current support, I don't think that's the case, but just because of the fact that more voters are going to vote from Labour to top.
Polled this high before, so we're figuring it out.
It's kind of exciting too, right?
Yeah, it is exciting.
People are looking for.
But yeah, like for me, the like okay scenario is top winning that. The best case scenario is Labour. The worst case scenario is National, obviously.
For something.
Yeah, I think so. And we have to demonstrate. So part of it is timing, and we can take advantage of that. But we have to demonstrate that we are that something and that we can represent them, and that's where the hard work is.
Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Cheers.
You know what? That wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Thank you for convincing me, Simon. That was actually a decent ass interview. I was gonna watch it anyways, but thank you. Yeah, no, like I just need someone to handhold me because like man, Duncan Garner, he does the most like right wing populist slop, and it really pisses me off sometimes. I'm just happy that wasn't this. It's probably because it was from a minor party. Because if it was a Labour Party person or a National Party person, I think it would have been a completely different interview. But it was a pretty good interview. I'm not gonna lie. I just wish Duncan Garner had more understanding of economics, so he could have asked her some more questions. But I'm just happy we got. Because that's the one thing I wanted to know, that she was being very intentional with applying those taxes on land to like get more productive forces in. I like that we got that concession at least. I'm thinking about watching this video on the Brexit stuff. Would you be interested in that, or do you want to do some more NZ politics? I don't mind, but I do have opinions on Brexit, but I'll let you watch the video. Hey, you know what? No problem. Let's just go through our opinions together.
It's been 10 years since the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union. Brexit was meant to herald a new era of better border control, stronger economic growth, and a Britain.
Okay, you know what? Just to start off, before the video continues, my basic positions on Brexit. It was the most terrible decision Britain ever took. All right, ever since not intervening against the Nazis during the Munich conference. I think was the most biggest disaster for Britain, because the biggest complaint was immigration from the EU, from Poles and like Eastern Europeans, and by doing Brexit, all that happened was that got replaced by other foreign migrants. So their problem just became worse. On top of that, an economic collapse. On top of that, no longer a shared market. Like many problems, politically and economically. So yeah, that's like my biggest criticisms of like Brexit, because I'm just more of an economics guy.
Free of rules and regulations imposed by Brussels. But what has been the reality of the most controversial referendum in British history? Hello and welcome to Roundtable. I'm Enda Brady. Now, it was a hugely divisive referendum.
Basically, my view on Brexit's like how Abraham Lincoln viewed the Confederacy. That was that supposed to go on, or did you accidentally send it by accident halfway through? You finish your comment? I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute. All right. I'm back.
That splits opinion in Britain to this very day. The UK's decision to leave the EU has failed to bring the so-called sunny uplands its backers promised, while the economy has flatlined. Over the past 2 years, the Prime Minister Keir Starmer has tried to move his government closer to Europe. And there's a feeling that Brexit now is more a case of regret.
The British people have made a very clear decision to take a different path. And as such, I think the country requires fresh leadership to take it in this direction.
A Prime Minister defeated by his own political gamble, as the UK voted to leave the European Union with 52% of the vote.
Nigel Farage is... Him and Winston Peters share a lot of characteristics, I'll put it like that.
A shock result. But the path to separate from EU ties dating back to the 1970s wasn't easy. David Cameron's successor, Theresa May, attempted to get a deal through, but failed to get the backing of Parliament. Then came Boris Johnson.
We can get Brexit done and we can win. We can get Brexit done.
They do share advisors, from my understanding, when it comes. Yeah, it's the populist coalition. It's just like brain dead people helping other brain dead people. Like yeah, that's the best way I can put it. it just sucks, like, because like just like Winston Peters, Nigel Farage can like be part of government and create the disastrous problem, and then 5 years later complain about a disastrous problem but blame it on the opposition's government. It's yeah, it's just so stupid.
We have a deal. It's ready to go. You saw how easy it is. We put it in, slam it in the oven, take it out. There it is. Get Brexit done.
He eventually secured a deal, and the UK left the EU in January 2020. During the Brexit campaign, promises were made on increasing NHS funding, boosting the economy by striking independent trade deals.
We want our country back.
And taking control of the UK's borders, lowering immigration and protecting workers' wages. But 10 years on since the vote, and Britain has seen record immigration, while its economy has taken a 6% hit,
What?
according
No
to
way.
analysis of Bank of England data. Since Brexit was delivered, global events such as the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and the US-Israeli war on Iran have all impacted the economy. The Labour government says it wants to now rebuild ties with Europe. And the public mood has shifted too. A YouGov poll shows 57% now regret Brexit, while 55% want to rejoin the EU. So what Brexit promises were left intact and which were broken? And as a new Prime Minister heads to number 10 soon, will there be a more permanent move back towards Brussels?
Well, let's meet our guests. I'm delighted to say here with me in the studio we've Adam Bolton, the political journalist and broadcaster. From Brussels, we have the former EU Commission spokesman Oliver Drews. And in Norwich, in England, we have the economist Matthew Agrawal. You're all very welcome to Roundtable. Adam, to you first of all, the one sentiment you get with Brexit is huge disappointment. Whether people voted for it or voted against it, leave or remain, everyone ended up disappointed.
Well, that certainly looks like the picture. I mean, if you look at the national opinion polls in the UK, clear majority, about 2/3 now, think Brexit was a mistake. And that, of course, contrasts with the 52% who voted for Brexit against 48% who didn't 10 years ago in the referendum. So clearly there's public disappointment. There's also a slightly larger margin of people who say they'd like to rejoin. Now, I think that might be practical fantasy. I'm sure we'll talk about that. But the reality is nothing has materialized. First of all, the strong suggestion that getting out of the European Union.
Is that just shadow or is that a Hitler stash? I can't tell. I think it's just shadow. I thought he unironically had a Hitler stash. I was like, whoa, God.
Union would take back control of our borders has not happened. That immigration has gone up. Secondly,
most of the EU will not allow Britain back into the EU. They don't want to have this nonsense. I think if you're a pragmatist, having Britain into the EU just makes sense. It's more people, bigger market, and like remember the Brexit deal, like the whole like leaving the EU, it was a very close vote. So like it was just a thing of like Brits basically being propagandized to hating the EU, and it kind of shifted that opinion that way. But I think now there's an entire generation too who have lived under the stupidity of Brexit. I don't think that culture is going to come back for, I would even say, a century. Adam Bolton actually did a good podcast with this guy who does podcasts on UK Prime Minister, and he reckons Dave Cameron was the worst Prime Minister in UK history. I would agree with that philosophy. And you know what? Because like it's getting late for me, so this will be like the last video we react to. But I would love to see you tomorrow, and please link me that podcast because we'll watch it because that sounds interesting actually. But yeah, like I've got to go to the property tomorrow, so I gotta wake up quite early. But then tomorrow we'll have a Smirnoff Saturday. I'll be drinking, doing politics, and until I become inebriated, and then I might do something else after.
Any promises of economic growth sprinting ahead have not materialized. Most estimates are that the British economy has shrunk by something.
I will try to find it, but I might not be on YouTube. I'll be an audio. Yeah, no, like yeah, I can just watch it on Spotify because like it doesn't break TOS. Obviously if it's not music. So yeah, just like yeah, even give me the Spotify link and I can watch it on Spotify next stream tomorrow. because tomorrow I should be back home early because it's a Saturday, so I might start stream at either 3, maybe 4, my usual time, and then we'll watch it then.
Between 2 or 6% in terms of GDP, and certainly there's clear evidence of trade with Europe going down. Businesses have gone bust. Some people have decided it's not worth it because of paperwork. So it hasn't really delivered very much. What it was hoped it would do would satisfy those people who were angry with the establishment and the status quo and elite politicians. And again, they are still angry and dissatisfied with elite politicians. We've got about a third of the electorate supporting parties of protest, really, rather than the mainstream parties. So in that sense, you're absolutely right. It hasn't satisfied almost nobody.
Oliver, to you in Brussels, how do you feel hearing that, Project Fear, as it was called, turned out to be Project Fact?
Well, in reality, I see it all very pragmatic. I remember that the UK was a strong influencer in Brussels. It was shaping the global rulebook through Brussels, as the UK was smart and efficient and good in delivering good arguments. And the UK was a very important part of the good rulemaking in Brussels. When the UK left, a lot of...
Yeah, remember, like the Euro crisis happened because the Brits left the table and left France and Germany, historically the most friendly and cooperative nations, alone to dictate Europe's rules. Britain was needed in balancing Europe because they brought a voice of concern and a voice of stability in the room. And the Brits don't consider themselves like European, so like they could look at it in a more pragmatic sense and like balance every other minor power in Europe together and bring their concerns and like deliberate it. Like the UK leaving truly was a travesty for European nations at large.
Things have changed, also not for the good of the European Union. So the UK gave up a seat at the table, shaping European rules. But I think that's 10 years ago. Let's not, that's the past. Let's see what the future is. I mean, it was just said earlier, losing a scapegoat doesn't mean that you lose the underlying problems. And the problems, which were kind of pushed to Brussels in a scapegoatism type of approach, remained in the UK, like migration, economy, and so forth and so on. So that's where we are today.
Matthew, to you, obviously it's just a few years since Brexit was implemented. So it's, the vote was 10 years ago, but it took 5 or 6 years to actually get a deal and an agreement. The UK economy flatlining along for several years now. Can we blame it on Brexit?
I think I would agree with Adam and Oliver that many of the predictions and ambitions of Brexit have not materialized, but that's on both sides. Those who predicted an immediate crash and doom of the British economy turned out to be wrong. That did not happen. But the longer term assessment over the decade now, with the fullness of time and the advantage of data to look back at, shows that indeed the economy is slower, weaker, poorer than it would have been if it had tracked along at its pace prior to the Brexit referendum and prior to leaving in 2019. Of course, international and global affairs also matter. We have seen Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We have seen the Netanyahu and Trump wars in the Middle East. We have seen energy price spikes as a result of that. We had the pandemic, and all of these have had an effect. So it would be wrong to blame the entire lethargy and underperformance of the British economy solely on Brexit. However, it is clear trade is down. In aggregate, 4 to 5%, with the EU, 12% reduction in exports to the EU. Employment is down relative to where it would have been in a world where the UK remained in the European Union. And that's based on analysis from the University of Stanford and the National Bureau of Economic Research in the United States that has compared the UK and its trajectory against a basket of 33 other advanced economies. Compared to where we would have been in that basket, we're about 3 to 4% down on employment. GDP down 6 to 8% relative to where we would have been had we tracked along with our comparator countries. That's around £2,500 to £3,500 per person.
Thank you. I want to bring Adam back in. Adam, migration was and is still a huge part of the national conversation in the UK. Brexit didn't fix anything, did it? Taking back control of borders never happened.
No, it didn't. I mean, one of the features of the campaign to leave was the fact that the Blair government, when it decided, unlike countries like Germany, not to put in quotas restraining migration from the new East European countries that were joining, suggested that that would have a very small impact in terms of the number of people who came to this country. They said maybe 7,000. In fact, it was well into the 300,000-400,000.
Yep.
And that was something that was used. Now, what actually happened since Brexit?
I sent a link in the chat, but I don't know if it came through. Let me check. I can't see it in my multi-chat. Maybe it's in the... Yeah, it didn't come through. Maybe try sending it through Twitch, because I think Twitch is more friendly when it comes to link stuff. So you do that. Okay, because I don't see it in the YouTube chat.
And a lot of people have heard about the so-called Boris wave, was that without those people using freedom of movement to come to this country, very often young, single...
Or you can send it to my Instagram, too. Like, I don't care either or. Up to you.
People who didn't necessarily stay forever and bring their families. For our economy, we brought in a lot of unskilled labor, basically from the former empire, from South Asia and elsewhere. And those people brought in their families. So we had an incredible spike a couple of years ago of nearly 1 million people immigrating to this country, which, of course, those people who were told, take back control of borders and we'll stop immigration, I mean, they have been betrayed. And to this day, what is ironic is that they are now voting for parties which were in favor of Brexit to control immigration when it didn't happen, who are still saying, well, immigration's a big problem, vote for us and we'll sort it out.
The growth of populism.
Let me face you in chess.com. How about this, Pebble? I'll make you a deal. Tomorrow is a Smirnoff Saturday. We'll do politics once I'm drunk. Then you can face me. I wouldn't want to humiliate you, you know. So I got to handicap myself. Yeah, because this is gonna be the last video I watch because I've got some stuff to do tomorrow. And then yeah, tomorrow we'll have a long stream because it's Saturday. I get some days off. Bet what's your elo? My elo? I have no clue because I don't play chess. I play chess on and off. I actually have like a chess table I got when I was in India. It's like a full like marble chess set. It's pretty cool. But yeah, no, I'm like okay at chess. I know how to play the game, but yeah, I'll put it like this: I don't know any names of any openings. I don't even do openings, bro. The thing is that. I'm doing a run with someone in Calamity. Oh, sweet, nice. You finally found a friend. That's good. When I come back from baseball. It's fine. Tomorrow I'm literally doing like an all-nighter stream. Like I'll be up until like 3 a.m. basically. So unless you're going to crash and go straight to sleep after baseball, you'll be fine. At 2:40. Yeah, no, trust me, brother. You'll be fine. Yeah. Like I'm going to start stream maybe 3 or 4, and I'm going to be up all night basically. David Cameron. Oh, here we go. I got the link. What I'm gonna do? All right, I've added it, so next stream I can bring it up. Because I got juniors and seniors. Yeah, no, that's no problem. Yeah, as I said, I'll be streaming all day tomorrow, and up till night, and then morning. Because Sundays are like the only days I get off really.
Can it be traced back to 2016? Do you think Nigel Farage, now hugely popular, polling, 26% with Reform UK, a lot of populist leaders across Europe, did Brexit kind of spark the fragmentation of mainstream politics?
Well, I think, populism has come up in various countries. Because...
I'm going to play a quick chess game right now. Do it. Tell me if you win or lose. The guy in the light brown jacket is there, the guest on the pod talking. Yeah, I already got his name. Yeah, it'll be an interesting thing to look to. We'll give it a listen tomorrow. So because like, I'll start stream around 4. So set your calendar because I think I'll play this. I'll play this thing either first or second in stream tomorrow.
Because of the structural problems about people feeling left out and being discontented. What I think we can say is that in this country, the Brexit movement really.
Also, I'm just letting you know, Simon, like my YouTube stream is fine today, but like I don't have an Ethernet connection to my PC currently. So that like my YouTube shit is like very iffy. Like sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. So if it's laggy tomorrow, just hop on over to Twitch. We'll watch it there.
Consolidated the populist expression, whereas in America it was Donald Trump who consolidated that. So it didn't create it, but it became an expression of it. And of course, as people in Brussels pointed out, none of that was really about the pragmatic membership of the European Union and cooperation with partners. We have to remember at the time of the Brexit referendum, we had 3 dominant parties in the UK, which were the Conservatives, Labour, and the Liberal Democrats, all parties of government. All those parties were in favour of remaining, yet a majority narrowly rejected that advice. And of course, in Scotland, it was the same. Even the nationalists were in favour of staying in the European Union.
Thank you, Adam. Oliver, to you in Brussels, it begs the question, if Britain wanted to rejoin the European Union, do you think they'd be welcomed back in? Big economy, a lot of people?
Well, look, this is quite a vexed and complex situation, because if they just want to join back in, like becoming a member again, just remember that a lot of parties have to agree to that. The European Parliament, the European Commission, the member states, and then there have to be votes across the member states, and each member state has its own way of voting. I mean, in some countries, even regional parliaments have to say yes to it. So it's not just kind of taking a Eurostar to Brussels and signing up again. It's quite a complex process. Most of the legislation in the UK is still de facto compatible with EU rules, as that's where it came from, even if it's 10 years ago. But still, things have to be checked. But if there is a willingness, I'm sure this can be fixed quite soon. Though I have the feeling that at the moment people are more concentrated on issues we need to solve, issues we need to kind of improve in terms of economy and barriers, etc., than ideological debates about.
That's correct, because the Republic of Ireland would have to vote in a referendum on EU. Yeah, like what do you like? As I said, like, there's nothing like blatantly wrong here. This is true. Is the reason why like the EU, like for a lot like Bulgaria and Romania, took a long time to get them in, because they had to change a lot about their governments and their currency stuff and whatever. Like you need to be the whole point of the EU is supposed to be like a political and economic like unitary behemoth. So yeah.
Statehoods. So I think.
But yeah, like the UK is lucky in the regard that they were already part of the EU, so a lot of their like outstanding laws are very compatible, so they don't have to do a little bit of political change here or there.
The debate also in the European Union.
Oh, sorry, legislative change.
A very pragmatic one. One knows that we need Britain, particularly also in the defense area and in many other areas. So that's the situation we're in.
Thank you. Matthew, to you, at what point do you think a future British...
People use the referendum sometimes to kick the current government, and they don't always vote on the topic. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, it just the Brexit truly was like a disaster for Britain, but it was the best case example of like populism's toxicity, because we see in the US obviously with Trump, but yeah, Nigel Farage is a massive agitator for the most stupid shit ever, and yeah, as I said, just like fucking Winston Peters.
Prime Minister will look at economic data from guys like you and see that the argument is there to rejoin. Is that day coming?
Oh, I think that day is already here. That day was there before the referendum, during the referendum, in the negotiations, and every day since. There has never been a piece of economic evidence that has suggested that Brexit is going to be a benefit for the British people or the British economy. And so the limit is not the economic data, and it is not the economic...
Brexit will benefit Britain. Source Nigel Farage.
arguments. We The problem with an issue like Brexit is that we do not live in economies and people are not economists. We live in political economies and people are human beings. And so there are a whole load of other issues and elements that go into making a decision for the individual and for the nation. The issue is that by far, most of Britain's problems are and have been for decades homegrown problems, the result of British decisions made by British politicians in Britain.
That's true. Half of British political issues is Britain made. It's the only thing that's been made in Britain is problems
for British people. The most offensive include our inability to build housing or transport infrastructure, the poor regulation of our water companies, our energy markets, chronic underinvestment, both from the public sector in terms of public infrastructure and public services like the NHS, the courts, the prison system, education and skills, and continued failed fiscal policy, taxing too little, taxing the wrong stuff, spending on the wrong things. These have nothing to do with Brussels or Europe. Those are British decisions for the British people. What's changed is we no longer have Brussels and Europe to blame for them. Future British prime ministers should look to this information and see that when we make
that's true.
poor decisions,
they killed the goat. They can no longer escape it. There's no scapegoating left. The goat is dead.
around construction, regulation, investment, and fiscal policy, the people will have a backlash, and that backlash will be unpredictable. In this case, the backlash has been Brexit, and that just makes it harder for all of us to make things better in this economy.
Thank you. Adam, do you think Brexit has made Britain smaller? I mean, more insular and inward-looking, little Britain, if you like?
Well, it depends what you mean. I think possibly in terms of the mentality of some of the public, it's done that. I don't think it's done that in international terms. Britain continues to be a member of the Permanent Five. It continues to be a member of the G7. And, broadly speaking, if you look at its overall performance economically, it's not much different from France, which isn't saying anything great, but, that's still a fact. And Germany, of course, has also.
He would not be a true Brit without anti-French sentiments.
So had a poor period. So I would agree entirely with that last analysis that our problems are not fundamentally about Europe. The problem is that Europe became the political focus, which it was easy to make an issue of, which is one reason why I don't think that rejoining is really a viable option, probably in my lifetime. I don't know, for simple reasons. One is the reason for objecting to Europe was politics. It was taking back control versus pooling authority and sovereignty. That argument still cuts through. It's still live in this country. And if I was the European Union, I would not want the UK to start talking about rejoining, certainly not when it's quite possible that other parties would campaign at the next election after we rejoin to leave again. I mean, it would just be a complete mess. And Jean-Claude Juncker, the former head of the Commission.
Yeah, rhetorically, if you're an EU person to strengthen the position that you should say, oh, why should we accept you back or whatever? But pragmatically, you need to. It's a big market, a lot of people, and it signifies more unity for Europe. So yeah, they should rejoin. Now, obviously, it's a different story if these no offense, if you're a Brit and you saw all this damage, and after rejoining, you somehow vote to leave again, I'm sorry, I wish abyss upon you. If you went through all that only to do it again, I just don't care. You don't but fool me once, whatever. Fool me twice, rope.
Has made exactly this point that Europe is bruised. It's also the case that if Britain did ever get to a point of rejoining, there would have to be negotiations, and the European Union quite rightly would probably say, well, you won't get an opt-out on the euro this time. Budgetary constraints would be different, so there probably wouldn't be a rebate. And then there's this really big question of the single market and freedom of movement, which is undoubtedly a major economic asset if we could have that in this country. But that immediately flashes up the whole question immigration, them coming over here to take our houses and all the rest of it, which would be exploited by political parties. So my feeling is that there is a public acceptance for moving closer to Europe, but it will probably have to be, as it were, by stealth, of negotiating in arrangements in separate areas. I mean, you may remember when Brexit happened, Michel Barnier, the negotiator, had this diagram with steps saying, well, you can relate to the European Union at different levels, and we chose the bottom level. But I suspect we'll probably move back closer to the position of Switzerland or Norway, if we can, in terms of our relationship with the European Union, which of course will mean that we'll have to accept that, you know, at the European councils, we won't have a seat at the table. But, you know, I think a lot of British people would quite like that because they wouldn't see that as giving up and joining in.
Adam, you know David Cameron very well. You've interviewed him many, many times over the years. How do you think he feels now? Was it the worst decision he ever came with to hold that referendum?
Well, David Cameron, frankly, was complacent about the whole thing. He felt that the mood of the country was that we would vote to remain, that he had difficult people to manage.
Yeah, he really shouldn't have done the referendum. Like, these people like Farage had no real political power to do anything. He should have just shut up and moved on. That was like the easiest way of doing it. Holding a referendum was the most politically disastrous thing Britain has done since the Munich conference.
In his party, so he would give them a referendum and they would lose. So that was a major miscalculation. And George Osborne, his ally, actually pointed out to him it was a mistake. He then won an election which broke up his coalition and meant that he had a majority government, and he'd made this promise, so he then delivered it. But I think the biggest, I mean, both those things were bad, but I think worst of all was the way in which he campaigned during the election or during the referendum, or rather didn't campaign, more or less held back from campaigning or putting his authority behind remaining.
The only reason they didn't do the referendum in 2010 was the Liberal Democrats won and allowed to have Brexit referendum earlier, and then the Liberal Democrats had a bad election and Cameron had a majority. Yeah. Nah, like the whole Britain thing was just like a popular mood thing. If he would have just like not talked about it, the momentum would have died and it would have been a nothing burger. It was just, like, there was no legal or political real obligation to actually hold that referendum, in my opinion. They could have just sidestepped it. But yeah, you know, we live in the future, not in the past.
He did that again out of complacency. He thought, I mean, he actually said to people in the European campaign, you know, let's not overdo it because we'll just annoy my Eurosceptics in my ranks. And, you know, that was a catastrophic misjudgment, not just for his own career, but also, of course, for the country.
Thanks, Adam. Matthew, to you, I just want to ask the question, has there been any benefit of rules and restrictions from Brussels? This was a big bugbear of Brexiteers, being told what to do by Brussels. Have you heard anything positive from business about being free of EU regulations?
There is actually one clear area in which the UK is now freer to make better decisions than Brussels permitted and than Brussels does for the rest of Europe, and that is around agricultural policy. The common agricultural policy in Europe is terribly designed. It pays farmers for owning land rather than for producing food or for benefiting nature or the climate or the environment. The United Kingdom has redesigned its agricultural subsidy system in a way that ensures that the payments from the public purse, our tax money, that are handed out to...
By the way, this is why, Simon, our country is awesome and the best. It's the reason why we have the most productive agricultural sector and the biggest share of GDP when it comes to agricultural stuff in the economy than any other developed country. Our farmers are all free market guys. Like, the government took away our subsidies and told us survive. And we did that. We innovated, we got productive, and we survived. Now, a lot of unproductive guys also left, but it's made our agricultural sector a behemoth. To the point where when a free trade agreement in India was supposed to be signed years back, the Indian government got scared of our dairy sector. A dairy sector of 5 million Kiwis scared a nation of 1.2 billion Indians. Oh, hey, Alba, how's it going? Um, yeah, so like Fonterra is like the third biggest dairy producer in the world, a New Zealand company behind two American ones. So yeah, like our farmers are the best. Take off that 2x speed upstream. Man, Alba, I feel so bad for you. You've joined a really bad point in the stream. After this video, I'm ending the stream because I got some stuff to do. What are you looking at? It's just stuff on Brexit. So European stuff.
Farmers as agricultural subsidies are there not just for someone who happens to own land.
It's not like interesting news. It's more just talking about like how Brexit was a very terrible decision that the Brits took, and that like rejoining the EU is what Britain should do next, basically. Like yeah, as I said, you joined the stream quite late. I don't blame you. Obviously, you're in Italy, so our time zones are different. But yeah, like after this video, I'm ending stream.
But for someone who uses that land in a way that improves soil health and climate and biodiversity and ecosystems. And those are public goods that benefit the rest of the population. It gives us birds to go and see in bird watching holidays. It gives us.
For me, I'm just looking at England like a strange situation. Yeah, I don't blame you. Like Brexit was a stupid decision. The Brits should have never done it because they had a seat at the table. It was good for them. They had the common market. They had the euro. Everything was perfect, and then they blew it up for no reason, basically.
Outdoor space for outdoor recreation. It gives us clean, safe rivers, clean, safe coasts.
For me, after like the death of Elizabeth, it's completely changed, but in the worst way. I agree. Like Elizabeth, the moment she went, it's like it's just been like just a downhill situation.
That is a major improvement in the way that we design fiscal policy and the way that we support farmers with public.
Basically, the English and the Welsh decided that they wanted Brexit, and Northern Ireland and Scotland had no. Yeah, like I know Northern Ireland definitely with like transit stuff because obviously Ireland and Northern Ireland share a border because they're both EU guys. It was very easy to do transit stuff and people moving, and Scotland benefited heavily economically from the EU. So yeah, it just sucks. Like from what I understand, a lot of the separatist movements in Scotland gained a lot of popularity after Brexit because it damaged the local economy like a lot.
Money. However, there are other issues with the way that the government is now introducing the inheritance tax on farmers that make that still very difficult as a sector in the political economy.
Thank you. Oliver, have you been impressed by Keir Starmer's government the last 2 years almost, leaning towards Europe, making friends, reaching out and trying to build bridges?
Well, I think what is good about what they're doing is that they are kind of, not ignoring certain facts. And facts, what I mean is the UK is in Europe. Europe is its greatest trading partner.
I didn't study much about the situation in England, so I don't know much. Yeah, like obviously I'm not that knowledgeable, but the basics are everybody said it would be bad for the UK. They still voted to break apart, and it's led them down a bad path. And now they want to come back because it's destroyed their economy, basically. That's like kind of the simplification of it. But yeah, it just sucks, man. I feel bad for the average Brit because they just did not know what the hell they were getting into.
And this will always remain to be the case. So you better redefine or define your relationships with Europe by acknowledging these facts. I think that's kind of the basic, most important thing. And I think the other two contributors or speakers here kind of said the same. I think that bottom line had been a little bit ignored by debates which are more based on some kind of brave new world scenarios which never happened or were never really part.
Yeah, I think that's actually a good point. Like it kind of sounds bad to say, but like the Brits, or at least the politicians who led this charge, need to be humiliated. Like the facts need to be put in their face that they claimed one thing, and something else happened, or else this kind of stuff is gonna keep happening in the background. Immigration and national sovereignty were really the main topics. Yeah, but like they were mostly vibes based things. It had nothing to do with like actual facts on the ground. Like yeah, because like after they broke away from the EU, like just more migrants started coming, so like it didn't really matter. There was always separated when was united. It's because like for example, you have passport Europe for a visit with no problem, all EU, but for England was different because say it was Ireland, so it wasn't enough EU passport. So at the end, they was just faking being in the EU. Like from what I understand with the EU, there's like different relations you can have. You can just be in the economic zone. You can have the economic stuff and the currency, and then there's like the full integration. From what I understand, so like the Brits actually had a very special situation where like I think they were just in the economic zone and the transit zone, but they were allowed a seat in the actual council in the European Union. So what's funny is before Brexit, Britain had a very strong position in the EU, but now after Brexit, they're just going to be allowed in just like Norwegians. They're going to have the same position as Norway, where they're just in the economic and transit zone. So yeah, the Brits just gave up a strong card for no reason.
Of any reality.
Sorry, no. The strong reason was Nigel Farage. That was the strong reason.
So I think the bottom line is.
No, I agree with you. Like what you're saying is true. But yeah, the Brexit was truly like a fuck up. Ireland and the UK were never in the shine zone where you could. Oh, okay, my bad. But I know they were definitely in the economic zone. I know that for a fact. I think they never be part of EU. Yeah, well, Britain always felt like it was its own thing, but the EU was a good way of expanding its market because it was connected to the rest of Europe, and it was easy to do trade. But yeah, like obviously Brexit happened. Now their economy is taking a downward fall.
If the UK is not able to acknowledge these facts in a pragmatic and economic and way of delivering, then we will have difficulties in Europe and also in the UK. Let me just remind all of the audience of one thing. The UK was much more influential than many other member states. So it was kind of shaping the rules.
Yeah, this again, I brought this up, but like the Euro crisis happened because Britain left the table. Britain left Europe to let France and Germany, the two most friendliest countries in Europe who love working together, dictate European politics. So what Britain did was truly a bad thing for Europe economically and politically. I think some people in Italy think was an error to join the EU. Someone asked to be separated by it, but of course, I don't know why any Italian politician who says we should separate from the EU, they're stupid. Okay, just think that they were born with half a brain. Okay. Because like if you just look at what happened to Britain, it should be a very clear example of why it's a bad thing.
Particularly in areas which were important for the UK, for the whole of the EU, and kind of also for the world. And in that sense, Britain really became a smaller place.
Thank you, Oliver. Adam, final point to you. So just, it looks like the future is not in the European Union for the UK ever again, but working more closely, cooperating and seeing people as friends and allies and not blaming them for internal failures of British politicians.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, it's worth pointing out that the previous Conservative government that went out in 2024 simply refused to have relations with the European Union. They would
depend because you can be separated, but after you join for many years, if you go away, you will take huge cost. And we are taking like billions of cost. Actually, anti-EU stuff in Italy is actually no longer popular since... Yeah, definitely. Even the far right in Italy don't support leaving the EU, yeah. And to your point, Alba, you're right. Like, the Italian economy has been connected to Europe for so long. If you were to break apart now, it would destroy you. So the only way for not being EU is never joined it. Yeah. Like, once you've joined it, you get so many benefits. But when you break away from that common market, it is so hard to economically recover again.
Hold regular meetings at prime ministerial or sub-level. Now, this government, this Labour government, has done so. And the interesting thing is, if we look ahead, Andy Burnham, although he said that he's going to abide by the manifesto commitments for this Parliament, if he becomes the Labour leader, he may well have a manifesto talking about closer relations with the European Union. The alternative, if the alternative is Reform UK...
Yeah, Simon, thanks for that, but some old people remember what... Yeah. No, I think Simon has a point. Like, I think it's just people who are screaming a lot. But I think in Italy, it's not actually a popular opinion to leave the European Union. And after we joined, we got a broken economy, but isn't compared to joining the EU. Yeah, like Italy would not benefit from from leaving the EU. Definitely. But yeah, it's probably just people who are very loud. I don't think there's actually that much support for leaving the EU in Italy, especially after Brexit.
Very, very interesting.
But they still think change our money in euro is a bad decision. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, they've campaigned quite successfully on against Europe in previous incarnations. Now they've moved on to immigration.
Also, Simon, remember earlier in the stream how I talked about like no one actually is politically engaged and cares about policy, they just care about feelings? Nigel Farage and Winston Peters, these two people are the best example of this, because this guy single-handedly fucked the UK and he somehow is still politically relevant. Like, if you did any policy analysis, this guy's career should have died the moment Brexit happened. Because it happened at the same time, yeah.
But Nigel Farage himself has said Brexit has not worked. So we could, strangely enough, have a far-right party that...
But at the end, if you know how you work, you can tell there was an other... Yeah. No, I agree with you. Like, Italy was already having economic problems. Them joining the EU, like, helped a lot. That is correct, yeah. Simon, honestly, I love the fact that I ran into you, because, like, I rolled really good dice. Like my first YouTube chatter, and you're not brain dead. I cannot explain to you how much that means to me.
Certainly not wanting to rejoin the European Union, but also pragmatically maybe wanting to look again in order to deliver some of the economic and practical benefits of the European Union. You know, the one thing to remember is the majority who voted for Brexit voted to take away rights which they had to live and move and work in Europe.
True.
And for themselves and for their children. You know,
like, that's actually a really good point. Like, the Conservative government and Nigel Farage took away the rights of Brits, basically. If you really want to extrapolate it. They did, objectively. That's actually a very good, like, talking point to use against people who are anti-EU.
And I find it hard to think of another election where people have actually voted to give away their own rights.
Adam Bolton, on that note, thank you, Matthew Agrawala and Oliver.
That was really good. I like that video. All right. Alba, Simon, you could ask me some questions and then I'm going to end stream. Because I got some stuff to do tomorrow. I know why sometimes we are so clever, respect in other countries. I mean, we make very good decisions, but sometimes it happen something completely stupid or nowhere, like Germany. Stop it. It's democracy. Like Alba, like the average person doesn't actually care about policies. They just care about their how they feel about politics. So you can make very stupid decisions sometimes in democracies. It's been a very good stream. I'll try to make time tomorrow. Yeah, what I'll do, I'll wait for like an hour for you in chat. Well, I'll watch a couple of videos before that, and I'll wait for you to come in, and then we'll watch that interview. But it's been a very fun time, Simon. All right, well, it was a very good stream. We did a lot of cool shit. Very nice to see you guys in chat, and I hope to see you tomorrow.